in ODI World Cup qualifiers?
Yeah, it's huge, especially just prep-wise. I think obviously with the World Cup being in India later this year, just spending as much time in the subcontinent as we can is important against two quality sides as well. And to have a bit of a tri-series, knockout tournament feel, I think is great.
Thank you, Laura. Go well.
Thank you.
That's the news from the centre. India have won the toss and will have a bat first.
So that's the news from the centre. India, they have won the toss and they have elected to bat first. I see no surprises there. And when it comes to India, after such a great performance, I think it's no surprise that they have gone unchanged.
Yeah, I mean, they would want to give their players as much opportunities as possible, especially the youngsters, right? We saw they debuted 2 players in the last game, so they'll want to give them a consistent run, and not much that they could have improved on in the previous game. They were good all round.
India making some crucial changes. We talked about this in the commentary as well, how Harin, Deol and Pratik Rawal have settled in the top 3 of the Indian batting lineup. Now, when it comes to South Africa, a debut that you personally were expecting to see Karabume, so getting that debut cap, a great feeling for any youngster to represent your nation, ST.
Yeah, absolutely, and she's 17 years old, isn't it? So, great opportunity for her as well, because South Africa have had a bit of an issue in that wicket-keeping position. Haven't had too many runs coming from the wicket-keeper who they've been playing, Sinalo Jafta. So, this would be a good opportunity for Meso to really establish herself in this side.
So South Africa, they will have their work cut out, especially with the heat here. The sun is shining brightly here at the Premadas Stadium, as we mentioned earlier as well. So India batting first. Let's see what sort of total that they do post here. So that's all from the pre-match show. Right now, we will head towards our commentators who are up there. It's Roshana Bessinger and Harita Vera.
Thank you, Laksasi. Yes, indeed, it is going to be a heavyweight clash here. Warm welcome to everybody watching you from wherever and whichever part of the world. It's a warm and a beautiful day in Sri Lanka. It's a good morning here. India batting after they won the toss and had no hesitation.
Thank you.
Because it's very good conditions to bat. Lovely surface, lovely day. India-South Africa is always a heavyweight clash, as we've heard, and an interesting clash. And first ball will happen very shortly. Let's first look at the openers. Pratik Rawal, she was brilliant in that last game, player of the match. And what a strike rate, what an average. And so early in her career, she's getting close to those 500 run mark, which is a milestone. And she looked very good the other day. And she will be looking for another good performance here. And Smriti Mandana at the non-strikers end, another beautiful player. She's an artist with the bat in hand, and another proven customer. As I say, a very good morning to Harita Pereira.
Very good morning, Roshana Bessinger. Good morning, everybody joining us from all over the world. Looking forward to a 250 plus score from India, and I'm being very considerate too.
Right, let's play. That was the end of the countdown, and here is the first ball. Of movement, but like the idea of looking to go full and slightly wide as well.
You would have expected a bright and sunny morning. It's not the same. Scattered clouds, but not dangerous. That's a good thing.
That's a look at Smriti Mandana. 98 innings, over 4,000 runs, good average, excellent strike rate as well. She's been a brilliant servant of Indian cricket. Off the mark, Pratik Rawal, and she appears to be ready to carry on from where she left in that game against Sri Lanka. She looked so solid, so fluent. That will not be good news if you're a South African supporter.
Yeah, Aibonga Kaka, opening proceedings for the Rainbow Nation.
She'll go over the wicket with the left-hander on strike. Smriti Mandana. She's got a slip in. She's got a packed offside field. Not the line. The length is all right, but that's not the line. She'll be wanting to bowl more wicket to wicket, maybe around the off stump.
She's not very fast. She's just trying to hit a good line and length. I think that's the right approach. But I'm a little bit surprised with the huge gap between the wicketkeeper, who's standing well away.
So pleasant to watch the way the particularly Smriti Mandana looks to try and get her innings moving. She's in no hurry. She just takes her time, lovely stride out, and looks to first find that feel on the bat before she starts to expand. That's what we saw even in the game against Sri Lanka. And she also leaves when the balls are wide of the off stump. So it tells you that she's a very focused and a determined batter and puts a huge price on her wicket.
Yeah, she's the accumulator, although she can be a destructive player. That's 5 for 26 best figures, a lot of wickets, 131.
That's a good first over from Kaka. India batting first, one without loss.
Deep square, please.
So Rawal batting on the shadows of Mandana, one would think, but not so when she gets going. Naturally gifted stroke player. Good to be having such an experienced player at the other end as your partner.
So Class will open the bowling from the far end. Pritika Raval, she's on strike. She's a bit pacey, isn't she, Class? And also had that movement back into the right-hander. They spoke about Pritika Raval, and I know it's very early in the game, but when you look at the depth, now that's a look at Class's effort, 72 wickets, economy over 5, average 33, best of 4 wickets, and she's quite experienced. She's bowled a fair bit of overs, 313 overs in her career of 40 games. Slip for her. 3 on the leg side. On the pads, nicely timed, and good work. Very good work in the deep. They'll come for 2, but beautifully done.
Very efficient running between wickets. Beautifully fielded by Malaba. If she was not really watching the ball and getting to it, she may have considered the boundary. Wasn't the case. Slightly expensive Class, average of 5 and over her career.
Again, lovely work of the wrist. Playing it late. You could see that the ball was swinging back into her and just made that adjustment. Pritika Raval, she's made 4 or 5 and she looks to be in a very good touch.
Roshan is the confidence. She's made runs. She's batting with confidence. She knows that giving the side the start they need will be a different story.
We got a debutante, 17-year-old wicketkeeper, thought of very highly by the South African camp. She's done tremendously well, we were told, in the under-19 age group, so she has to be special to be playing as a wicketkeeper at the age of 17, Haritha.
The good thing about it, she's going to be equally good behind the stumps as well as in front of the stumps, with the gloves on, with the bat in hand. So when you say that she gets that Proteas cap, what a story. Congrats to her.
Yeah, massive moment, isn't it, in any cricketer's career or life. Well bowled, very well bowled. Really good bowling by Class. Just made Mandana just make the adjustment. For a moment I thought She was coming onto the front foot to play that drive and that dip, possibly. Just keep an eye. And then she has to make that adjustment as she plays forward, I beg your pardon. It's been a very economical start from South Africa, the two opening bowlers. Well, they've kept Mandana on naught after 7 deliveries. 2 overs done, 4 without loss. Kaka continues. She's been very smart, I must say, Raval. Just working the ball into gaps, just played with the angle, played with the movement.
Great understanding with her senior partner too. And Smriti, she'll take her time, get into the mood, and then inspire her partner. Just like that. Into the gap, and don't bother, just fetch it from the boundary. Nice way to start for a long innings, probably.
Yeah, I thought for a moment that front foot didn't move as much, played away from her body, but still gets a boundary. There was a hint of movement, not hint, a fair bit of movement away from the left-hander.
See, she was playing with confidence and with control. Moso finds the boundary again on either side of the wicket behind the stumps. This is a great start.
That's a gift from Kaka down the leg side. I thought if the previous delivery had something that the bowler would have been encouraged, this was poor. Just going down the leg side, and plenty of gaps on the leg side, and there is actually no fine leg, there is a square leg, so that becomes an easy option.
See where the wicketkeeper is standing, so far away from off stump. Probably was the reason why she couldn't reach the ball that was not too far away from leg stump, as it just took the tickle from the Indian vice captain.
India off to a good start, 13 without loss. Solid, watchful. Still 2 deliveries left in the over. Again finds that edge. Seemed to be playing a little bit away from her body. Seemed to plant that front foot. And that ball finding a bit of outswing.
They're trying to work on a plan to try to get that outside edge. But, Mandana is experienced enough. Very wide outside off stump to end the 3rd over with India on 13 without loss.
As I said, watchful start, 3 overs, 13 without loss. Class continues. Short delivery. Really didn't get up that much. Allows Raval to quickly just swivel and played away on the leg side for a single.
So Pratika Rawal has now been very adventurous, very busy out in the middle.
spoke about how talented the young wicketkeeper batter is. Meso, 275 runs in their recently concluded domestic ODI tournament. Average of 45.
That's
50,
huge. That's
yeah,
huge.
50 and 100, and a best of 120. So it tells you not just the talent but also the character, and how she can absorb and survive at that level. Because we do know, Haritha, for a 17-year-old playing at that level, the pressure.
And handling the pressure.
Some feel that Mandana is still not timing the ball as well as she would like to. She's found the fielders. She's not really looked to caress the ball. Very different to the way Pratika Rawal has been batting.
Anna Harris from England is the head umpire. Is Sri Lanka's very own Dedunu De Silva.
Much better, isn't it? She leant into it. Lovely stride out. When she looks to play shots like that, she looks so good. But with that short stride away from her body, sometimes the ball tends to go off the outside edge rather than the middle of the bat.
There's a plan to feed her outside off stump rather than bowl middle and off to her, where she's so very confident and successful, at least in these initial stages.
Right, short delivery, good fielding in the deep. That was a gift. Mandana latched onto it but just could not find the boundary because it was petrol by somebody, the lone fielder at deep square leg. She'll be telling herself that she has missed out there.
It's Kaka who is bowling from this end. She did well to get to the ball, stop it from passing her into the boundary.
Last ball of the over. $15 without loss.
So Kaka considered 2 boundaries in her second over. Now you can see that the left-handed Mandana is playing with a lot more confidence and getting the ball in the middle of the bat. And the moment the ball is in line with the stumps, she's so reassured with her stroke play.
Kaka continues. Mandana's game plan as a batter appears to be more a front foot based plan, where she loves to get on the front foot, loves to try and drive and work through those areas. That seemed to be her batting plan, and she's been very successful doing that. And to me, when she gets going, Haritha, she, to me as a batter, look an artist. Honestly, she looks an artist because she's so stylish. Oh no, that's not good work. That is not good work by the fielder at cover. South African bowlers need all the support they could get.
So Emery Derrickson is not perfect with this pickup. Should have been nothing. Dot ball. Strike changed over.
Again, you could see that she seemed to be very, very productive in that area, particularly on the offside. Between point, extra cover, mid-off. Tends to score a lot of her runs there.
A decent and confident start by the openers. They're just getting a feel of how the pace and bounce of this wicket is. Increasing in their rotation of strike. Good progress.
Well, that would be the line you would expect Kaka to bowl, because it's a packed offside field. We now see nothing off the surface or in the air in terms of movement. It's now starting to come gun barrel straight. This happens very early with the white ball. So last ball of the over. Well, the length will be important in situations like this. 18 without loss. Right, India unchanged from their win against Sri Lanka. That was a very, very convincing win. Karabu Meso, the wicket-keeper. And she is the debutant, the 17-year-old. Comes with a massive reputation with what she has achieved in the domestic setup. We were told at the toss by the skipper that she's made big sounds, and she's really done well at under 19 level as well. So I'm excited to see her bat, and they're expecting runs from the wicket-keeper. That's where South Africa has been wanting.
So try to bowl with a lot more control and increase the dot ball ratio, which would give them some confidence. But as far as Raval and Mandana is concerned, they have batted with confidence, rotated the strike. Anything loose has been punished. Batting confidently.
I like the lines Klaas have bowled, both to the left hand and the right hander. She's hardly strayed outside the stumps. She's looked to bowl wicket to wicket or that tight off stump, maybe the fourth stump line with either batter on strike.
She's been fairly economical too up to now.
See, we speak about the importance of the length on a surface like this, and that is the length you're talking about. It's that in-between length.
Hurried. Didn't try to play across the line. This is good. That's her experience. Occasionally will be tested.
And Pratika Raval now has reached 7 of 11. And the quickest to reach 500 runs. And she's done it in the process of her 8th game, and we're still counting, mind you. And that is a very, very commendable performance.
Pratika Raval to me is a very exciting player. Being an opener and being a stroke player, it adds to your profile and your skill. She has a very experienced opening partner that would help her in these early days.
That didn't arrive. I think Mandana was through with the shot. It was still coming. I think there was a bit of tennis ball bounce there.
I think the ball was angled across her body. Whether that was the shot to play would be considered once again. Just leave it alone would have been the right option, probably. But she's in a mood not to spare anything loose.
Last ball of the over. Looking to try and reach for it. Doesn't manage. It's a good over that comes to an end. It is 18 without loss at the end of 6.
It's been a very good start from South Africa after they were asked by Harmanpreet Kaur to have a ball first. And they have kept the leash on the Indian openers. 25 dot balls consumed already in this innings. The paces have been terrific. Pushes Pratika Rawal on the back foot. And there's a fair bit of rise on the surface, as we've seen. It's a new surface, of course, different to the one used in the first game. The pitch you see is the one to the right of the track used in the tournament opener. Tries to have a go this time around Pratika Rawal, who just became a world record holder, by the way. Is now the fastest to score 500 runs in ODIs in women's cricket and got to the landmark in just 8 innings, surpassing guess who? Charlotte Edwards. Joining me in the commentary box is Gamini Pereira. A very good morning to you, Gamini.
Good morning, Anisha. Good morning, everyone. That's a monumental record, really. Charlotte, of course, scored in 9 matches, and Pratika is playing her 8th, so it's a fairy tale story, really, the way she has come up in international cricket. We mentioned this last time around as well. Nice length and nice line from Kaka. And these two bowlers, Anisha, especially Class, I saw her doing the pre-match warm-up, and she was deliberately looking to dig that ball short. We all know how Mandana played against South Africa last time around. She scored 200s and a 50, and South Africans didn't have any answers. Twice in the last 2 overs, she has gone for that shorter ball deliberately with a fielder down there.
And of course, the lines that both these pacers have been bowling, cramming them for space, both the left-hander and the right-hander. A look at the surface, a new track being used. Gamini, of course, you did the pitch report. What did you make of it?
Yeah, it looks a nice pitch. Ticks all the boxes for batting. It's drier, not a lot of moisture, lighter in colour. After 7 overs, 18 for no loss.
You have a spiky?
Run 11 of 25. Yeah, definitely these South African brain trusts have done some homework. Like I said, Anisha, last time Mandana was pretty prolific with the bat in hand. So there are few plans have been put in place, and first change of bowling.
Time for some spin from the very experienced Suneli's former captain. Led the side to their first ever World Cup final in women's cricket, but also did so on home soil during the 2023 Women's T20 World Cup. Going by how the India troika of Sneh Rana and Sri Charani and the other off-spinner Deepti Sharma went about their business in game 1, Suneli should be able to get some purchase.
Good start. Definitely a factor will be the speed that you're going to operate, because it looks very good for batting, and so the spinners, like I mentioned at the pitch report, play a big role. That was 2 straight. Outfield is a lot quicker than last time on a shot, so you're going to get a lot of value for your shots.
100%. It's been bright and sunny since the very morning. And the way she alters his pace is something that the India batters would be wary of. Mandana, of course, has faced a lot of Sune Lees over the course of a 12-year international career. There you go. Out comes the loopier delivery after the previous one was darted into the pads of Mandana's.
Yeah, that's a good area to operate against Mandana, around that off stump. Beaten for flight, nicely adjusted. Well, what timing was that? Magnificent.
Skip down the track.
Yeah, just had to check her shot, but it came from the middle of the bat, and look how she goes. That just races to the boundary.
Very good use of the feet. Show of intent from Smriti Mandana after that watchful start. This should inject some confidence and momentum in the Indian innings. Goes on the back foot this time around. Nurdles into the cover region. Tasman Brits cleaning it up at deep cover. Would be interesting to see how both these openers go about setting a target. In the first game, they were chasing a paltry total, of course. 148, only 3 batters were required. So the other batters would be looking to getting some game time. Swept away by Pratika Rawal, but there is protection in the deep. The singles are coming along nicely now after a slew of dots. End of the 8th over. India a 28 without any loss of wickets. Now that Laura Wolfhard has already introduced spin, question is, will the left-arm spinner Nonkoluleku Malaba, one of the premier spinners in the world right now, come into the attack as well? He's a great character, injects a lot of vibrancy, ebullience in the dressing room, has got some of the most amazing witticisms there can be in world cricket, cracked across dressing room, so quite something.
Yeah, it's going to be change of ends for Class. This will be interesting. 3 overs, none for 5. Will she try that short pitch delivery? Because I saw her deliberately trying that tactic, the pre-match warm-up, and not a bad move. Obviously, the South African skipper knows how dangerous these 2 batters can be, and need to take wickets if you want to keep the runs down, particularly the way that these 2 have been playing over the last 6 months or so. They've been building some huge partnerships against the opposition. And the other thing, Anisha, I can understand why India went unchanged, because like you mentioned, India only lost 1 wicket in that last game, so most of the batters were not used, and obviously there was no reason for them to leave out anyone, but they've gone with the same attack as well with the ball in hand. So there are 7 games if you make to the final, that is, in this Servo Tri-Nation. So no, I mean, it goes without saying that both these sides will be eyeing that place in the final.
It's a much needed preparatory exercise this series ahead of the World Cup. Ducks this one in short. There is call for a catch, but falls short of the fielder. A very good ploy from Masabata Class there. Asking questions of Pratika Rawal. We've seen your shots along the carpet. What about the pull shot, hey?
Is exactly what I was talking about a moment ago. These are one of the tactics that class has practiced this morning, or they have spoken about at their team meetings. For both batters, don't be afraid to give one shot. There were a couple of top edges. Mandana was lucky 2 overs ago, and this time Pratika was also very lucky. Might be a good idea to have that fielder up about 10 to 15 yards or off the boundary. This time punt on the back foot. There's no fielder on the offside patrolling the boundary, so that will run away for another 4. But I don't think class will be disappointed with that. I can assure you, Onesha, she's setting Mandana up for that short one.
Back and across from Smriti Mandhana, and when she pierces that cordon, it usually races off to the boundary, as it did this time around. Assessed the length so well, and she's so comfortable on the back foot as Mandhana. Bread and butter shot this almost, but has often caused her undoing as well when cramped for space. Been a good contest between the bowler and the 2 batters so far in this over. And of course, this is also a contest between the players and the elements. It's really hot and humid out there in the middle. The humidity in Colombo is close to 72%. So it's not going to be easy for either side, but more so difficult for South Africa. Another slightly short delivery, pulled away, gets enough on the bat, perhaps a bit of gloves as well, and makes sure it goes fine enough for another 4. End of the 9th over, and India a 38 for no loss.
Yeah, that was an expensive over. Class had bowled 3 overs of 5 runs before that. 12 coming off, or 10 runs coming off that over with the 2 boundaries, and another very close call, the last one. Let's see whether we can see that again. It was hurried on to Pratika. Yeah, it came off the glove. Easily that could have gone to the wicket keeper or top edge, and the rub of the green has gone to India so far. And these two look pretty dangerous, don't they, the 2 openers, and the last 3 or 4 overs, the way they have played, you can, this is that last one. Yeah, she was fractionally late on that one.
Probably a bit of the glove and the ball then rolling over to the bat as well. Looked a bit of both. Regardless, it's great rewards for the Indian side and Pratika Rawal in specific. Mandhana on 25 now and on strike against Suneli's. Swiped away into the mid-wicket region. Will pick up a single. This has been a great partnership over the course of the last 8 innings now in ODIs for India since the arrival of Pratika Rawal on the international circuit. Assesses the match situations really well, has got a very calm head on her shoulders, doesn't get really bogged down or carried away with success. Really impressive to see in this 24-year-old.
Yeah, again, beautiful feat. For any batter against the spinners, your first movement is to press forward, but your next movement is vital if you're going to be a good batter against the spinners. Now see how she presses forward and uses the crease to go back on the back foot. The transferring of her weight. How quickly you do it, you'll have more time to play. And after it's spun, she just punches it through the offside. So when a batter does that, it's very difficult for a bowler to find the length. You mentioned about being busy, Pratika, Onesha, because you got to be busy when you bat with someone like Smriti Mandhana, where she looks for strike all the time. So you can't just prod 3-4 balls from one end and keep her out of it. Once again, opportunity was there, but this time to the fielder.
Yeah, and you've also got to be busy being Smriti Mandhana's opening partner, because there's a certain Shefali Verma who is scoring a lot of runs on the domestic circuit former opening partner of Smriti Mandhana's. She would helm the workload of scoring runs at a brisk rate. But Pratika is in the middle out right now with Mandhana. End of the 10th over, India 43 for no loss.
So 43 for no loss after 10 overs. Suddenly this partnership looking a bit ominous for the South Africans. India won the toss this morning if you have just joined us, and on a very good pitch that looks and ticks all the boxes for batting. They had no hesitation by deciding to have the first go, and started the second power play. In women's cricket, if you want to get accomplished with the rules, in men's cricket you have 3 power plays, but in women's cricket there's only 2. So first to 10 overs, only 2 fielders are allowed outside the ring, and then from the 11th to the 50th, 4 fielders are allowed outside.
New bowler introduced, more pace into the attack. Pace of Nadine de Klerk from the media box end. Keep slow this one, driven back to the bowler. You're right, Gamini, there is a number of differences in nuances and how the women's game is played compared to the men's in terms of playing conditions as well. Lighter balls. Even the inner circle measures 25 yards, not 30. Difference in size of the boundary as well.
A bit give you a bit more specifications on the ball there, Anish. The men's ball, 156 grams or 5.5 ounces. Women's ball, 142 grams. And for the 13 years and under, it's 135 grams. So those are the differences when it comes to ball.
And to those wondering as to why the difference, because women's palms are usually smaller. So it's about how you grip the ball, and there has been a lot of conversation in terms of adding ingenuity to the ICC playing conditions and calls for perhaps smaller balls in women's cricket.
Oh, for a moment I thought that was just heading towards the bowler's hands. That ball just gives you an indication that the pitch is starting to hold up a touch. Was she too early on the shot? And obviously the feet was a factor as well. See how where her feet were, that she was neither forward or back. So both feet were in line with the crease. That's why when it comes to batting on this one, she had a good base, and so that's why she was able to punch it. When you talk about batting, how important is your base? Your base is actually allowing you to transfer your weight from one leg to the other, and problem you have if you don't have a good base is when you get a ball that you don't expect to be, if it keeps low, or if it swings, or if it moves off the track. If you don't have a good base, it's very difficult to adjust.
This has been a very good start to her spell from Nadine de Klerk, the South Africa medium pacer. In fact, a pace bowling all-rounder. Has played so many important knocks for her side with the bat. Shuffles across, but plays it with a straight bat. End of Nadine de Klerk's first over. 11 gone. India 45 for no loss.
So we've been through 11 overs, 45. First power play produced 43 runs for the Indian batters. Once again, they've got a very good start it has been the story over the last few months, hasn't it, Onesha, when it comes to opening partnerships for India women's cricket, and these two have been very prominent and been very consistent also. So off spin, nicely played. This is what you need if you're going to be efficient in the second power play. The control of your hands and the bat speed. She had to wait for it, opened her bottom hand, got the gap on the offside. Very easy single.
Well, India have had a fair bit of game time this year already in ODIs, unlike South Africa, who last played the format, in fact last played an international series back in December at home against England. It was a multi-format series, went on to lose all 3 legs. Flighted from Suneli's. Single taken. So yeah, I mean, this is, as Captain Laura Wolfart said at the toss, a pivotal series for them to suss out the conditions which are going to be similar in India in the World Cup.
That's beautifully punched into the gap. The last 2 deliveries from the 2 batters, these are some of the highlights from the first 10 overs. A few boundaries, and there were some few loose ones as well from South Africa. That was probably the shot for the match so far for me from Mandana. And yeah, this time she got the length right.
And this time she used her wrists a lot more. She's both an off-break bowler and a leg break bowler, Suneli's. Use of the wrists and the fingers.
Yeah, against these 2 batters who are very strong on the offside, Onesha, having 5 fielders on the leg side, she can't be outside the stumps. She needs to be a lot straighter if you're going to be a penetrative one. And after 12 overs, India, who choose to bat, 49 for no loss.
So India 49 for no loss after 12 overs. Another good start for the Indians here. Smriti Mandana on 30 of 40, continuing her fine form. And Pratika Rawal, no surprises there, 19 of 32, continuing a string of good scores to start off her career. And declared 1 over, 2 runs given away. The most successful bowler for South Africa after the last World Cup.
Yeah, she's had a good run for South Africa, hasn't she, as that first change bowler. Of course, they are without their key strike bowler in Marizan Cap in this series, so a little bit more pressure on the likes of de Klerk.
Pratika Rawal once again, just like in that first game, very watchful to start things off, while Smriti Mandana is being the aggressor. So, talked about this that first game as well. Is both these batters, they understand their roles really well. The role clarity inside the Indian camp is picture perfect at the moment. All of them know what needs to be done. Plays it away on the leg side. Easy single there.
Yes, quite interesting actually, because Pratika Rawal is replacing a very, very aggressive batter in Shafali Verma. But in this partnership, she's very much the kind of more docile partner, looks to Mandana to get a lot of the runs and then just plays that second fiddle really well. So it's interesting how the tactics of this Indian side also maybe have changed in the last couple of years with her inclusion.
Pratika Raval. She does have the ability to score runs quickly, but she's someone who accumulates runs rather than trying to go hard at it. So very contrasting to how Shafali Verma scores runs. So Karabu Meso, 93rd women's ODI cricketer for South Africa. Brilliant run for her in that 50 over domestic tournament, 275 runs, the third highest scorer for the Lions team, who went on to win the championship.
Yeah, and as Roshan and Haritha spoke about, at such a young age, the ability she has shown and the temperament she has shown is really impressive, and I guess that's why we're seeing her making her debut at 17.
We're seeing a lot of teenagers making the news these days when it comes to cricket. Just yesterday at the IPL, Vaibhav Suryavanshi scoring 100 of 35 deliveries, just 14 years old. So a lot of youngsters coming up the ranks in all the formats all around the globe. So that's the end of the 13th over. 52 for Nolas India. Smriti Mandana on 31, Pratika Raval on 21. No extra runs given away so far by South Africa. Good discipline shown for the first 13 overs. Once again, big shot from loose. Slightly expensive here. 3.1, 20 runs she has given away. So going at over 6 runs per over when the current run rate for India is around 4.
Yeah, but it's good to see Sunelu's back with the ball. Had a period of time in the recent past where she wasn't bowling at all. Did start off as very much one of the core spinners for South Africa. So it's good to see her back, particularly in these conditions, with her ability to bowl both leg spin and off spin. She could be a really critical part of South Africa's upcoming World Cup squad as well.
So loose in the last 3 overs, 3 years, Mr. I think she did perform well as a batter as well for South Africa. Over 500 runs since the last World Cup. A century to her name as well.
Yeah, she has made that kind of transformation into one of their better batters. But always good to have that extra kind of option with the ball as well for someone who bats in your top order. So with her back with the ball, that gives Laura Woolward a lot of options.
Again, slightly short against Pratika Raval. Gives her the opportunity to just get that single on the leg side quite easily. Now Smriti Mandana, she has scored heaps of runs against South Africa in that last bilateral series. 343 runs, SL 117, 90 and 136 in the 3 games. And to continue that, she's on 32 at the moment.
Yeah, she did look really good in the previous game as well. Having said that, that's the end of the 14th over. India 56 for no loss.
I'm with you, go.
So going at 4 runs per over at the moment, India. Watchful start. Smriti Mandana and Pratika Raval. Smriti Mandana trying to increase that rate a little bit in the last few overs. Once again takes a single. So South Africa, them I believe getting used to the weather conditions here in Sri Lanka at the moment. I think that will be one of the main challenges during this try series.
Yeah, it's very, very hot, isn't it? We were down there before the match began. very, very hot out there. It's just sweltering heat. We haven't had too much rain just before this game.
7 fours so far in this innings from South Africa. They have managed to keep that run rate under control, but it's the wickets column that they'll be a bit concerned about, because we all know what this Indian batting lineup can do. They can all of a sudden get that run rate up to 6 and then just completely explode away.
Yeah, I don't think India will be too worried about the run rate, because they've got two set batters out there, and as you said, we know what they can do. They've got the firepower in the middle order as well that can go hard in the middle of the innings, so they won't be too concerned. There you go, Pratika Rawal writing her name in the record books, becomes the fastest woman to 500 ODI runs, going past Charlotte Edwards, who, if she can emulate what Edwards did in her career, she'll have a very, very good one.
Yes, indeed, yes. And just as we were talking about her, she brings up a boundary as well. Look at the names on that list as well. I see Belinda Clark, Tali Raj, Nicole Bolton. I probably didn't get the connection she was looking for there, but a boundary anyway.
Yeah, it's basically the definition of grabbing an opportunity, isn't it, what she's done? Just on the teenagers you were talking about, Meso obviously making her debut today at 17. She's the third player from the South African under-19 squad from this year's World Cup that has made it to the senior side as well. So they are looking towards the youth, like many other teams around the world.
Cut away by Pratika Rawal, another single. So 6 runs off this over. 62 for no loss after 15 India. Uh, 62 runs, the first wicket partnership at the moment. Pratika Rawal and Smriti Mandana. Once again, their partnership in that first game, 54 runs for the first wicket. So continuing the good work. It's always important that the openers give their teams a good start.
Okay, sir. Yeah, you shout. Yeah, like that. Go, go! Hiya.
So a new bowler introduced into the attack.
Left.
Malaba to hold some spin.
Who is he? Go.
Yeah, Malapa didn't have the greatest of 2024s. This is her first game, or South Africa's first game in 2025. So 2024, 9 innings, just 8 wickets,
Come left, come left.
striking at 41.87. So not the best of times, but she is and has been consistently one of the better left-arm spinners in the world over the last couple of years.
Left where you want me?
They need a wicket here, South Africa. They need to make sure that they break this momentum these two opening batters are creating for India. Because what they're doing is they are setting up the foundation for a very big score. And with the spinners that India do have, South Africa, it will be very hard for them to chase a huge target in the afternoon. Smriti Mandana with South Africa, 819 runs, average 54.60, strike rate 93.60, high score of 136, which we scored in that previous game, which they played against South Africa. And Pandey Oh, hesitation, a direct hit would have been the end. Needed a direct hit there. And she practically gave up Smriti Mandana.
Yeah, that was the opportunity for Meso to right away make an impact, wasn't it? She could have taken a bit more time, directed that throw because, as you said, Smriti Mandana had basically given up.
Oi! Come, Darky!
So they continue to get those singles and the twos, Mandana and Rawal. Yeah, she was not even in the frame, Smriti
Left,
Mandana.
left.
Oh! Very, very close that time.
Just on that run out opportunity, I like the awareness from Meso.
Yeah,
She went
lefty.
for Mandana's end. She could have found a dismissal on the other end as well, but knows the importance of getting Smriti Mandana out.
So that's the end of another 60 overs done. India 67 for no loss. De Klerk to continue 3 overs, none for 11.
Come, Wolf! Go!
Yeah, unable to stop that inside the circle.
That's good running once again from the Indian pair. We saw that in the last over as well. Pratika Rawal slowly but surely just catching up with Smriti Mandana now. She's moved on to 34 or 50. So she's kind of pressing her foot on the accelerator. She's doing that without taking too many risks.
Pratika Rawal very, very convincing in the way that she scores runs. Just knows exactly where the fielders are. Always manages to find those gaps very easily. Boundaries so far. Now South Africa. Skipper Laura Wolfhard, I think she'll try to use all the options possible now to bring in that first breakthrough. They need that desperately here. 70 runs already. Because at the moment now the bowlers are actually troubling the two Indian batters at all. They're just too comfortable out there in the middle, and you can't let the batters be that much comfortable in the middle.
Yeah, I was about to ask where does South Africa look for their first wicket, because none of the bowlers have really looked that dangerous, except perhaps Masabata Class creating a couple of opportunities with the shorter delivery. You get the feeling that the pitch isn't as good for batting as you would think, because the ball does stop on the batters a couple of times.
We did see that happening now and then, but still these two batters, they have managed to tackle that really well. Now got the drinks break coming up after this delivery. So the first hour of this second game belongs to India. 17 overs done, 70 runs on the board, no wickets for South Africa so far. 70 for no loss after 17 overs. India Pratika Raval on 35 of 51, and Smriti Mandana on 35 of 51. So no extras. No, in that aspect, South African bowlers have been very, very disciplined. Unfortunately, what it really matters is the wickets, and unfortunately, they have not been able to get those breakthroughs. So I think this is a much needed break for them, is to probably to rethink their strategies going into the next few overs.
Yeah, and an opportunity for India as well. I mean, if you look at the batting lineup on screen, they bat very, very deep. So there is an opportunity here to maybe kick on, start to score a bit quicker so that they can get to a big total. Of course, we've been talking about the preparation for the World Cup, and what better way than to get all of your batters in and get them scoring runs and get them to have the feel of things out there in the middle. So good opportunity for both teams to get that little bit of a break, rethink how they want to go for the rest of the innings. That's the bowling lineup, no wickets. They bowled well, not given away too many runs. Highlights from that first hour of play. Smriti Mandana, a couple of boundaries in that over of Ayabonga Kaka. That was brilliant timing, wasn't it? It just races through to the boundary. Pratika Rawal then later on getting going. Lovely shot outside the off stump. Has managed to find the gaps really well in this innings, particularly in this in the latter part of it.
Once again, the record that Pratika Rawal did manage to break a few overs ago, fastest to 500 runs in women's ODIs, breaking the record of Charlotte Edwards. What a legend she is when it comes to women's cricket. And Pratika Rawal breaking that record, scoring 500 runs in 8 innings. Charlotte Edwards in 9 innings. Nicole Bolton for Australia in 11. Belinda Clark for Australia in 12. Wendy Watson for England in 12. And Mithali Raj scoring the 500 runs in just 13 innings.
Yeah, incredible achievement, as we mentioned before. Just though to talk about Mithali and Charlotte Edwards, perhaps those 9 and 13 innings came across a couple of years. Pratika fortunate enough to play in an era where cricket is much more frequent for the women.
$70 runs the partnership at the moment, and still this is the 8th instance that these two are opening the batting for India, and in only one match they did not manage to get to that 50-run mark as a pair. So let me tell you the numbers. 110 to begin the partnership, the first ever game these two batted together, 110 in the next one, then the only one below 50, 22 runs. Those two against West Indies, and then against Ireland, 70 in the first match, 156 in the next one, 233 in the next one, and then 54 in the last match, and 70 in this one. Over 800 runs, averaging over 100 whenever these two came out to bat as the opening pair for India.
Yeah, it's been special from them, isn't it? And it's encouraging, particularly going into a home World Cup. Of course, tougher opposition to come. I think they've got a couple of series against England and Australia. So it should be a bigger challenge for these two openers. But I mean, going by what Smriti has done over the last year and Pratika's start in her career, looks like they'll be hard to stop in the future as well.
Without no ball. Let's play without no ball.
So Malaba to continue. Probably a bit short in that first over. On over 5 runs given away. The diving fielder unable to stop that. Another single. So although this opening partnership, when it comes to international cricket terms, it's relatively new. But these two have batted for so long together in the 7 games that they did in the games before this. I think these two understand each other really, really well.
Come lefty, come ladies, come on.
We spoke about the roles, didn't we? About understanding your role and how you want to go about things, and that's what they've seen success with. Smriti, of course, goes harder earlier in the innings. Pratika then kicks on later on. So it's worked well for them. But they'll want to kick on here. They'll want to make big scores individually. Smriti was looking so good in the previous game as well, but soft dismissal to get out.
Lefty, lefty.
Now 8 boundaries, that's 32 runs. So these two have added 40 runs by just running. So it shows how much these two rotate the strike. Well, that's one of the key features in this partnership. In all the numbers that we mentioned earlier in the previous 7 encounters, that's what these two did. They make sure they keep the scoreboard moving, and whenever there's a loose ball, they do manage to pounce. That's the specialty of these two.
From South Africa's point of view, they need to try and do something different now, because they can't let this partnership simply continue without trying to get them to do something different, because at the moment this pair is just milking the singles. They're just rotating the strike. They're not looking to take any risks.
Once again, not the best of deliveries. So 74 runs on the board for India after 18. They're going along smoothly here. Not looking good for South Africa at the moment, and it's time for a change in the com box.
Deep square, third sweeper. Zoe, do that please. Yeah, you can. Too much. That's correct. Change spoiler. Right arm out you.
Very good start by India, I'll tell you. They're just carrying on from where they left against Sri Lanka. Well, they've been matching each other, the openers. The opening partnership was over 50 in the last game, and now they've just bettered it, 76. Look at how they're matching each other. 54 balls, 55 balls, 37 and 38. Must be pleased, Onisha, to see the Indian openers doing so well here after they won the toss and decided to bat. How are you? Enjoying the cricket?
Currently, Pratika Rawal seems to be enjoying the cricket more than I am, certainly. Getting a few freebies here and there, like that one. Just got a little bit of top edge, flew over the wicketkeeper's head, got a fortuitous 4. I certainly am, Roshan. And look at that ball wayward. Just got some part of that bottom edge of the bat of Pratika Rawal, and she couldn't help but smile, have a bit of a chuckle alongside Smriti Mandhana. Not that she's in need of luck as far as her run scoring slew is concerned, but she wouldn't mind getting freebies like that even.
Well, they say you make your own luck, and that last delivery lacked pace, so she was swinging top of the bat, and she deserves every run she scores because she's looked so good, I must tell you, for someone so early in her career. Once again, down the leg side, and not great wicket keeping. Loves the batter, that extra run, and also the wide. Now South Africa under a lot of pressure here at the moment, and bounce that time, and that's called a wide as well. So it's not been a great over. So she's gone for a few, but just coming off a different climatic condition for South Africa, and to come here in one of the hottest parts, hottest periods of Sri Lanka with that high humidity levels, it must be also taking a lot out of them, honestly, both on cricket wise. Now they're asking for a catch, and it's given. Well, she struck. Would you believe it?
A wayward delivery gets Darkson the wicket. Smriti Mandhana can't believe it. that she's nudged it back to the wicket keeper. All she can afford now is do a bit of shadow, rectify it in her head. It started out on the wrong line, this delivery. The pull didn't come off and took a bit of a brush off the glove. Nicely pouched by Mesu, the debutant here. That's a first in South Africa colours. Smriti Mandhana has to depart for 35. India lose their first wicket for 83.
Tell you what, she started off rather waywardly, Dirksen, but all sins are forgiven because she's just got a big wicket in Smriti Mandhana and broken the opening partnership. And Diol continues to bat at number 3. Now she batted at number 3 in the last game, and India persisting with her in this position. Now I'll be interested to see what the approach would be. Last time too, Diol came in, she was cautious. That's what she brings to the table. Mid-30s the average, strike rate just under 80. She's got 100 in her career, so speaks of what she could do as a batter. She's on strike, but it's very important that there is some intent shown, unlike in that game against Sri Lanka.
Oh, she's bending her back, isn't she? She's fired up now. And that has been adjudged a wide delivery. It's all been extras. And a wicket. And the big fish, Smriti Mandhana.
It's certainly way above her head, but having said that, I can tell you that Dirksen is fairly sharp as a fast bowler. She looks to be the quickest that we have seen so far in this tournament. But what she needs to do is ensure that she controls her radar. She's all over the place. So she needs to first try and settle down into a nice line and length, get into that zone, get into that rhythm, and then start looking for those deliveries, that variety we talk of. At the moment, she's been going down the leg side quite a bit, and quite a few wides bowled, which is not good for her and for her confidence.
But she'll absolutely cherish that prize scalp of Smriti Mandhana's. And look at that delivery. Wasn't a wicket-taking delivery really, but Smriti Mandhana has had a few runs where she's gotten herself into positions like that and ended up edging something back to the keeper. And her slew of very good scores against South Africa ends this time without scoring a half century. 117, 36, 90 in her previous 3 knocks against this opposition in her record-breaking year last year at home. And look who's en route to perhaps scripting a record of their own in terms of dishing out wides.
Yeah, I think the control is definitely lacking in the case of Dirksen. I believe she's trying to bowl too quickly. She is looking for that extra yard of pace, and she seemed to lose the control that you would expect someone to have at this stage. And these are easy runs for the Indian openers, just into the Indian batters, I must say. Now that is a very good shot. Has it gone all the way? It has. And pure timing brings up the half century from Pritika Rawal. What an innings. 50, and she reaches it in fine style.
That's not a shot, that is a statement from Pratika Rawal. Stand and deliver, assess the length so well, picked it up with elan and swatted it into the mid-wicket region. What a way to get to her 5th consecutive half century. Pratika Rawal is making quite the headlines.
Finally, the over comes to an end. It's a massive over, 19 runs from Dirksen. He's got a wicket, so 19 overs done. It is 94 for 1. Pratika Rawal 51 or 59. Diol just in 1 of 1, 94 for 1. And we speak so highly of what we see before us with the Indian women's cricket. Pratika Rawal making waves here. What about Indian cricket? I mean, Vaibhav Suryavanshi has been spoken of so highly with their IPL knock, the quickest Indian to get 100 in T20 cricket, the youngest to do that just behind Chris Gale. And now we see Pratika Rawal, and you say she's making a statement, and definitely she's made more than a statement. And I think what the world would like to know, or the world would like to hear, is the model where India seem to be finding this talent from nowhere and throwing up and displaying them in stages like this.
A lot of effort is indeed going on behind the scenes in terms of scouting these talents. A lot of good work being done by the selectors who are out there scouting players for the national side, looking at the multi-day format, one-day format, T20s. And of course, the WPL scouts themselves as well have done a good work. Appeal there from left-arm spinner Malaba.
I think India is making the rest of the world envious. Because, I mean, the type of talent that they're throwing up and the talent they have in their bank.
Your lefty, your left.
Question is, Roshan, when have they not?
Well, there was a time they didn't, honestly. There was a time that they struggled. That was some time ago, though. Not in the recent past. I mean, I do remember with the... Well, this is look at Pratika Rawal's knock, and what an innings. Some lovely forcing shots. Not afraid to pull. And she was a little bit lucky as well, but doesn't matter. And then this was that shot, the statement she made with that 6. What a way to reach a half century, and a very well made knock. The 5th consecutive, quickest to reach 500 runs in women's cricket in ODI. And we're counting still. She's made 52 of 60. And just on the subject that we were talking about, there was a time until I believe, this is my personal opinion, until the IPL was introduced, and then beyond. I think that's the new face of Indian cricket. Up to that point, I felt India didn't have all this talent on display. I don't think there were many that was seen and noted of, but with this introduction, it's been different.
That's definitely the story of Indian men's cricket, Roshan. As far as women's cricket is concerned, there have been great servants of the game. It's just that they were not as visible as they are in this generation, in this era. And a big part was played by the 2017 ODI World Cup campaign of India's, where they finished runners-up to England in the UK. Was quite the inflection point. That end of the 20th over, India, for the loss of Smriti Mandhana's wicket, are 97 right now.
Right, 97 for 1 in 20 overs. Yeah, it's a very interesting topic to try and dive into and talk about the history and talk about the visibility of today and what it used to be in the past. And just talking about women's cricket.
Change bowler. Left arm round to you.
So Tryon coming on for the first time. So she's got that leg side field. Looks like an off spinner. Is she, or a left armer? Well, with the field, I thought she bowls off spin because she had 5 on the leg side and 4 on the off, but he's more left arm orthodox. But just to add to that point I was trying to make, see, to me, Indian women's cricket, well, before that, this is what she has achieved. A bit of experience, 106 games, pretty decent economy. To me, Indian women's cricket, until recently, maybe until this century, was Shanta Rangaswamy. That was the only name I remembered. And that was the name I've heard of. And I knew that she was a special player. And the world spoke only about her, at least the world that I read and saw spoke only about her.
And there's a reason, well, multiple reasons why the world spoke so highly of her during her playing days, and even now a legend of the game. The first woman to lead an Indian cricket team, the first woman to win a test series for India, and the first woman to receive a Lifetime Achievement Award from the BCCI, and that's just a few of her many achievements.
See, it doesn't take anything away from the rest of the team, but it's this name that has stuck with me when it came to Indian women's cricket.
And you've also got to mention the likes of other legends, other pioneers on whose shoulders lie the legacy of the current crop. The likes of Diana Edilji, Sandhya Agarwal, Shubhangi Kulkarni, Lopamudra Banerjee. It will require a documentary or so to be able to chronicle their achievements properly. End of the 21st over, India 99 for 1.
Lefty. Go left. Come lefty.
Lefty is what they call Nonkuleleku Malaba. That's a nickname.
Which one? Lefty?
Yes, lefty is a nickname.
Okay. I like how you cotton on to the South African names. You know, I'll struggle a lot with this Malaba because lovely drive again. Through extra cover this time, she should get a boundary, and she does, and brings up the 100. That was beautifully done again by Raval.
She's finding the boundaries at will. Excellent showing from both these batters. It was Harleen Diol who used her feet so well this time around, pierced the gap in the covers.
One thing is, surface has been good, but take nothing away from the way the Indian top order has batted. The openers were exceptional. Pritika Raval has been very good, 54 of 64. In the air, but it's going to fall safe and very nearly. Yes, it did. It's 4. It is definitely 4. Wrong foot at the fielder. That happens at square leg. That was not covered by the fielder, and allows Pritika Raval to get another boundary.
She struggled figuring out as to where the ball was landing, and the spin then at deep backward square leg got the better of the fielder. Made a bit of a hash of that, but it happens every so often in the game. And fielding is going to be in the spotlight across this tournament, because all three teams have had a history of being a bit iffy at times, under pressure, have gone on to lose World Cups because of that, if I may put it that way. None, by the way, from these three teams have won a senior women's World Cup just yet. Could that change in India come September, October is the question. Easy. Very easy to the eye, and of course for Pritika Raval herself, threading the gaps, picking the singles, and of course getting the boundaries every now and then. End of the 22nd over, India 109 for 1.
Well, that's where India is at the moment. They're looking very solid and strong. 109 for 1. Not even at the halfway stage. It's a beautiful day, and I know that the temperatures are going to be really tough and challenging for the South African women. Tryon will continue. She got a good first over, just 2 runs. Very Interesting feel she's got. I say interesting. Now this is short and wide. Should, I think, get the boundary. It is. So this is what surprises me, because she's got 5 on the leg side. She's going round the wicket and she's bowling short and wide.
Terrific stroke back and across and slashed it past the diving fielder at point. Beat Tasman Breeds at deep point as well. Picked up another 4. Pratika Rawal has been a delight to watch so far. Delectable footwork from her. Balletic almost.
You seem to speak very big English words. I don't understand half of them.
Not sure if I should take that as a compliment or
It
otherwise.
is. It is a compliment. She deserves every bit of praise that you're giving her. But short and wide again.
And she deserves all of that praise because, hey,
I just told you, yes, it does. Well done to you.
thank you very much. And thank you, Pratika Rawal, because she's having that kind of a run in international series for India, because we could have lost. The sport of cricket could have lost her to basketball. Played both, dabbled in both in her school days, but it was her father, a basketball coach and also a BCCI 11-1 certified umpire, who said, hey, you've got to choose one, try excelling in one. And she decided to go for cricket because she would get injured a lot. Started dislocating her shoulder as well every now and then playing basketball. And cricket is definitely richer for her having chosen the sport, isn't it?
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Indeed. So 114 for 1 into the 23rd over. And yeah, she's making a massive impression here. Let's not even talk about the statements. Statements are made already, but it's the impression. We speak about temperaments. It's so important. You know, whatever positions you may play, and she is obviously starting her career. She's replaced somebody, Shefali Verma, who played a different kind of a game, and I'd seen Shefali Verma bat, and coming into those shoes, so playing a different game and succeeding and scoring runs at a fairly decent nick, it's very good.
The players are having a bit of a sip out in the middle because it's really taxing and hot. Wet towels out in operation.
Yeah, that's true. It must be challenging, as we said, more so for the South Africans than the Indian batters. They obviously come from climates that they're quite prone to, and this is the problem. So that little finger seemed to have caused some issue to try on.
And in the lead up to the series, at the pre-series media briefing, every captain was asked as to how important able handling of the conditions is going to be, and we can already see how crucial a factor that is going to be across this series. A look at how South Africa and India fared the last time they played, and that was in India. Smriti Mandhana scored back-to-back 50+ scores thrice on the trot, 200s, 190. India ended up winning by 6 wickets. They were fairly blanked, if I may put it that way, South Africa. And the last time these two sides played in Sri Lanka was nothing short of historic, because it was the last match of the 2017 ODI World Cup qualifiers, and Harmanpreet Kaur ended up playing a blinder of a knock and clinched a 1-wicket win for India, batting with the tail. India played that final and of course went on to eke out that berth to the 2017 ODI World Cup, which of course we spoke about, and how crucial it is now in the history of the women's game in the country. Zoe Tryon is back after a little bit of a repair work with her finger.
23 overs done. It's 115 for 1. Right, that's the second 50 quite quickly done. 114 for 1. In fact, 114 for 1 in 23 overs. They're going at a very good speed. India, good click at the moment. And South Africa, in search of those wickets in the middle overs, always crucial in any wide ball game. Is you finish the first power play, then the second power play becomes so important because you don't just let batters come into the last 10 overs and look to blast. So you try and get rid of the set batters all the time, try and keep knocking over. So that South Africa hasn't been able to do regularly. Kaka's back, just bowled 4 overs, and now she's coming in for her second spell.
She's clearly their premier wicket-taking option. And if you look at India's batting lineup, there's so much ammunition in the dressing room, padded up. Jemima Rodrigues will probably slot in at number 4. Harmanpreet Kaur to follow. Richa Ghosh. So the platform, the top 3 have set so far, is something that the following batters would love to capitalize on. And that is what they are trying. You know, one of the key things on their agenda is to see if they can build that platform, build a template out of it, and create a launch pad from which to end the innings with a bit of a flourish. Flicked into the leg side is going to be a tricky run. A direct hit could have made matters much closer than it turned out to be eventually. Good intent from Pratika, but a little precarious also, I would think.
Yeah, it was. She was not grounding her bat in the way she should, and the throw was wide. Coaches would advise you to start doing that at least about 2 feet or maybe 2 meters away from the crease rather than you plant it. So I felt that she was more planting it rather than really grounding the bat.
Well, that has been the talk of the town in the Indian women's cricket history, because in the 2023 T20 World Cup, a certain Harmanpreet Kaur's bat got stuck into the turf in the semi-final against Australia, and the rest is history. India were knocked out at Cape Town. Australia went on to clinch the trophy, unsurprisingly.
You speak about the importance of these tournaments and playing against countries like this, and also building on platforms like what they have at the moment. These are the learnings that teams will want to try and capitalize on. So now they are in a good position. Where will they finish? Now this is a little chip over mid-wicket, should run away to the boundary. It's a good way to end the over. It's 119 for 1 at the end of 24.
Good partnership building up once again between these two. So the Indian women making great headway. Thought Tyrone looked a little bit more organized with the bowling in the first couple of overs. That is going to be the case. It's going to be a tough call. bowler overs in a row. Oh, get a break in her spell.
That's the first real bad ball from Chloe. Her lengths have been pretty good so far. Into a third over, 9 runs. Yeah, I like the way she's operating, right, left arm round the wicket, getting a bit of drift towards the right-hander's pads. There you are. And she's got the field to back that up. Short fine leg, short mid-wicket. 3 on the boundary line on the onside, long on, deep mid-wicket and a deep square leg. So her line of attack is pretty much towards the stumps.
Pretty efficient to end the 25th over, and India ladies are 123 for 1.
So 1, 2, 3 for 1. Pratika Raval 64 of 77. Haritha. She's putting up a clinic, isn't she? Into a right match, and she's got Bradman-like figures, really, averaging nearly 90 now.
I've been happy with how she's getting about. The busy body, plays well off her front foot, off her back foot. On either side of the wicket, runs very efficiently. Attributes that make a batter very spicy to watch. Diol, on the other hand, has been finding the fielders despite some good stroke play.
Yeah, well weighted shot from Diol. It's an important pace for the Indian batters and even for the South Africans for that matter. Halfway through, 25 overs gone, 9 wickets still in the shed, so they have laid the foundation to get somewhere around between 250 275. It's still got some powerful strikers to come as well. Haritha. Jamima is a very busy player. Harmanpreet, a powerful striker. Visha Ghosh. They all can. Oh, that's magnificently played. It wasn't the half volley that we should be playing through extra cover. Deliberately had no idea to control it along the ground.
Intentionally played. She got the gap and decent strike enough. But I'm sure she's waiting to hit it a little bit harder and higher than what she actually ended up with. The boundary results, nevertheless.
That kept low. Yeah, what amazes me with Pratika is that she's not a player that who premeditates her shots that much. She plays the way it comes on its merit. But a couple of times you've seen her taking risk, and she knows exactly that fine line between the risk and reward.
The partnership closing in on a half century. Better than run a ball. That's what is important as far as the team is concerned. 26 completed, 129 for 1 India.
Currently they are going at 4.96. That will get them to 248. But with the 9 wickets in hand, they'll be looking to build that total between 6 to 7 runs per over. So 300 is not out of the question. All depends on how well they go in the next 10 overs or so. Once again, nice line. Minor victory for Trayon, but like I mentioned, that's a perfect line when you're bowling left arm round the wicket. He's not a big turner of the ball, but Sometimes when you get that drift towards the pads, you need to cover the line and the drift, or the turn, I should say.
The good thing about it is she knows how to use the flight very well. The last moment, she would just put the ball in the air, sufficient enough to keep the batter interested.
Wait.
You can see that the pressure is now slowly on the batting side to
Nice, Chloe.
make the work that they are really looking at.
Yeah, this kind of bowling that will get you a wicket. 2 dot balls suddenly. Once again, she's got it on a string at the moment, landing every delivery on a coin. Fielder at mid-on goes to the long on area. Once again, beautifully bowled. So 4 dot balls. Indian batters are looking to be efficient as they can in these middle overs, but this kind of bowling, certainly you can sense that something's going to happen. There was a noise. Maybe the bat hit in the ground ever so slightly, but the umpire said no, there was nothing, so it will be a wide.
They do know was prompt in a call. A well bowled. Kept the batter busy right through that over. That was the better part of that over from Tyrone. 27 completed. India 131 for 1.
The only wicket was Mandana, 36 off 54. These two were put on 48 at nearly run a ball, 50 balls. So India sitting nicely. 131. Changing the bowling.
The wicket taker. She was all over the place. 10 ball over. First over, but it was a wicket taking over too. Went for 19. In the first 10 overs, India, after being sent to bat, or rather elected to bat, 43 in that power play. In the next 10 overs, they made another 54 runs without losing anything else. Now from 97 up to 131. That's 34 runs of the last 7 overs.
Yeah, Dirksen was given the ball, but another change. So they've gone for Class. Yeah, she's going to bowl from that Maligawat end. We saw her trying few short ones in order to pick up a wicket. Will she try the same tactic? She's got protection on the onside, deep square leg and long leg.
She started bowling at the start of the innings from this end. And was reasonably economical, especially in the first 2 overs. But this is a different situation. These two batters have been there long enough. They are batting fluently. They're seeing the ball well. And the heat is showing on the fielding side too. Understood. Coming off of winter.
Yeah, it's mighty important. I think even at the press conference from all 3 skippers mentioned about how to manage the conditions in Colombo these days, and it's, you know, I was looking at the weather report, Haritha, staggering 85% humidity. 7 bowlers use thus far. Class into her 5th.
rotating the strike very well. This is one aspect that I've been impressed with these Indian batters. Top heavy, excellent, well-oiled unit. The Silver Cup giving them another opportunity to be groomed very well for the upcoming Women's World Cup.
Opportunity. Well, she did the hard work. The hardest thing is to get there, and she got there. But oops, she goes, and that's all to the wound. That's gone to the boundary as well.
Sometimes the stay. That was Tyrone making ground. It was in the air for an agonizing period of time. Got there, couldn't just hold on. She was still running. Not in control, so I would imagine. But these catches has to be taken.
Yeah, Chloe will be very disappointed with that. That was an opportunity to get ever so consistent travel out, but wasn't to be. She moves to 75 with another boundary. Third man up in the circle. Oh, there's a miss up. Well. I think that's out. She's gone upstairs, umpire Dedunu, but I think Harleen just stood there. She was ball watching. Rawal called for a single.
It was her call. It was the batter's call.
Referral for run out. Can you give me the best side or angle of the run out? Yeah, roll it. Yeah, I'm just trying to establish whether the bails have been completely removed. Can you give me a front on, please, on that? Yeah, bails have been dislodged after the batsman has made a ground. So I have a decision for the giant screen. My decision is not out.
Over, right? It's over.
Well, that's an interesting one. She was miles short, Harleen Diol, but the lack of impact from the keeper. There was no, she just brushed the stumps, so the bail was still intact.
It was not completely dislodged from its position. That's what umpire Lyndon Hannibal took into account. Oh. Both batters have given a reprieve in consecutive overs. This could be quite a decisive aspect of the final outcome of this game. Such a big mix-up, and they survive it.
Yeah. Luck is with the Indians at the moment. In two deliveries, they could have dismissed both batters. Praval catch to deep square leg. Harleen Diol run out opportunity. There's that short one again. Controlled pull shot from Harleen, getting her hands up high to low, coming down on it. Comfortable single to finish. That was an eventful over. Could have had 2 wickets for the South Africans, but wasn't to be. 139 for 1 after 28.
So how do you get a wicket? How do you affect the breakthrough? This is the one bowler whom we think could make the decisive breakthrough and put a break to this partnership, which is threatening. Almost a run a ball, 56 so far for the second wicket.
Yeah, at the moment, Chloe is doing her bit for the team from one end. What South Africa need at the moment is to find another partner from the other end. They need to build up a good bowling partnership. She's building enough pressure by bowling those top balls. There is that, that's a magnificent shot. Because we saw this ploy from the South Africans in that last over from Chloe as well. The first 3-4 balls, they had 6 fielders inside the ring. The last 2, she goes to long on. But this one, the third ball, Arlene realized that the fielder was inside the circle and she took a chance and very well executed as well. So there comes the boundary, release the pressure. I'll tell you what, it would have been good night nurse had that hit the stumps too. There was another opportunity, another half a chance.
They're trying to take the attack to the bowlers. They've just not been very confident with Tyrone.
And I'll tell you what, I think the fielding coach will be very disappointed as well because the bowler had no interest in getting behind the stumps. Chloe, nicely played into the gap.
They're using these gaps to their advantage. Very good run in between wickets once again. 29 completed. India 145 for 1. And this is the latest addition to this venue here, the swimming pool. Long time in coming. Finally, the Minister of Sports and the Deputy Minister was there. President of the Cricket Board and the entire hierarchy. This for the development of the game. Wonderful sight. Very refreshing for these hot days.
But I'll tell you what, this is tempting. It's about 34 degrees at the moment. I don't mind getting into that. Yeah, that's another feather in the hat for Sri Lanka cricket. That's a lovely facility. The guy who's cutting the ribbon, not Chamari Athapattu and Sanat Jayasuriya, on the right hand side, Sukat Tilakaratne. You have seen him running, haven't you?
I saw him win a gold medal in 1998 Asian Games in Thailand. He was called the Vidulipura Express. Remember, he beat the world record holder and the hot favorite, the American, in the 400 meters heat.
Again, a premeditated shot. One of the very few occasions we've seen Rava looking to for an innovative shot. We have hurried on to her a little. Yeah, certainly beaten for speed. The length was there. The idea was to go over mid-wicket. She had done that before with success. She hit a massive 6. Didn't she, from the other end? This time it's all along the ground. Yeah, kudos to Sri Lanka cricket. All these facilities that the players require these days, they are trying their best to cover their angles and building a platform for them to perform. And it's up to the players really these days. And there's only you can control the things that you can, and that's what Sri Lanka cricket is doing. Slower delivery, nicely bowled.
With all these variations by the bowler, it won't be beneficial to them if the fielding unit is not supporting them. That's what is happening at the moment for the South African ladies. They're talking about those facilities. best of the facilities that are being made available around the country by Sri Lanka Cricket.
Diol is on 24 after 35. Pratika Rawal is doing Pratika Rawal things at the moment. That is to bat. She probably won that Indian brain trust be looking to bat through the innings.
Bat through the innings? It's hot. It's tough.
Yeah, Rawal was dropped on 75 by Chloe, a deep square leg. Once again, gets behind that one, nicely tucked towards the onside. Yeah, it's hard work for the bowlers, particularly not only bowling against some quality batters, but the conditions as well, Haritha. The South Africans coming from winter into...
Yeah, it's hot. The last 10 overs, they have so far added with the ball remaining. Another 51 runs going at a decent rate. They are well in course to get to that 260, 270 total that you were talking about. End of 30. India electing to bat 148 for 1.
Come across, please, Laura. Change bowler. Left arm round to you.
Second 50-plus partnership for India in their second match of the Server Cup Women's Tri-Nation ODI series. They already have one win under their belt, and they have put on quite the show already with the bat in this one.
Yeah, they've been fantastic so far, not giving too many opportunities to the South Africans to make inroads. And the opportunities they have given, unfortunately, have not been capitalized on by the South Africans.
Come left, come left.
Absolutely, Estelle. Welcome back to the commentary box, and you're on the money with that assessment. South Africa have shelled a couple of chances, missed out a few run-out opportunities. Pratika dropped on 71, Harleen on 18. So questions being asked of their fielding unit at this point. New head coach Mandla Mashimbi will be taking notes for sure. Was appointed as full-time head coach of South Africa ahead of the ODI series late last year. And this is his second assignment and first one overseas. So it's still a think tank in transition, Estelle. And you've got to give them that benefit of doubt as to how they can go about finding those correct permutations and combinations for themselves.
Oh, yeah! Beautiful delivery on that occasion. Malaba strikes. Just turning just that little bit away from Rawal, and she's gone for 78. What a fantastic delivery.
Absolutely super from the experienced bowler. Malaba gets the breakthrough. Pratika Rawal can only stand and watch, but what a superb knock has this been from Pratika. Yet again, her 5th half century on the trot. Won't be 100 this time around. Falls 22 short, has to depart for 78, but well played, young woman. And after the 38th over, it's 151 for 2, 30.4 in fact. Time for drinks in the middle. Both teams will have a little bit of a sip in these muggy and humid conditions. A partnership broken. Pratika Rawal just falls 22 short of what could have been her second 100. Looked well poised to get to that landmark, didn't she? 50 plus partnerships with both Mandana and then with Harleen Diyal has laid the platform beautifully for India to launch from here on. And out in the middle is not Jemima Rodrigues, it's India's captain Harmanpreet Kaur in at number 4. The India captain giving her a bit of a promotion, and it's good to see because she needs to get some game time under her belt because this is her first series this year. Did not play the Ireland series at home. So Jemima will have to wait for her turn in the middle. It's still padded up.
Yeah, India have got a massive batting lineup, don't they? They bat really, really deep. So it's a good opportunity for Harmanpreet to maybe come out there and play with some freedom. That's the South African bowling attack. Economy rates are pretty good, but that wickets column is what will trouble them. And we were just coming into a period of play where you were wondering what's going to happen. Where do they look to for a wicket? Malaba has struck, and they will hope that it's just the opening they need to get into that deep Indian batting lineup.
Seven bowlers deployed by South Africa. 2 wickets reaped off that effort. First by Aneri Dirksen. A bit of a wayward delivery getting the wicket of Smriti Mandana, and then Malaba with her left arm spin, castling Pratika Rawal for 78. Still a lot of batting left in India's arsenal. And it's time perhaps for them to shift gears as well. And who better than a certain Harmanpreet Kaur to do that? A look at how Pratika Rawal used her feet, angles, swatting away with disdain. Got a bit of luck here and there as well. But as they say, fortune favors the brave. Brought up her half century with a superb 6 into the leg side. Was so fluent into the offside as well. Playing those cuts, lunging forward for the cover drives. A well-deserved 78 to her name. 5th half century on the trot. And her stakes continue to rise in international cricket. What a stellar start has this been for the 24-year-old from West Patel Nagar, New Delhi, the national capital. Has now most runs by a female cricketer in women's ODIs in their first 8 innings, surpassing some of the giants of the game, including former England captain Charlotte Edwards, Australia opener Nicole Bolton, of course, the OG, the great, the legend, the icon, Belinda Clark.
Yeah, it's everything you can dream of, right? Coming into a side, as we've mentioned so many times before, the player she's replacing would have put pressure on her, and we've seen Shafali making runs in domestic cricket as well. So little bit of pressure on her, but she's taken every opportunity given to her, and basically written her name into that World Cup squad unless something drastic happens in the next couple of months.
That would definitely throw a wrench in the works of India's if something not so ideal happens to this opening combination, which have complemented each other so well. Mandana and Rawal feeding off each other, accelerating, accumulating, doing every single thing, scripting records, put on the highest partnership for the opening wicket in the Ireland series, helped put on 435 runs on the board, the most in women's ODIs by India as far as team totals are concerned, and here too laid the platform for India's middle order to capitalize on. Out comes The captain, the skipper, Harmanpreet Kaur, so much experience under her belt. 5 months out from leading India as captain in her first assignment as skipper. Has led India in T20 World Cups, but this is going to be her first outing as captain in the format. ODI World Cup at home. Gosh, the stakes are so high, right? And they haven't won a World Cup, which means double the pressure, isn't it?
Stakes are definitely high, particularly with how well they've performed over the last couple of World Cups. They've done well, but not gone all the way. And I think that will be what everyone will be looking forward to, because India, as we've seen in these last 2 games, they have all the ingredients to be a champion side. Whether they can execute on the day will be the big question.
And a key thing that both these batters in the middle, Harleen Deol and Harmanpreet Kaur, would want to bear in mind is the iffy running between the wickets. There has been a bit of history, and we did see briefly during the Pratika Rawal and Harleen Deol partnership as well. Some indecision. End of the 31st over, India 153 for 2.
There you go, the fall of wickets. First partnership, 83 runs between Smriti Mandhana and Pratika Rawal. Mandhana, of course, once again will be disappointed with that dismissal. She looked good for a big one. Once again, not able to capitalize, and a loose delivery gets her out. And then 151, the second wicket falls.
Yeah, we'll probably be looking at that under edge in the leg side with a microscope with Smriti Mandhana. She's looked good in both these matches, hasn't she? Has taken her time for sure, but looked to be using her feet very well, very confident, very silken as always. But in both innings, she would be disappointed with the way she's gotten out and just giving her wicket away.
Particularly after getting a start, isn't it? Because it wasn't the most accelerated start by the openers. So once they've taken their time, you want them to kick on and kind of get those quick runs. Wasn't to be with both Mandhana and Rawal. But now the opportunity comes to that middle order, that strong middle order. Remember, you've got Risha Ghosh, Jemima Rodrigues to come. So you've got the players who can really kick on from this point.
Junior Harry and Senior Harry in the middle. Can they weave some magic for India now? Trust them to have a lot of communication in Punjabi, Estelle, because they come from the northern part of India. Dish out a few Punjabi numbers as well. Great dancers both. Can they use their feet well in the middle today is going to be the question.
Well, they'll need it against South Africa's spinners, won't they? Olaba in particular has been good with the ball so far. Hasn't had the luck, but has bowled good lines.
Harleen Deol backed away from her stance because there was a bit of movement in front of the side screen. And she's keeping the batters guessing, isn't Nadine de Klerk? Had a bit of a mixed bag of a first spell, but she hasn't let the batters tee off. What we haven't seen is Dirksen come back for a second over. She bowled all sorts of deliveries in that first. Overplay and a miss this time, drawing Harleen Deol forward. It was in 2 minds perhaps.
Looked like she rolled her fingers over on that delivery. Be a crucial skill to have in these conditions, using those slower balls. The pitch also, just a couple of deliveries stopping on the batters so far, so important skill to have.
It's a heavily fortified offside for Harleen Deol. 2 fielders in the deep for India's number 3. Deep square leg and deep mid-wicketish. use of the feet and a show of aggression from de Klerk. No loves lost in the middle. End of the 32nd, India 153 for 2.
Projected scores for India 239 if they go at this rate. But they'll want much more, won't they? 261 at 6 and over. I think they'll be looking close to 297 if they can have someone like Harmanpreet tee off, maybe Risha Ghosh later in the innings.
When we talk ODI cricket and look at sides like Australia and England in specific, Australia more so, I don't think anything below a 250, 260 should feature in a conversation in the lead up to an ODI World Cup at home, because they made an absolute fist of the conditions, Australia, when they toured India for a multi-format series in late 2023. India looked clueless.
Just short on that occasion, and Harmanpreet able to maneuver it to the fielder in the deep. She does start slow, doesn't she, Harmanpreet Kaur? And I think her overall strike rate reflects that, just 74. But we've all seen what she can do when she does get going.
Charges down the track, but the Yorker lane does the trick. That is going to be a wicket for Nonkululeku Malaba. A well-deserved wicket for her efficiency, her discipline. And look at that delivery. No clue did Harleen Deol have. It just ricocheted off the wicket-keeper's pads, did it? Harleen Deol departs for 29. India lose their third for 154 on the board. Strike given by Malaba.
Yeah, what a brilliant delivery from Malaba on that occasion. She is the one who's looked dangerous in this innings, just putting the batters under a bit of pressure. Harleen Deol comes down the track and not able to get bat on ball. But again, India should see this as an opportunity. They've got their middle order batters now at the crease. Nearly 20 overs up their sleeve. Maybe push on to a bigger total now that the accumulators are back in the hut.
Jemima Rodrigues in at number 5. Played the multi-day series back home right after the WPL, during which her side, Delhi Capitals, made the finals, ended up on the losing side. She's the vice captain, of course. Loud call, no run. Would be interesting to see that dismissal of Harleen Deol's full ball. And of course, she had no answers as to where that was headed. Neither did Karugu Mesu, perhaps, the wicket keeper. Doesn't matter, because in the end, it's a much important wicket for South Africa. The breakthrough delivered by the very wily Malaba.
Yeah, and it's a much needed wicket, isn't it? 2 back-to-back in a couple of overs puts India under a little bit of pressure because they have to rebuild once again. Massive appeal. Is that going down the leg side?
Definitely asking a lot of questions of the India batters. End of the 33rd over, India 155 for 3.
Anisa Mohammed of West Indies, the most 5-wicket hauls in women's ODI cricket. And Sunil Loose, number 2 with 5. Mentioned before how she was very much a core part of South Africa's bowling attack early in her career. but really hasn't bowled much in the last couple of years. Deepti Sharma, another one of the players who will be featured today, who features on that list with 3 fifers in 101 games. A lot of big names in that list, Nisha.
100%. And one player who still is active and will perhaps be so at least till the LA 2028 Olympics, Elise Alexandra Perry down the order on that list. Everybody wants to play like Elise Perry. I wanted to play like Elise Perry when I did play a little bit of cricket back in Bengal. Did you also want to play like Elise Perry when you were not a commentator, a journalist, Estelle?
Everybody wants to be Elise Perry, don't they?
Indeed. But there can be only one Elise Alexandra Perry.
Just keeping a bit low, isn't it? I'd be interested to see how things will go in the second innings, because we're using a different pitch to what we saw in the first game. There does seem to be a little bit of stoppage, a little bit of slowness in this track.
Harmanpreet is usually very good at navigating such conditions. Spinners especially on surfaces such as this one. Again bowling into the stumps, but this time around Harmanpreet takes a single. Wasn't a clean pickup from Tasman Brits. A short mid-wicket. Both of them are very good between the wickets. Great understanding more often than not. Jemima Rodrigues and Harmanpreet Kaur. Yeah, that's a little bit of an afterthought, right? More often than not, because we have seen them do things that they wouldn't have perhaps wanted to do in clutch situations. But hey, this is sport, it happens. And the fire in the bellies of these India cricketers for that World Cup is still very much alive. Drilled back to the bowler. Jemima Rodrigues is already halfway down the track. Gosh, what are they up to?
Yeah, just as we spoke about the understanding, a little bit of a misunderstanding on that occasion. I don't think if there is a single, there.
Harmanpreet rightly was ball watching. Jemima was perhaps a little bit unaware as to where that headed, that ball after touching Harmanpreet's person. Good on Brits. Scurried over quickly and picked it up. A direct hit could have been a little precarious for Rodrigues.
Yeah, direct hit on that occasion, but not when India did offer them a couple of opportunities early in the inning. So a bit disappointing from their point of view. South Africa, of course, generally pretty good in the field.
Harmanpreet's coming off a very good WPL, of course, leading her side, the Mumbai Indians, to their second title. Now is the most successful franchise in the history of the competition. And you were talking about how she usually is sedate in her starts. That is absolutely right, unless she's batting for the Mumbai Indians, I believe. End of the 34th over, India 158 for 3.
Now or end over?
Fall of wickets, 83, 151 and 154. So South Africa just trying to find their way back into this competition after a couple of quick wickets. Got 2 big partnerships in this innings so far, but this is their opportunity. If they can pick up a couple of wickets, then you do kind of put a bit of pressure on that long Indian batting lineup.
And both those 2 last wickets came off back-to-back overs of Nonkululeko Malaba, the left-arm spinner. She will continue from the media box, and as she rightly should. Good call on the part of young captain Laura Wolfart. Downward, leg side, nudged it. Will possibly pick up at least a couple. Will Jemima Rodrigues, good running in the middle. Both of these players need to follow on the template set by both Pratika and Mandana first and then Pratika alongside Harleen. Good running between the wickets, peppered with those boundary shots of theirs, Estelle.
And Jemima is really good at that, isn't she? Whether it's the T20 format or the ODI format. Another quick single. Once again, brilliantly done.
Good early clear call from Jemima Rodrigues. Well run that. The youngster was not in two minds, which is so very important if you want to steal that cheeky single, so to speak, because this is a very good South African fielding unit. Some of them have absolute rocket arms. Excellent maneuvering of the trajectory by Malaba there. The way she's altering her lens has been a delight to watch. Speaks volumes about her class and her experience and the variations. Back and across, cut for at least a couple of runs. We'll keep it to just a single. The fielder at deep point.
It's Chloe Tryon in the deep, keeps it down to 1. Good fielding on that occasion, not allowing the batter to get the ball to the deep.
It bears reminding that this is South Africa's opening fixture of the Tri-Series. Lunges forward, caresses it through the covers again. Relying on the singles and the couples, mostly this new pair of set batters. 35 gone, India 163 for 3.
.72 deliveries for the first 50, but they picked things up since then. 56 to the second and 53 to the third. How quickly can they go now that we've only got 15 overs to go in this innings?
Pace to continue from the far end, that of Nadine de Klerk. Keeping the stumps in play is the right arm bowler. Yaya Haridi is the loud call from Jemima Rodrigues. You'll hear that often from her. Has been sort of wired into her system. Something that young up-and-coming players from India would want to emulate. Clear loud calls to avoid any sort of confusion and indecision in the middle.
That's the first big shot from Harmanpreet Kaur, and it's put down in the deep. Another opportunity goes a-begging. South Africa not doing themselves any favors. Lara Goodall on that occasion, I believe, in the deep.
Third drop chance of the match, and this was a big opportunity of the big player. Harmanpreet Kaur gave it a wild swing. Dropped on 4 by Lara Goodall in the deep. There was enough hang time for Goodall to come forward, judge the length, and settle underneath it. Instead, she makes an absolute hash of that effort.
Yeah, didn't really pick up the ball, did she? She waited and waited and waited and ended up having to dive a bit to the forward to catch it, and doesn't collect cleanly. So that's a massive miss once again from South Africa. You can't afford to give chances like that to players in the caliber of Harmanpreet Kaur.
Deft touch from Jemima Rodrigues to pick up another single. Harmanpreet usually plays that offside lofted shot very, very well. Something she's added to her arsenal over the course of Her illustrious career, more than 15 years in India colours and counting. Looks really elegant when she pulls that off without a hitch.
Yeah, and she signaled her intentions with that shot, didn't she? Has been looking for the quick singles and twos so far in her innings. That was the first real aggressive shot that she played. Lucky to get away with it.
And you fear for de Klerk because she's been very economical, very disciplined, and she had set up this wicket very well for herself.
Yeah, as a bowler myself, Anisha, you've got to feel for the likes of de Klerk and Malaba, who've had catches dropped off their bowling, because the figures are not going to reflect that, are they?
Just a footnote, perhaps in a report here and there. As a bowler is what I heard. I'm going to come back to that after we get back into action in the next over. End of the 36th over, India 167 for 3.
India 167 for 3 after 36 overs. Harmanpreet Kaur and Jemimah Rodriguez at the moment out there in the middle. Both trying to settle down here. Both relatively new to the crease.
Come left.
2 for 35. Malaba in 7.1 overs. Sweeps it away, Rodriguez. But there is protection out there.
Come ladies, come on.
And the runs have dried up a bit for India at the moment. Just 21 runs in the last 6.2 overs. Harmanpreet Kaur dropped on 4 by Malaba, who's bowling this over at the moment. Harmanpreet Kaur, the skipper, didn't get the chance to bat in that last game. But this time, with the responsibility to give the team a good finish here. 81 more deliveries remaining, 80 deliveries remaining exactly after this one. Malaba didn't start off well. The first two overs, she was a bit loose, but then did manage to find her groove. So 169 for 3, 36.5 overs. A dot to finish. 37 done. India 169 for 3.
Come on.
So the fixtures, the results of the Servo Cup Women's Tri-Nation ODI series so far. We only had one result so far. The first game between Sri Lanka and India 2 days ago. India winning that game comfortably by 9 wickets. And today, India was South Africa. And then on the 2nd of May, Sri Lanka was South Africa. Then we start the second round. On the 4th of May, Sri Lanka was India. 7th of May, India was South Africa. Sri Lanka was South Africa on the 9th of May. And then the big final on the 11th. 169 for 3 after 37 overs. As I say, good afternoon to Roshan Abhisingh.
Good afternoon, Laksisi. Yeah, it is a lovely afternoon here, I must say, and India will be very pleased. So Dirkson's back. She went for 19 runs in her first over. Forgettable over. Interestingly, Harmanpreet Kaur is batting inside the crease, fairly deep in the crease. Maybe she's just anticipating the length.
Dirksen As Roshan mentioned, went for 19 in that over, but very strangely, she was the one who took that first wicket.
Yeah, Rodriguez, he's now on strike. And interesting to see where she's batting. She opens herself up a little bit. I felt that Harmanpreet Kaur was batting deep in the crease because her anticipation of Dirksen, because her length was short. So she was kind of waiting for the short delivery where she was going to play the horizontal shot. It wasn't to be. But having said that, Lux, is India in a very good position to launch. They are gradually working themselves up to the 40th over. And normally, we do know that teams like to go into the last 10 overs with wickets in hand and hopefully with 2 set or at least 1 set batter. And India is working themselves up to that situation, and it'll be very interesting to see if this pair can go up to the 40th over and see how India goes beyond.
Exactly, Roshan. Harmanpreet Kaur, known for her batting prowess, especially in the death. On 8 of 18, Rodriguez, since the last World Cup, the second most prolific number 5 batter in the world.
The first time I saw her, it was in Sylhet when the Women's Asia Cup was played, and she was a sensation. She batted magnificently, she spoke brilliantly, had a very friendly personality, Rodriguez, Jemima, and was very impressive, created a very positive impression all round, not just with her cricket but generally with her mannerisms as well. There goes the pull. She's got a field in the deep, but this is what I believe especially Harmanpreet Kaur is waiting for. She's waiting for the short delivery. She's waiting to play that horizontal shot.
Harmanpreet Kaur slowly getting into that groove, and South Africa is actually an opposition that she likes to play against. Roshan, in that last bilateral series between the two sides, in the only game that India batted first, they made 325, and Harmanpreet Kaur finished off brilliantly. Once again, the bouncer, she finished off brilliantly, scoring 103 of 88 deliveries. So South Africa, they know the importance of that wicket of Harmanpreet Kaur. So end of the 38th over, 173 for 3 in India. Goes 227 the current rate. They do go at 6 runs per over, 245, at 8 runs per over, 269, and at 10 runs per over, 293 runs. Sean, what do you think would be good score here?
That will be a very good finish for India if they can get there, and they'll be very pleased about it. See, we do know that tournaments like this, winning is important. So Kaur will be on strike. Harmanpreet. Rodriguez 12 of 17. Try on. It's not only about winning tournaments like this. Yes, we do know that winning triangular tournaments, the tri-series, the bilaterals are very important. But it's also about the experience. It's also about how they learn. Now, India will obviously want to see the reverse. She gets it very fine. Only a single. They'll want to see how they finish. Whether they can go at 10 runs and over, or what are they comfortable with? How do they get out of the comfort zone? 9 runs and over, 10 runs and over. So these are little questions that they'll want answers going into that big event, the World Cup.
Exactly, Roshani. Just over 5 months they have the World Cup. So all these three teams are trying to get their combinations right. During this tri-series, Harmanpreet Kaur was trying to open up on that offside. So India in this position, just 3 wickets lost, but Roshan, South Africa, they missed a lot of opportunities today.
Well, you spoke about getting combinations right. There are a lot of things right that teams will want to have. So one of the areas that South Africa will be disappointed with will be their catching. The ground fielding also has been a little bit average, but catching has been rather below average. Opportunities, half chances, you'll expect them to be taken, especially when you play at the highest level up against good teams. Playing against good players where you don't give them a second chance, Laksasi.
Yes, indeed, Roshan, and we spoke about the drop chances once again. First one off Pratika Raval, and then the next one. It's a short delivery from Tryon, but still on the bounce towards that field in the deep. So end of another over. 39 overs done. 178 for 3 India. So the current rate 4.56, 228 is the projected score. If they do go at 6 runs per over, 244, 8 runs per over, 266, 10 runs per over, 288. I mean, yeah, they'll definitely would love to, as you mentioned earlier, to get close to that 288, Roshan, and then use their spinners.
Even more if they can get. See, they'll want to maximize. So to me, it's not only the 288, it's how they set about, how they pace their innings. I think they've done a wonderful job. Yes, they'll be a little bit disappointed that there have been 3 starts and nobody went on and made anything big. Raval making 78, 36 to Mandana, and Duell making 29. Down the ground, hit firmly. That should be 4. That's very good aggression by Harmanpreet Kaur.
Harmanpreet Kaur moves to 16 with that boundary. She's slowly finding that rhythm, and if she does find that rhythm, it won't be easy for South Africa in the last 10 overs. Now after loss of Pratika Raval, now from the 31st to 35th over, India scored just 15 runs, Roshan, so they're now trying to accelerate once again. Oh, excellent. That's way above. It will be an extra run and extra delivery.
Well, I think Dirksen will be very disappointed with her performance up to now, and considering that she's one of the leading bowlers in the side, that's really short. That's banged almost in her half. Way and way above the batter's head.
10 extras in this inning so far. Once again, going for that short delivery. Harmanpreet Kaur hitting that single once again. Dirksen, 1 for 29 in 2.2 overs.
She appears to be the weak link here in the bowling makeup. The rest of the bowlers have been pretty reasonable, and they've done a good job. Respectable as well. Oh, played well, played really well. That's clever batting. That's gone down to the boundary for 4. That is Rodriguez. She came down the pitch. Just look at how she advances down the pitch, and then that fine tickle. Brilliantly done.
And once again, not a good delivery from Dirksen as well. Not bowling with the right lines, and Rodriguez making sure to take advantage of it. Cut away beautifully by Rodriguez, and that will be another boundary. Back-to-back boundaries for Rodriguez in this over, and Dirksen continues to get punished, Roshan.
Well, this is a definite headache for the South African captain. Not only because Dirksen's going for runs, and also she needs to find someone in this role. So obviously Dirksen has a role in this side, and that is to bowl in the middle and possibly towards the end. And now with runs being leaked with shots like that, they got to look at the other options. So plan A or B, or I would say B or C now. Because A is gone with Dirksen. She's leaking runs. And they're coming for two. This is brilliant running. This is brilliant out cricket by India. I would say brilliant batting by India. Not out cricket, but brilliant batting by India. They're just rotating the strike, transferring pressure onto the fielders with that aggressive intent shown. So speaks very healthily for the rest of the overs left in this innings.
Exactly, that's the specialty of this Indian batting order. Roshan, the likes of Shruti Mandana, Pratika Rawal, giving them the all-important start, and then the likes of Harleen Diol, Harmanpreet Kaur, Jemma Rodrigues coming in, and there's no stopping for the bowlers. They always have to be in their A game to make sure that they contain these Indian batters. 40 or 44 runs, 44 deliveries, this partnership. Again, Rodrigues a single to end this 40th over. Another expensive over, 12 runs off it. 195 for 3 India. The last 10 overs coming up.
Oh yeah.
So the last 10 overs coming up. Harmanpreet Kaur settling in nicely. Jemma Rodrigues 2 boundaries in that previous over. So India, they have a good foundation of the last 10 overs, Roshan.
Well, Laksisi, keep an eye on the score, 195 for 3, and let's see where India finishes. Now, we're talking about two reasonably well-set batters. Harmanpreet Kaur needs 17 of 25, Rodriguez 25 of 23, so they'll be backing themselves. So always teams would like to be in this position, and here she goes, over extra cover, that's a boundary. Intentions very clear, tossed up from Tryon, and beautifully done.
Tryon straight away under pressure. First over of the last 10, and Jemma Rodrigues starting it off with a boundary.
See, the point I was trying to make is almost all teams in the world, whether it's men or women, they would like to get to the last 10 overs in a similar situation. And what I mean similar situation is, now they'll want 2 here. They'll come for 2, clever batting, soft hands, the 200 is up. So you come to the last 10 overs with set batters, wickets in hand, ready to launch. Now, how would India ride on that position they're in a very strong situation? So what can they achieve from here? 8 runs and over, 9 runs and over? How would they finish? Now that's what I'm very interested to look at. And that's what this pair can demonstrate to the rest of the world and to the team.
Come ladies.
That's exactly, as you mentioned earlier as well, Roshan, going into that World Cup, when they meet the top teams like Australia, New Zealand, those teams, they need to make sure that they're prepared for every situation. And this is a situation that they'll really like to be in all the games if possible. And Harmanpreet Kaur, Jemma Rodrigues, both of them very capable of making sure that they launch and get a good finish to their innings after the foundation is laid by the top order. I going for that criticism again. They do get there quite easily at the end. So 49 of 50 deliveries, a partnership at the moment for the 4th wicket. These two moving along nicely, as I mentioned, from the 31st over to 35th over, they got just 15 runs, Roshan. So it was up to these two to make sure that they accelerate and get that momentum going once again, because after the departure of Raval, things were a bit slow for India. But right now they have recovered nicely, and it looks like they're about to catapult themselves to a very big score. Unable to make the collection straight away, so a single given away. Now that's the 50 partnership for the 4th wicket between Harmanpreet Kaur and Gemma Rodrigues. Much needed one for them. 41 overs done, India 204 for 3. So the amount of deliveries that they took for each 50, 72 for the first one, 56 for the next, 53 for the next, and slightly slower this one, 61 deliveries, mainly due to the fact that they slowed down a bit from the 31st to 35th over, as I mentioned earlier. But these two, as I mentioned earlier as well, going along nicely now.
See, that time they took could be to consolidate, just to make sure that they get over that little period when wickets were lost close to each other. This is the partnership we're talking about, come in very good time. Both Rodriguez and Harmanpreet Kaur, they're both complementing each other. And I feel, I'll be keen again, I mean, just trying to understand game plans, whether India would break these last 10 overs to 2 phases. What I mean is, would they go to the 45th over with risk-free cricket but still score runs at a reasonable tick? And then, will they go all out in the last 5 overs? So these are things we will understand as we see how they shape themselves.
This time, change that fielder, but still they do get that single. So you mentioned about the fact that they needed that time to consolidate, Roshan, and yes they did, because they were 1 for 151 and then they were 3 for 154. So these two, they needed to do that, because if they did lose another wicket there, they would have been in a lot of trouble.
See, that's the experience we talk of teams, isn't it? There are times that that Kaka is back. There are times that teams need to give it to the opponents. It's not all about dominating, whether you're batting or bowling. There could be little phases. If you're a batting unit, all right, I'm going to let the bowlers have this phase. I'll give it to them, provided I can take back the rest. So I believe Rodriguez and Kaur, they were quite conscious. They were mindful and alive to that fact. Oh, friendly full toss. This should be 4. That is a really poor delivery. And we spoke about risk-free cricket. There is no risk at all, Laxis, even deliveries like this are dished up.
Certainly, Gemma Rodrigues making use of that loosener from Kaka. And Rodrigues, the way she's batting at the moment, she's reading everything very well, Roshan. The field setting, everything. She's making sure the placements are right. She's making sure that she's going with the right options. That's the best thing about Gemma Rodrigues at the moment. And this time, she goes offside. Miss protection out there, and they're coming back for the second. This is brilliant, absolutely brilliant to follow up that boundary in the previous delivery.
See, that's how you transform or transfer pressure, isn't it, onto the fielding side. You could see, if you looked at the running, they knew straight away there was 2. So they ran that first run hard. As any coach would tell you, always take that first run hard so that there is an opportunity. It's slightest opening, you can come back for 2. So we see the basics on display, and that's very well executed. Rodriguez 40 of 30. In fact, well, they're checking as to whether in their quest to steal a second run, whether they have pressed here. They're worried about the striker's end. So Harmanpreet Kaur could be the offender if that is the case. So let's see. Did she touch down? I think she did. What's the fuss? She's well in.
There was no problem whatsoever with that.
It has to be 2 if it was that end, if the problem was at that end. I'm not sure whether it is at the non-strikers end. But they're still waiting. They seem to be fine at the strikers end. All right, everything's settled. So 2 runs conceded.
And Rodriguez, she has moved to 40 very, very quickly. And with the risk-free batting, as you mentioned as well, Roshan. Really good from Rodriguez. And South Africa, they're feeling the heat now. 59 or 56 the partnership. They need a wicket here. They need to break this partnership. Otherwise, they're looking at a very, very big total to chase.
Well, if you look at Rodriguez, just 4 boundaries. She's not looked to. That's good fielding. She's not looked to hit the cover of the ball. We'll come to that. 213 for 3 at the end of 42.
And then sweeper out, please. Sweeper out.
So the 4th wicket partnership between Jemma Rodriguez and Harmanpreet Kaur. 59 or 57 deliveries. Rodriguez doing majority of the scoring. 41 the contribution from Harmanpreet Kaur. 17. Now you spoke about the fact that only 4 boundaries in that knock, Roshan. Now from 31 deliveries she has faced, just 6 dot deliveries. So brilliant. We spoke about the fact that how quick she is between the wickets, how she makes sure that she converts those singles into twos. So brilliant from her.
She's been busy, hasn't she? 41 or 41. And she's done exceedingly well. 41 runs partnership, or at least 41 runs contribution in that partnership. Oh, now that is an outstanding catch. That is just what South Africa wanted. And look who has been dismissed. Rodriguez. She was looking for a little bit of innovation, some creativity, and the South African fielders have answered it in style.
I believe that was Ibonga Kaga with that brilliant take to remove Jemma Rodriguez. Exactly what they needed going into the last 8 overs. They removed the dangerous Rodriguez for 41 of 32. A good knock from her. India 213 for 4. So the new batter for India, Risha Ghosh, wicket keeper in at number 6. So someone who scores runs very quickly, someone who scores a lot of boundaries, Roshan. So I think the ideal time for her to come out as well.
I think she's been given the license here now. And as you say, perfect time for her to come. Let's look at her strike rate. Yeah, striking at close to 100, over 90, that's a lot. Average doesn't under 30, but that strike rate is magnificent, 92.36. I'm sure she will want to better that at this stage with not many overs to go, 7.5. So in terms of deliveries, 47 balls left. How much can India make out of this 47? Now, will Harmanpreet Kaur take the lead here? Or will she allowed Ghosh to go after the bowling. Is it wide? Yes, it is. Not great stuff by Class. She needs to be tighter. Can't afford to give those extra deliveries and extra runs.
Yeah, exactly. After making sure that they remove Gemma Rodriguez from the equation, she needed to make sure that it was a good delivery against the new batter. So Class to reach our Ghosh. 11 extras in this innings now. Using her feet straight away, advancing against the pacer. Can count Richa Ghosh. Harmanpreet Kaur, as you mentioned, Roshan, it will be interesting to see how she handles things from now onwards, because she played second field to Gemma Rodriguez. Here's the dismissal. Trying to be a bit cheeky. Gemma Rodriguez and Ayabonga Kaka. That was a fine take from her. Exactly what they needed as the momentum was shifting towards India completely. Kaur still happy to take that single and rotate the strike to Richa Ghosh. 3 deliveries to go in this over now. Class 1 for 29. Again, it's another loose delivery, trying to go for that bouncer. Completely getting it wrong. Another extra run, another extra delivery.
These are areas South Africa will want to tighten up a lot for sure. They know that every wide ball is obviously an extra run and an extra delivery. So no balls and wides are controllable factors. Leg byes aren't. Well bowled, very well bowled. Was there an inside edge or was it going down the leg side? I think it stayed down a little bit. Pete Ghosh as she pushed at it. So let's see. Yeah, Nick, big Nick. So that's what really didn't excite the South African fielders.
Big inside edge. So after that 59-run stand ended for the 4th wicket. South Africa, can they turn things around here? Can they prevent India from going for a total over 270, maybe 280?
We need to look at where Richa Ghosh is batting. She's batting way outside the crease. That's quite clear because Class is not expressing pace, so she possibly likes a bit of pace on the ball, maybe to get that length. Yeah, she's making her intentions very clear. She's looking to come down the pitch, looking to put the ball off her length. Batting way outside the crease. So she's just starting to warm up, 2 of 3. But yeah, looking at the fall of wickets, those wickets close to each other at 151 and 154 is what made India play a little bit differently. But now they're in a much better situation.
Last series of this over now. This is Harmanpreet Kaur. Goes outside and that will be a boundary. A good end to this over. 43 overs done. India 222 for 4. Here's a replay. Harmanpreet Kaur timing into perfection. Got it over the inside, the fielders inside the circle as well.
Okay, the last 7 overs, 6 wickets standing. India on their way with a 83-run opening partnership, and the last partnership produced 59 runs, which was dominated by Jemima Rodriguez in partnership with her skipper Kaur. So what is he going to happen? Is it a Ghosh story or a Ghosh Kaur story for the last 7 overs?
Well, she pounced on that one. Risha goes. That was hit with some power. Got the length she wanted. She's a very powerful striker. Yeah, enough height and the distance, and yeah, I'll tell you what. If these two batters bat the next remaining overs, Harita, this is going to be a big one for the South African to chase. Yeah, they've got to be very careful with Risha Ghosh. She likes to go release her hands through the line of the ball. Need to change the speed, vary the speed. This time she hangs on the back foot. Oh, well. She made an absolute meal of it.
Their ground fielding has been poor, to say the least. Missed opportunities. They dropped Kaur on 4. And she, in partnership with Rodriguez, got India back on track. And this, basic fielding.
Two is the call.
Klasse! Atlas!
Yeah, I think as far as South Africans are concerned, their fielding coach will be very disappointed with this performance. So he or she will be looking to have some extra sessions. Not only the catchers that they've put down, I think even the ground fielding was not up to the standard. Normally the South Africans like to generate good standards, high standards, and full toss. Yeah, this could have been wouldn't have been the same if they had held on to those chances. And like I said, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, they generate high standards on the field, and
so this is an exception for the fielding side.
as you can see, all the fielders inside the ring, the 25-yard ring, are standing at the edge of the ring. Because Risha Ghosh, when she hits, it stays hit. She's got immense power, and couldn't have asked for a better batter to bat at this situation when your top order lays the platform for you, and you've got the natural goal.
He set the tempo for this partnership coming up now. So 44 overs completed. India elected to bat 233 for 4.
So it's at 5.3 at the moment. If they go at 8 runs per over, they'll get around 280. I reckon a couple of good overs might get them to 300. You never know with these two batters. These both Harmanpreet Kaur and Risha Ghosh are very powerful strikers.
The combination of sixes is that they have 6 wickets in hand over the last 6 overs, and if they go at 6 and over, they'll get to 270.
That just shows the ability that she has. Not only power, that was delicately played. It got the gap she wanted. Quicker delivery from Mlaba.
The placement was perfect. The timing even better. Room outside off stump.
Hira Pishley. Yeah, miss it. Got the advantage of coming from a WPL tournament, Harita. You know, you got to score runs at every given opportunity, and you You have high strike rates, and it just shows the difference. They are very much used to these kind of situations, the Indians, and Harmanpreet leading her side to victory, and she was one of the prominent batters in that competition.
So they're conceding the wides to the extras, extra deliveries. It's not working in their favor for the South African ladies.
Yeah, when you bowl against quality batters like this, Haritha, you cannot afford to. That's it, powerfully straight to that fielder, extra cover. Skipper. Just to work, yep. 13 extras, 10 of them wides and a no ball. So, yeah, that's 11 balls. And extra deliveries, that's well bowled. Just held up a touch.
Just take a look at what's happening. And Karabo Meso in her debut match. Been all that tidy behind the wickets, I should say.
Another play and a miss. So 2 dot balls.
26 partnership. Ghosh has dominated with 17.
Good finish for the over. This time Harmanpreet was looking to get outside the line to pierce that offside field. 3 dot balls to finish that 45th over. 239 for 4. Highest team totals by India in ODIs. Both those, the top 2 ones came a couple of months ago. Yeah, they are capable of scoring 300s when you have batters like this in your lineup.
They made 300 plus total against the same opposition too in Bengaluru. What are they looking at? 8 and over from now on?
Yeah, at least already 25 fours and a 6 in this innings. Yeah, at this stage of the innings, particularly with these 2 batters, they'll be looking for at least a boundary every over. Outside edge. Yeah, just falling short of that fielder there. It's 65-yard boundary right around here at Premadasa Stadium, so it's not the easiest of boundaries to clear. 65 yards is a big distance, and but for these 2, like I mentioned before, when they hit, it stays hit. Both these batters, 27 from 19. That's the partnership.
The Indian skipper will be looking to manipulate the bowling. She's an experienced, very capable batter. So far, the flurry of boundaries have not been seen.
Yeah, that is because the length that they are operating at the moment. They are looking to land it around that block hole. You give length to any of these players, it's going to disappear. You cannot give length for them to get under. Slower ball, well, that is going and gone a long way.
Second maximum in the innings. Harris signals a massive 6 for Richa Ghosh. My gosh, that was big.
Yeah, I just said it's difficult task to clear the 65-yard boundary. I reckon that went about 95, maybe close to 100, you never know.
That one is for you, Gamini. Straight down the throat.
Yeah, good result that for the South Africans because she was looking dangerous. 24 of 13 for Rita Ghosh. That's a massive result. Again, the length that I was talking, just fuller length. She didn't get the elevation she wanted. It didn't come off the middle of the bat either. And finally, they hold on to one.
Kalu's holding on to her catch. Confidently getting underneath it. To Deepthi Sharma, new batter in.
Center.
34-run partnership.
Yeah, Deepthi Sharma. Best score of 188, Harita. 12 50s and 100. Another player who's got plenty of experience, and she also throughout her career has batted in many positions. At times she has batted up the order. She's been trusted to do the dirty work in the happy hour, the last 10 overs, so she's got the knowledge, experience and the awareness to do that. 46 overs completed, 248 for 5.
Clear skies on the background. So still in that expectation of getting 6 and over to get to that 270 plus total. Or in control at the moment, and but she'll let the big hitting come from the other end, and she'll end up her position in the middle is yet to be seen. Class, one of the wicket takers.
Now is the call. Yeah, I'll tell you what, South Africa have been delighted to see the back of Rita Ghosh, because this makes a huge difference when it comes to the final total. Indian batters, they have been terrific. Starts for everyone. Raval once again continuing her good form, 78. 36 for Mandana, dual 29. Core 26 not out, but I'll tell you what, the innings that change the game was that little gem of an innings from Jamima. 41 off 30 odd delivery. That changed the whole setup. That allowed Rita Ghosh to come and use the long handle at the end. And Harmanpreet still there, so she'll be looking to bat till the 50th over. Yeah, a couple of more good overs, they'll probably look to reach around that 270, 280 mark, won't they?
Yeah, all 5 batters dismissed. Got to 20, 24 of Ghosh was the lowest, but it was also the quickest of just 14 balls.
Yeah, Class looking to vary her speed. A skill that you need to have when you're bowling in the death overs against some quality batters. And mind you, this pitch also ticks a lot of boxes when it comes to batting. Enough bounce, enough carry.
The last 50 coming up in 6 overs or so gives you an indication of where the batting side is actually heading. Want to see the speed as Indian skipper really getting into the big hitting mold. He's batted sensibly so far.
Once again, big heave towards the leg side. Didn't have the speed. This is good bowling. I'll tell you what, Harita, you got one delivery plus 3 overs, and our clock says they've got 8. What's 1:18 now? 18 past 1. They've got time till 1:28. So they've got 10 minutes, less than tick under 10 minutes to bowl the next 19 deliveries. So by the time you start the last over, that's been hit uppishly. It will land in the middle. They'll come back with it. Now Deepti Sharma sent her skipper back. So that's the end of the 47th. And South Africa will have exactly 10 minutes to bowl the next 3 overs. Right now, India 2-5, 3 for 5. As you can see, 37 balls it took for the last 50, between 200 and 250. That was because of some big hitting from Rita Ghosh. Jamima was pretty good. Harmanpreet has played her part.
So the last 100 runs have come in 98 balls, which gives you some indication of how the acceleration has come about. They're not very keen. They can start that last over within the time and then end it, no problems. Unlucky. Thick outside edge, no protection at third man, 4.
Yeah, very unlucky. Very well bowled. Once again, the off cutter took the pace right off. Deepti Sharma. Bottom edge. Fielder inside the ring, and you can't do much about those things. It's luck of the draw in cricket at times, and all 5 fielders on the offside inside the ring. There are 4 fielders put on the boundary line on the onside. There is not a single fielder inside the ring on the onside. Yet she managed to drop the ball in front and take a single.
So that boundary has put the bowler under pressure. Start of the over. Gives confidence for the batters too. 5 of just 2 balls. Can end up as a 10-ball over if they manage to squeeze the ball into the gaps. Plenty of gaps at Ketaram.
Good length. Just a single. And it's funny these days, you know, these international cricket teams practice a lot in this area that they require to bowl at the depth, and length becomes an important and vital part of it, and the speed out of the hand. You can't be one-dimensional and you can't be predictable. Full toss. Taken. A quicker ball from
De Klerk.
De Klerk. Deepti Sharma got a good hold of that one, but straight to the field. They're never easy, these catches, especially when they're traveling and it comes. No, it didn't get up either, so it was a flat one, but good catch.
So, Treon,
Yeah, she'll be relieved, won't she? She's the one who spilled that chance off Ravao, a deep square leg. And it's never easy as a fielder when you drop a catch and then it gives you some sort of consolation when you take the next one. It's a horrible feeling, really, but that will cheer her up a bit. So Sharma goes for 9, 259 for 6.
so Gamini, for you to know the feeling of dropping catches, I think in your career you would have dropped quite a heady number to know that feeling very well. That way. Is that right? No.
No, I don't remember dropping many. And even the best of the fielders have dropped, but the good ones always remember the ones you drop. If you drop too many, then you lose the count of it. But once again, a good delivery from de Klerk. 7 bowlers in use.
De Klerk is the most economical at 4.3 on that card. 48 completed, and India 260 for 6 after electing to bat.
So since the departure of Richard Ghosh, the run rate had come down dramatically. But still not finished. 12 balls can make a big difference in a white ball game. Gautam is on strike. She gets her skipper back on strike. Now this, she will be the key in the next 11 balls, Harmanpreet Kaur. She'll be eyeing that deep mid-wicket cow corner area. You might see her coming to the offside. Oh, that's good shot. That is good shot. She'll be very disappointed with that one, the bowler, because the field that she's got, she's anticipating that the batter is going towards the onside, but she gave the quicker ball outside the off stump. And you know, the quality of a player like Harmanpreet, she knows where the fielders are. That's nicely played, deliberately scooping it over that infield.
Oh, hit the gap once again. Lot of running here for the fielder as well as the batters.
Yeah, it's a cat and mouse game at the moment, and Harmanpreet was trusting the onside in the previous overs, but now in this over she's looking to get inside of the ball, inside the line of the ball, and looking to pierce that offside field, because there was no one patrolling the boundary line on the off, apart from that long off.
So crossover every ball as a minimum. She's made her opponents pay call after being dropped on 4.
Yeah, Nate. Good Nate. Yeah, Nate. Back.
As you can see, on the bottom of the screen, Harmanpreet was dropped when she was on 4, and relatively easy chance too at deep extra cover.
And Laba was the one who dropped it and is bowling. Again, once again, brilliant stuff.
Yeah, plenty of runs on the offside from Harmanpreet, using all her experience playing white ball cricket for many years. Not only in India, some of these players play a lot of franchise cricket around the world. Also, we've seen a lot of Indian players playing in the WBBL in Australia, and so they're pretty much aware how to handle these situations. And suddenly, Harmanpreet is on 40, nearly just tick under on a ball. So 273, very productive over for India, that last one.
Can they get a runner ball? They should aim for more than that. Class. 9th over for her. That's a rare dot ball. Miss.
I'll tell you what, she was shaping up to hit that ball into that temple there. Outside the ground. It's called Ketarama. That's the original name of this stadium. Have a look at this one. Full circle that, the swing. Well bowled though.
Almost premeditated. That's what was not the right option. Took the pace off. A second dot ball in this last over.
Yeah, so far it's been a good over for South Africa. Just a one off 3 balls. Okay, where's she going to go? Will she give herself room to go over the offside? That's nicely bowled once again. The length that you will dream for in death overs.
So far she's been very watchful, used her skill to the maximum under the circumstances. Good bowling. Just keep it straight.
Yeah, this has been terrific, the last over from Class. Not bad figures considering the total that India have got on the board. She's got one more delivery in the 9th over. Under 5 runs per over. Could have had a couple of more wickets if those chances were taken. Silver Cup Women's Tri-Nation ODI Series 2025. Final ball for India. Well, a dot ball. And that is that. 276 for 6. Harmanpreet on 41 of 48. Gautam 5 of 6. And Class finishes is 1 for 43 of 9.
That last 10 overs, 81 runs scored, 3 wickets lost. So I think India would be happy with what they've got after getting off to a great start. They lost a couple of wickets on 2 occasions, but apart from that, some good partnerships took India to a really challenging total against South Africa in this Servo Cup Tri-Nation One-Day International Series. So the skipper holding the innings together, making sure that the bowlers get a decent total to defend.
Once again, Pratika Rawal was pretty good with the bat. For 78, the highest score. A lot of contributions from the middle order. Mandana 36. Harmanpreet finished with 41, unbeaten. But to me, the most important innings came from Jemima Rodriguez, 41 of 32. That changed the whole complexion of the game. Isha Ghosh, cameo, 24 of 14. 13 extras, 276 for 6. Yeah, these figures would have looked a lot better had the fielders backed them up for South Africa. De Klerk, 9 overs. Mlamba, 10 overs, 55 for 2. Kaka and Klaas, they were good at the top, but like I said, the fielders let them down a bit.
Electing to bat, India were given a great start by Mandana and Rawal. They were good on either side of the wicket, front of the wicket, back of the wicket, and used their feet to get to the pitch of the ball. There were some fielding lapses too that helped the Indian openers, but they really tore into the attack and made sure that everything came in their way.
Yeah, Pratika Rawal once again featuring heavily in this highlights package when it comes to batting. Yeah, that was the first wicket. Smriti was very unlucky, got a glove onto that one. That was massive. Picked the bones out of that one, that over mid wicket. That brought her 50.
Anything loose, punished very well. So the second match, India electing to bat, massive total 276 for 6 after 50 overs. So we'll take a break for the lunch and come back when the live action starts with the South African reply.
Welcome back to the action from the R. Premadasa International Cricket Stadium, where South Africa are facing India in this Servo Cup Women's Tri-Nation ODI series. The second game of this series, India with 276 for 6 in their 50 overs after winning the toss and batting first. As I'm joined in the commentary box by Anisha Ghosh. Anisha, what do you think is going to happen?
From the looks of it, chaseable for certain, but more than the total on the board, what South Africa will have to contend with is the fact that they've already spent a full 50 overs out there in the field in sweltering Colombo conditions today. Has that taken a toll? Will that take a toll is the concern. India, very clinical to start with. Partnership between Mandana and Rawal initially, followed up by Mandana departing for 36 and then Rawal stitching together a stand with Diol. Harmanpreet Kaur, the captain, unbeaten. And a very good knock from Jemima Rodrigues as well. Eventually, 276 for 6 is what they posted. For South Africa, a bit of a mixed bag in the field. The first innings was after India won the toss and sent them to have a ball. 7 bowlers used by captain Laura Wolfart. The pick of them, left arm spinner, lefty Nonkululeko Malaba picking up 2 wickets in back-to-back overs, sending back set batters. And of course, Dirksen dealt the first blow, a wayward delivery getting the better of Smriti Mandana. Ayabonga Khaka, again very economical, and Masabata Class also doing the job up front with her own pace bowling. South Africa's target 277 in what is their curtain raiser in the series. A tame dismissal for Smriti Mandana after she got her eye in. An absolute ripper from Malaba to send back Pratika Rawal. Then came the wicket of Harleen Diol. A bit of invention from Jemima Rodrigues. Good effort, but a better one from the catcher, Ayabonga Khaka there. A few lusty blows in the end from Richa Ghosh, Deepti Sharma, both in vain. But there were a few missed opportunities in the form of missed run-outs and of course a few dropped chances as well. This is the second match of the Servo Cup Women's Tri-Nation ODI series, and we are just minutes away from South Africa kicking off their chase. It will most likely be the opening combination of Laura Wolfart and Tasman Brits.
South Africa will be disappointed with that fielding performance, won't they? They created opportunities, rare opportunities, and unfortunately weren't able to capitalize. The bowlers will consider themselves a little bit unlucky because of those opportunities that went a-begging, but now they've got a total on the board. They've got 277, a target on the board, which they'll want to chase. And of course, as we know, Laura Wolfart, such an important part of this batting lineup, made tons of runs in the last year in ODI cricket, so she'll be the one that India will want to get out before she gets her eye in.
The two umpires, on-field umpires, Anna Harris and Deduno De Silva, striding out onto the middle as India follow in their footsteps, led by Harmanpreet Kaur, the captain. It's going to be a tough challenge for their personnel as well. The heat is quite taxing. How they contend with this particular facet of the play here today in Colombo is going to be something that we'll all keep an eye out for. After all, we are all leading up to the 13th edition of the ICC Women's ODI World Cup, for which this is a key, crucial preparatory exercise for all the 3 teams involved. Sri Lanka were in action on Sunday, suffered a 9-wicket loss at the hands of India. India kick-started their first innings really well, lost a bit of momentum in the middle, but eventually had enough partnerships to see themselves through all the way up to 276. A formidable total, no doubt, but South Africa, despite the absence of their premier all-rounder, Marizanne Kaap, will believe in themselves to get the job done. They are led by the very capable and one of the most prolific scorers in world cricket, the ever so elegant, the ever so fearsome Laura Wolfart, and her opening partner, Tasmin Brits, has been a very reliable campaigner for the side.
A bit of a different combination in terms of if you compare it with the Indian openers, isn't it? Tasmin Brits looks to score quickly early on, can clear the boundary quite easily. Wolfart, of course, a lot more elegant, in my opinion, the best cover drive in the game.
That is hardly disputable. Estelle, already 100 innings under her belt, over 4,300 runs, and look at that average. For somebody who was earmarked for great things since she came onto the international scene as a teenager, Laura Wolfart has made good on that promise of hers, that potential, and now is leading a very capable side with a mix of youth and experience. Speaking of which, we'll also be looking forward to watching the debutant 17-year-old Karabu Mesu, the wicket-keeper batter, who did effect a few dismissals. The countdown is well and truly underway, just moments away from Kashvi Gautam, the pace bowler, playing her second match in India colours, barreling in and facing up to Laura Wolfart.
It's a good start from Kashvi Gautam. Laura Wolfart able to find the gap. Once again, India employing that deep cover fielder as they did in that first game, ensuring that you limit the number of boundaries that you concede on the offside. Kashvi Gautam, I thought, was quite impressive in that first game in her debut. Didn't pick up a wicket, but was a crucial part of that great partnership early on for India with Reddy on the other end.
As was the case in the first game, Kashvi Gautam is opening from the media box end. Played off the back foot by Tasmin Brits. Has been a prolific scorer herself. Made that opening slot of her own. Was a standout performer in the home T20 World Cup in 2023. Has continued to deliver the goods for the South African team in the years since. Kashvi is eliciting good rise of the pitch, which tells you that there is a fair bit of bounce to be extracted from the surface. And Kashvi and Laura Wolfart, of course, know each other very, very well, having played recently in the WPL for their franchise, the Gujarat Giants.
Big appeal on that occasion. And another one. But looks like there'll be overthrows on that occasion, and it's gone down to the boundary.
That's poor from India. There was nobody backing up that throw from the slip cordon. The fielders in the leg side on the infield, on the periphery of the circle, were caught napping. A loud appeal from Kashvi Gautam was clearly going down the leg. Deepti Sharma with a quick pick up and throw. Very smart. But hey, there was nobody to catch the ball. Apprehended after it took the bails and got deflected. The result, 4 runs out of nowhere for South Africa.
Yeah. Roll it one more time. Yeah, back clearly grounded. I have a decision for the giant screen. My decision is not out. My decision is not out.
That was a smart bit of fielding from Deepti Sharma, I thought. it was the backing up that was the problem. Definitely an opportunity for a dismissal and a direct hit as well, but unfortunate for India, they can concede 4 extra runs.
Intent on show from Tasman Brits here after that highly eventful previous delivery. Loud appeal for a leg before, then a missed run out opportunity from India, and then the overthrows bringing South Africa welcome 4 runs.
Just a little bit of movement in the air for Kashvi Gautam. She's bowling from a different end than she did in the first game. That's a good over from her. South Africa 5 for no loss after 1.
Pace from both ends from India in this defense of 276 of theirs. Arundhati ready to share new ball bowling duties with Kashvi Gautam. Reddy will steam in from the far end as India eye that early breakthrough. Impressive start from Arundhati Reddy. Made her come back into the Indian side after the December series against, well, late last year series against Australia, wasn't picked for the subsequent home series against Ireland or West Indies. Got the big wicket of Chamari Atapattu in the first game.
Yeah, she bowled so well in that first game. Just put the pressure on the Sri Lankan batters. They weren't able to get things away, and she'd expect to do a similar job in this game as well. Has been such an impressive inclusion to this Indian lineup, hasn't she?
Darted into the stumps, nudged into the leg side. A lot of chatter going on in the infield. Arundhati and Sneh Rana both making an emphatic return to the Indian side in that opening fixture against Sri Lanka on Sunday, helping set up a 9-wicket victory.
Just on the intensity that India is showing on the field, we saw a similar thing on Sunday as well. Just wanting to play the game at that level every time they get an opportunity.
Delightfully carted through the covers, beats the diving Jemima Rodrigues at short cover. Tasman Brits will pick up a 4. In fact, it came off the bat of Tasman Brits. That is the kind of timing she possesses when she's on song. That's how good she looks off the middle of the bat. Excellent start from Brits.
Yes, that delivery just coming onto the bat so nicely, isn't it? A wild swing on this occasion. That's something you do see with Brits as well. She's not all about elegance. She has a few of those unorthodox shots under her belt as well.
Elegance and brawn. Got a bit of both. Nonchalantly started walking towards the bowler on this occasion. Did not connect at all. Has this propensity for slapping balls. You know, often tennis racketish shots come off a bat every now and then. Lofted over the bowler's head, will pick up her second 4 off the over. This is a great start from Tasman Brits, the right-hander. She's laying the marker down in this chase, not taking her foot off the accelerator. End of the second over, South Africa 14 without loss.
Shadow is okay. Shadow is okay. Yeah. But your hand can't be there.
Looks like there's one more delivery left in this over from Arundhati. Very good start from South Africa so far, and this is what Sri Lanka didn't do in that first game. They didn't take the attack to the Indian fast bowlers.
She's middling it so well as Tasman Brits. 15 for no loss after the second.
Kashvi Gautam to continue her second over. It's again a bit of movement. The keeper has decided to come up to the stump. So interesting development, perhaps noticing as the South African batters are looking to just bat outside their creases.
And neither of these spaces bowl express pace. They rely both on movement of the surface and the air. Especially Kashvi, very good at those in-swing deliveries. Back of a length, punched off the back foot by Laura Wolfart. Picks up another single.
Gautam has been so steady right throughout these two games. Very impressive considering she's just starting her international career for India.
Deepti Sharma moves out from first slip and will patrol the cover region. Short cover, being pushed back closer to the edge of the periphery. In a bit of an in-between position now, Deepti Sharma. Into the stumps, wristed into the leg side.
Yeah, very well protected offside, isn't it? Because Laura Wolfart is so strong on those drives. Just the two fielders on the in the infield on the leg side.
A slower ball here from Kashvi Gautam could do the trick. Swung into the leg stump once again, shaping it away, shaping it into the right-hander very well. And what that potential slower ball could bring into play, Estelle, is a checked cover drive, perhaps. Both of these batters love deploying that shot. There is a short cover, Jemima Rodrigues waiting to pounce on it. A straight drive this time around from Laura Wolfart, beats Spriti Mandhana and will go all the way. She adds another 4, an elegant one no less, to her tally.
You're just timing the ball so well, isn't she? Not much of a follow through in that shot, almost a defensive, but it gets past the infield, and as we've seen right throughout, this outfield is really, really quick.
End of the third over. South Africa 21 without any loss of wickets.
सामने ना चाहिए ना हाँ ये भी दोनों थोड़ा कम दे दे इतनी और इधर जमीन भी इधर ओके इतनी सही है अर्लिन रुकिए उधर ही
South Africa have gotten off to a good start here in their chase of 277. Thick edge will beat the infield again in the third region. Tasman Brits picks up another boundary.
It's been a great start for South Africa. Once again, finding the boundary of Arundhati Reddy's Tasman Brits. Not in control completely, but she'll take that. It's found the gap and raced away to the boundary once again. So South Africa going at more than 7 runs and over. You couldn't ask for a better start from them.
4 fours already between the two batters. Very impressive. Required run rate well under 5.5 now. Drilled back to the bowler. Crammed her up for pace this time around. Reddy. And every time Tasman Brits puts on the South African shirt and steps onto the field, it's a reminder about the vicissitudes of life. Of course, had survived a motor accident in 2011, just months shy from the 2012 Olympics. Back and across, a square drive off the back foot, and will collect her 4th 4 of the innings. Excellent from Brits. Dealing in boundaries is the South African opener.
This time she's in complete control of what she's doing, isn't she? Finds the gap perfectly. India have got that fielder in the deep cover, but she's not able to catch up with the ball because it's timed so very well by Brits. So once again, brilliant start from South Africa.
She's getting tall on Arundhati Reddy's deliveries to counter that bounce. It's a good contest brewing between the two. And that amazing story of hers, a former javelin thrower, has overcome a lot of personal adversities. Her mother was diagnosed with breast cancer literally 2 weeks out from the last ICC tournament in November last year, the ICC Women's T20 World Cup. Lost her father to COVID during the India tour in 2021. Her brother was in rehab for a substantially long time. And of course, she herself contemplated ending her life after that devastating car crash, which put paid to her javelin throw dreams at the Olympics. But here she is clearly putting up a statement as to why, despite being on the older side as far as the playing personnel of South Africa is concerned, should be in reckoning for that LA 2028 spot at the Olympic Games.
This time she's nicked it, and once again it finds the boundary. So a lot of luck going South Africa's way, along with the skill that they have shown. A boundary to finish the 4th over. South Africa 33 for no loss.
South Africa are off to a flyer, currently scoring at 8.25 in this chase of 277. The aggressor, Tasman Brits, 16 of just 15 balls. 21 now, in fact, with that last boundary.
Kashvi Gautam continues from the media box and has been the more disciplined bowler for India so far. It's gone for only 7 runs in her 2 overs. Arundhati Reddy, on the other hand, taking a bit of tap from Tasman Brits.
Prodigious swing into Laura Wolfart there. Wasn't amongst the wickets despite a very brave and economical outing in the first game. Kashvi Gautam, she's keeping the stumps in play, probably pitching it a little outside the off stump can bring her greater rewards than she has gotten so far.
Oh, she's missed out on that occasion. Laura Wolfart, she'll be disappointed with that. Just the 2 fielders to beat on the leg side in the inner circle, and with that shape that Gautam is able to get, she'll be disappointed she didn't find the gap there.
It was struck powerfully to the fielder at short mid wicket. Doesn't time it well. Another drive from Laura Wolfart. The boundaries have come thick and fast from the South African batters. Both openers looking fairly fluent. Tasman Brits dictating the terms more than Wolfart so far.
Yes, she's been the aggressor, hasn't she? But it's fair to say that Wolfart hasn't really got too many opportunities for boundaries so far. This time she finds the gap. Bit of sloppy fielding from the Indians, and that makes way for them to come round for 2 runs.
The fielding effort involved Harleen Diol and Sneh Rana. Both put in the chase. Wasn't able to clean it up properly was Harleen. Allowed Wolfart to scamper back to the wicketkeeper's end for a couple of runs.
Wide off the off stump on that occasion from Kashvi Gautam, just losing her line a little bit. And South Africa scampered through for another single. So 5 overs done. South Africa 35 for no loss.
It's the first ever Women's Tri-Nation series in Sri Lanka. The Server Cup Women's Tri-Nation ODI assignment featuring host Sri Lanka, India and South Africa. 1 match already done and dusted. India the victors by 9 wickets. The second one is underway here at the R. Premadasa International Cricket Stadium in Colombo. The third one will feature the hosts trying to make a comeback against South Africa on 2nd of May. Each team gets to play each other twice and at least gets 4 games apiece. The top 2 teams will make it to the final, scheduled for May the 11th.
Early change in the bowling for India this time. Sneh Rana into the attack. She was the most potent weapon India had in that first game against Sri Lanka.
Flighted delivery up front from Sneh runner, who bagged a 3-wicket haul upon her return to the international mix in close to 16 months. 2 top return catches in that 3-4 of hers on Sunday against Sri Lanka.
Flair a miss on that occasion. She started right on the money, hasn't she? It was the same story on Sunday as well. Just troubling the batters right from the word go. Ball straightening a little bit on that occasion. Laura Woolford not able to get bat on ball. This time she finds the gap. Crosses over for a single. So it'll be Brits once again. She wouldn't want to be deprived of strike for too long because she started off so well.
Uses her feet, goes downtown. Does it go all the way? It does. The first 6 of the South African chase. Out comes the signal from Anna Harris. And what a show this is turning out to be from Tasman Brits.
That's a clean strike from Brits. Doesn't quite make it to the pitch of the ball, but the follow through of that shot helps her just clear the boundary, and immediately a change in the field. The long on goes back because they're expecting her to continue to attack these spinners.
Deft touch. Jemima Rodrigues is there to cut it off. Yeah, the use of the feet is going to be a key theme in Tasman Brits facing the India spinners, the Troika, Charani, Rana, Deepti Sharma. Pratika can be a part-time option as well, as we saw in the first match.
Yes, and we did see a lot of spin used. Once again, she finds the gap. Well, run 2, as I was saying. We saw a lot of spin used by the Indians in that first game. And we did see them getting a lot of spin off the track as well. So that's the end of the 6th over. South Africa still going strong, 45 for no loss.
Change.
Wow, bold, yaar.
45 for no loss. 45 for no loss after 6 overs.
Nice, nice, come on.
Is a great reply. Brits
Chalo, chalo, bold
has
karo.
come with all guns blazing here. That's a fantastic start for her. Laura is giving all the support she needs. When you chase a big total like 277, you need a brisk start, and that's what they've got, the South Africans.
Aja.
Good afternoon, Oshana Bessing.
Good afternoon, Gamini. Yeah, it's been a very good start. It also tells you how strong they are as a batting unit and how true the surface is. And at one stage, I felt 277 might be a bit steep for South Africa, but the openers seem to be attempting to prove otherwise. Still a lot of cricket left in this game. Anything is possible, but this is a very confident start. I like their technique, how they get behind the line of the ball, how they look to punch it. Yeah, there was one particular shot I remember which the batter tried to thrash it and missed, but otherwise it's been really good, proper batting from this pair of openers.
Yeah, the feature has been, Roshan, if you see a wagon wheel, all her shots in the V. She loves to present the full face of the bat. And she seems to have got used to this wicket very quickly, the way she's timing it. Every shot is coming off the middle of the bat. Like you said, just one delivery, that was a miss hit. Yeah, Yeah, Indians got their work cut out here. These are two quality players in the South African lineup. The skipper, who has got few years behind her, and Brits. I'm very impressed with her.
Yeah, Wolford's got on strike. Brits look very fine. She's 30 of 22. Yep, pace off that time from Gautam. They got to mix it up. On a track like this, they'll got to keep mixing it up. They'll have to adjust the length, maybe slower deliveries like that. Yeah, they need wickets. They just can't let a partnership settle. A lot of support from behind the stumps from the wicketkeeper Ghosh. And what are they asking for? They're asking for some water. Yes, I think it's absolutely hot. It's burning hot, I'll tell you. And it is an achievement to go out there, Gamini, and be batting and be playing cricket.
Yeah, we have mentioned this time and time again. It's winter time in South Africa, so I don't know how they have acclimatized within the period of what. Now they've been here for less than a week, really. And this kind of weather, even for the locals, Sri Lankans, is pretty hard to, it's unbearable, really.
You are telling me. We are in the luxury of a beautiful commentary box and studded with air conditioning, so we are fine. We don't seem to, or not see, we are not struggling with the heat, but certainly spare a thought for them. They're at least in the shade, but not the players in the middle. And as you said, if the South Africans are coming on the back of a winter, that is a massive ask in terms of the temperatures here. Last ball of the over from Gautam. She's bowled well, gone for just 12 runs. On the pads, runs here. Might be 4 of them. The 50 is up in 7 overs for South Africa.
Yeah, another classy shot, swinging in towards her pads. You know, you need to have good technique to have loose hands on the onside. You need the ability to unlock your hip, and that's another quality shot. So 51 after 7. Plenty of boundaries in the first 7 overs. This is a great reply. The fear of failure, one of the key elements in wide ball cricket. When you chase a big total like that, obviously there's a fine line between risk and reward, but I don't think they've played any premeditated shots. They've played according to its merit. But there have been some quality shots. Even that last one, the last ball of that last over. And they're playing the field as well. We saw Brits coming forward and hitting it over mid-off that last over. As a result, she's got the mid-on down onto the line. So now that she can do that, because of the approach and the way of thinking, she used her feet, got one down the ground. Now the captain has to think and drop the fielder down. So now the efficiency will improve, because even for a good ball, all she had to do is to present the full face of the bat through the line, and you're going to get one.
Mid-on comes in with the skipper on strike. Yeah, that's what happens, isn't it? You open up areas, you open up fields, and gives you the extra option in terms of runs you could make. It's a brilliant partnership so far. That was the boundary that brought up the half century. Snehrana bowled from the opposite end against Sri Lanka. She did get something off the surface, but yesterday's or the surface that India played Sri Lanka was slightly different. It had a bit of moisture. The ball was holding up a little bit. But this surface is quite flat and nothing for the spinners or any bowlers for that matter.
And also the fact that she's got the responsibility to bowl in the first power play against Sri Lanka. The fast bowlers did the job for India, and she came after the first 10 overs, and she was generating some, she was doing some purchase off the surface because of the moisture. But here, like you said, it's a well, there was a hesitation, but Miss Fielder loves them to cross over another one. Smriti, she was feeling at short square leg here. So against quality players, it's not the easiest task to bowl in the first power play with having only 2 fielders outside.
Last ball off the over. Well bowled. Played for some turn, I think. It went straight through. 8 overs done. 54 without loss.
South Africa need 223 runs to win. Incidentally, Roshan, if they do get there, and that will be the highest run chase for South Africa against India. Having said that, currently they are holding the record against India for the highest run chase. So they've been there and done it, and that must be holding them in good stead when it comes to. It always helps. When you play the last time, you always remember as a batter, when you get 100, you go the next time, you feel good about yourself, you trust your skills and your belief. So Arundhati Reddy has come from the other end. She started from the far end. 4 overs for Gautam. Now Arundhati. Yeah, this is a very important period, Roshan. 2 more overs to go, so obviously Indian skipper looking to go through their her fast bowlers, try and minimize the damage here.
Runs through extra cover. Nicely punched. Only a single. I thought Arundhati Reddy's length when Brits is on strike is perfect for her, because that's her game. This time short of a length, she's on the back foot, but she generally favors the front foot a lot. Loves to go through those areas you spoke about. And with no swing on offer for Reddy, she'll have to be very careful with her length, because it with the ball coming onto the bat quite nicely, driving won't be too difficult. So this is where the importance of bowlers just maintaining those lengths are going to be critical.
And also in contrast, Roshan, compared to Sri Lankan openers, obviously Chamari, we know all about her skills, but Pereira opened for Sri Lanka. As you can see, these South African batters, they take a good stride forward. Although the wicket keeper is up to the stumps, they got long levers, these girls, and at the moment, the sound coming off the bat is such sweet. Everything is off the middle. One wise man one day told me, and that's very well batted. Good awareness about the field. Because that's the advantage. When you start punching the ball off the middle of the bat and it comes so quickly to you, as a fielder, you tend to take a couple of steps back. And if you're smart enough, reading the situation, you drop the ball with dead weight, let the ball come and hit the bat rather than going after it, and then you take a single. Point that I was trying to make. Oh, that one was dragged down. That'll go down to deep square leg boundary for a 4. Looking to change the speed. Maybe the back of the hand, slower delivery. But dragged it short. After 9 overs, 60 runs. South Africa going nicely here. So Laura is on 18 of 27. She is giving all the support that she needs. Tasmin Brits. What an inning so far, 37. 6 fours and a 6. Roshan, the point I was going to make, as a fielding side and as a bowler, when the ball started coming off the middle of the bat, how it can demoralize the fielding side. Like I said, one wise man, he could play a bit. He took only 800 wickets, test wickets, and he said, when a batter plays a defensive shot off the middle of the bat, he says that is more demoralizing than actually, because then he feels like he has got to use the pace of the ball, the wicket. He's reading the ball off his hand. So he says that can easily get you out, really.
Yeah, as a bowler it can be very, because defensive shot is a shot you try and create pressure, isn't it? And create that, not the word uncertainty, but create some way of indiscretion. You get batters to play defensively and then try and dismiss them. But if you're playing your defensive shots with your strides out and with off the middle of the bat, then that's another story or a message that gets across. Now regarding Snehrana, I like to see her bowling here now against Sri Lanka on a pitch that had something for the spinner, something for the bowler. She looked very good, but this is the test. On surfaces like this, how much of skill do you have to try and curtail the opposition? See, that's something that we will see very shortly.
Yeah, you're right. In this game, it's how well you can outread your opponent, and it's you're only allowed to play as good as your opponent lets you. And when you have class batters like this, where they have, we say 5 gears that you need to be efficient, white ball cricket or any cricket, you need to have your brakes. It's like driving a car, really. You have to have your brakes. That is your defense. Let the ball come and hit the bat. Then you have to have your forcing shot, like the check drives. Then you have to have your wrist using the speed. And then you need to have that full golf swing. The circle right around. So these girls have, some 3-4 gears. It's not easy. If you're only 2 gears, then you can set a field. Either you defend or you hit. But they use their wrist. They use the speed. What you call the helping shots. So to be a complete cricketer as a batter, you need to have those gears. But right now, it's an intriguing contest between the Indian bowlers and these two batters. 61 for no loss after 10.
Well, they pulled it back a little bit. The power play is done, so we are into power play number 2. Snehrana's last over was good. But now this is the contest. We do know that South Africa enjoyed a bit of pace on the ball. Now spin on. This is how they started, and really good batting by the opener. Some lovely drives, punches down the ground. Timing has been brilliant, isn't it? And some placement, forcing shots. And some luck as well. But it doesn't matter. That's where South Africa is at the moment. They are scoring runs quite freely and going at better than a runner ball into the 11th over. And the most important aspect is, in this chase, is they haven't lost a wicket. Ulwad 20 of 30, Brits 37 of 32. Really looking to dictate them now with Brits on strike. I'm not surprised that long off goes out. Mid-on remains in 30-yard circle. That's fine. 25-yard circle. That's fine. But long off coming out. No surprises.
Yeah, end of the first power play. So now you have the luxury of having 4 fielders outside, and you can see straight away Indian skipper has got 4 fielders outside the circle, looking to protect those boundaries. These two girls are quite capable of getting boundaries. Yeah, this was the contest that I was looking forward for. left arm orthodox against the two right-handers here.
Super buddy.
You need to be at the stumps and bring those both edges into play.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
Good start, but not that one.
No worries.
That was poor.
Nice.
Yeah, it was nice. The ball was.
Not the fielding. And it was to her strong hand, to her left. Also, I feel, yes, with the faster bowlers, I expect the lengths were important, but with the spinners, I think the pace matters. You can't afford to go too slow on the surface. So no wonder that you find the spinners looking to push it through a little bit quicker. They don't want batters to look to come down the pitch on a track that's not giving them any assistance, particularly no turn or grip. It's a very good last delivery. We'll give them a single, but it's a good last delivery. So there's been a little bit of a stem in the flow. 11 overs done. 64 without loss.
Have water.
Right, India mixing it up. Rana's off, Deepti Sharma. Very different kind of off spinner, slower through the air. This again is going to be an interesting contest because we do know that the South African batters are quite adventurous. They have light pace, but with the slower Deepti Sharma, how would they react to it? Would they want to come down the pitch? Or will they be playing her from the crease? It's a good field set. She's got a short mid-wicket, so that's for the turn with or the shot that the batter attempts to play with the turn. And the offside is good as well. So at the moment, I think the first two deliveries have been good.
Yeah, we've already seen from these two batters that they are not afraid to use their feet. And the other thing, Roshan, that you mentioned, that mid-wicket is pretty straight and extra cover is pretty straight. So that tells me that she's not going to generate a lot of turn, and she'll be targeting towards those stumps, the off stump, and there and thereabouts. So they're looking, that mid-wicket is straight, so you can cut across and give some for the batters to think about taking a single straight. There you are.
It's also interesting that they have preferred to play her off the back foot. She hasn't allowed the batters to come down the pitch and go over mid-off. Long on, she's got a fielder. That's why I believe the pace is important, but that time a full toss. But Deepti Sharma may appear to be slow through the air, but I'm sure she has a fair bit of revs on the ball where the ball can drop. So that's why the batters aren't taking too many chances, this being the first over.
Yeah, quickest ball of the over to finish, and that was a dot. 12 overs, South Africa, 65 for no loss.
शाबाश जल्दी जल्दी शाबाश
Lighted delivery will pick up a quick single, Laura Wolfart.
Anisha, I like the spin twins, and with two batters who have given the team a good start. This is a right royal battle out in the middle to get the psychological advantage going over the next 5 overs or so.
The openers have done really well so far, blunting both pace and spin. 61 in South Africa's power play as opposed to 43 in India's. Defended off the front foot.
Yeah, they were very good with getting to the first 50 without loss, all right, in 7 overs as against 13.
Comes down the track and driven back to the bowler. We have seen a few return catches being completed already in this Tri-Nation series. Enough loop on that enticed the batter to come forward. Brits has anyway been using a lot of her feet anyway.
His field is well set, and the bowling, the dot ball ratio is climbing with the spinners introduced. That will definitely create more pressure on the South African openers.
And very disciplined lines from N. Charani, who made her debut at 20 years old on Sunday against Sri Lanka, picked up a couple of wickets. Has started off really well today.
That was huge. It had the distance and the height for a second maximum for Brits. 13 gone, 72 without loss. South Africa in reply.
South Africa continue their merry way in this chase of 277. 72 runs already taken out of that equation at brisk pace, no less. Laura Wolfart happy to play second fiddle as aggressor Tasman Brits inches closer to a half century. She's made the Indian attack pay, converted decent deliveries into boundary balls. 2 sixes to her name already.
That field is kept there to exactly prevent that single being taken. In the first over she was successful. Now twice over she has not been able to stop that crossover.
Nicely bowled by Deepti Sharma, wristed into the leg side.
And now they find that the boundaries are in short supply, crossing over quickly, efficiently.
Hangs back, off the back foot, punches it nicely. Another boundary to the name of Tasman Brits. She's dealing in 4s and 6s. Just one short of a half century now. Laid back, but such a delight to watch this South African opener.
Yeah, that ball sat very easy, comfortably, just short of good length. She picked the line and length very early, very well.
This time hurried Brits on with that faster delivery.
Good comeback by the experienced Deepti Sharma.
Noddled into the leg side, and that will be a well-made half century for Tasman Brits. Raises her bat and a tribute to her late father with that celebration, as we've seen ever so often in international cricket. End of the 14th over, South Africa are 80 without losing any wickets.
Two sixes, 7 fours, 45 balls, and a partnership of 80. That's big. The Indian openers put on 83 runs, mind you, Anisha. So the South Africans trying to match that and do a little bit better with the pace.
Lovely use of the wrist again, but there is a fielder at short mid-wicket in Pratika Rawal. Packs in a lot of power with pretty much every shot does Brits. And a good way to navigate that spin from the left arm spinner Charani, showing just how good her range of shots is.
And her approach was very good, leaning into that shot, preventing the ball from spinning away from her. So the surface is now conducive to stroke play off the front foot, off the back foot. And these two batters are using that to their advantage. So it's the onus on the spinner to beat them in flight, I would imagine.
The leg side being fortified with the inclusion of Deepti Sharma at short fine leg. Loopy delivery, loud appeal, but looked like it was going down leg.
This is what I like. I like to see that ball flighted and beat them in flight. They'll be tempted now to go over the top, over extra cover.
Good stop again from Jemima Rodrigues. Had saved truckloads in the first game, patrolling the periphery in the inner circle. Took a superb catch running in the outfield to close out the bowling innings in the first match against Sri Lanka.
Yeah, 15 completed and South Africa in reply, 81 without loss.
A fine 50 from Tasman Wits to set up this chase. Used the V in front of the wicket very well, plundering runs on the offside. Deft behind the V in the reverse V as well. Two lusty blows, deploying the sweep every now and then. Maximums, fours, carted through the covers. Deft punches of the back foot. And a landmark yet again to her name. Such a huge asset is Brits to the South African top order. Reached her landmark of just 45 deliveries.
Oh, hit so powerfully. Sharma didn't really make a big effect on it. 4 runs. Plenty happened with that particular stroke and the eventual outcome.
We already spoke about there being so many return catch opportunities so far in this series, and here was one. A little bit more alertness perhaps. Sure, it was struck powerfully, but this is something of that magic that India are looking for to get that breakthrough. A chance gone a-begging.
One thing that's happening is that the South African openers are leaving their crease to get to the pitch of the ball. So it's only a matter of time that an opportunity would once again be coming their way.
Lots of revolutions being imparted to her deliveries. It's really taxing out there in the middle. Losing a lot of fluids, both these batters. It's winter in South Africa, peak summer in the subcontinent. How they maneuver these conditions is going to be a key concern throughout the course of this 3-team assignment. South Africa, of course, touring the country for the first time since April, May 2017. That's over 8 years.
Long time, yeah. This is the highest partnership of the match so far. It's coming at a time when South Africans needed a strong reply to get to a very challenging target.
Faster delivery, a Yorker from Deepti Sharma to end the third over. 16 gone. South Africa 87 without losing any wickets, and it's time for drinks in the middle.
So it has been a great start for South Africa. Skipper Wolfart, 26, playing second fiddle to Tasmin Brits. She started off well, hit the ball to all parts of the ground. Good timing, good placement, and good shot selection. 5 extras though gives the team the sort of confidence to go after this rather stiff target as we saw.
Five bowlers used by Harmanpreet Kaur, the India skipper, in the first 16 overs. None so far have been able to deliver that breakthrough, as both Wolfart and Brits have continued dictating terms. Where is that breakthrough coming from is the question. Even before you know, their shoulders might start drooping, as we've seen often when opening batters have put them under pressure, especially in contests against Australia. Another formidable lineup, and this one that South Africa are fielding here today is as formidable. At least their top order is. They still have the likes of Lara Goodall and Karubo Mesu in the mix. South Africa started off their chase really well. Dictating the terms largely was Tasman Brits. Wolfart happy to just nudge it around, while Brits bought out the big blows. 2 half a dozen strokes, 2 maximums from Brits there, getting to a half century of just 45 deliveries.
That's what it has been. India electing to bat 276 for 6. Opener Rawal 78, skipper Kaur 41 not out. Rodriguez dominated the partnership of 50 plus with that 41. Blabber 2 for 55. Plenty of missed opportunities there for the South Africans. South Africa in reply, although have got off to a good start in 16 overs. And 87 without loss. Very little opportunities except for that very stiff return catch to Deepti Sharma, but they've been particularly severe on Arundhati Reddy, the opening bowler. So 3 overs gone at 9 and over, which is something that you don't see very often.
Credit to both openers for batting as impressively as they have so far, given all of their players were out in the field for a full 50 overs. India made them toil hard. They had a mixed bag of a first innings with the ball and as a fielding unit as well did South Africa. But they've absolutely stomped back into this contest. And they are now well poised to putting on a show that will give them a lot of confidence as they look to go deep into this Tri-Nation series, the first ever on Sri Lankan soil in women's cricket.
And now with 16 overs completed and most of the shine taken off from the balls here, you could get an impression to see that the spinners will play a major role, and employing a defensive but attacking field is what Kaur will have to now employ.
A powerfully driven shot from Wolfart, intercepted by the short extra cover fielder Jemima Rodrigues. brings out the cut this time around. Wolfart has been scoring at less than a strike rate of 60, whereas Brits has gone about at close to 106. Two opposite ends of the spectrum.
But I get the feeling that the South African skipper will now take over the rotational strike. Oh, that was a superb switch hit. Perfectly timed, very well executed. You play a switch hit with that sort of confidence.
She's toying with the bowlers now. She's absolutely toying with the field placements. Tasman Brits is having a lot of fun out there in the middle. The ingenuity she's showing is the one you see from a set batter who's gotten off to a great start and brought up a 50 at a canter.
That's good placement too. You don't look for boundaries. Every delivery, every given opportunity, crossover, cut down on the dot ball ratio. You're definitely going to be on the positive side.
Both Wolfart and Brits have looked largely unchallenged, and they're making India's bowling attack look a little bit unidimensional, lacking that bite perhaps in this game.
You said toying with the bowling. That's what it's all about. There was no protection in the fine leg region, and they had enough time to play that scoop.
Invention from Wolfart after ingenuity from Brits. Why should the captain not have any fun, hey? She's played second fiddle so far, but now she's getting in on the act. End of the 17th over. South Africa 97 for no loss.
The maintained run rate is higher, and that means the required run rate from now on at 5.45 is quite gettable, but always a challenging task if you don't have wickets in hand. And I still believe that the spin options available for the Indian skipper, if used properly and meticulously, supported by a good fielding display, could still be quite a handful.
And could spring in a surprise in the form of a part-timer perhaps. Harmanpreet Kaur herself can bowl a lot of variations, off spin, leg spin. Smriti Mandhana took the wicket of Sunil Lees the last time India and South Africa played, so hey. And what about Pratika Rawal? Maybe a part-timer can do the trick. Jimmy Rodrigues even.
They don't want to go that far, surely. Crashed away. That's the 100 partnership. Oh, loose delivery.
Rocked back and pulled away by Tasman Brits. Vacant space, lots of vacant real estate in that region. And India continue to reel under the onslaught of Brits.
We won the comparison when India batted. They got to 100 for the loss of 1 wicket in the 22nd over. See, this is the 18th being bowled, and no loss. Century opening partnership for South Africa. Great reply.
My reasoning behind throwing in some part-time options was what we saw from a frontline bowler in Dirksen getting a wayward delivery to be a wicket-taking ball. Got the scalp of Smriti Mandhana in what was a highly eventful over with lots of wides. It was a poor delivery, but ended up becoming a chocolate pie of a ball for Aneri Dirksen.
Oh, you make me crazy for the chocolates.
ball is coming on nicely to the bat, which is testament to how good this pitch is. It is not a road. The spinners have gotten a lot of purchase, as have the fast bowlers. Through the swing they have been able to elicit. It's just that, where is that bouncer coming from? Who is it coming from the India bowling ranks? There is no Pooja Vastakar. Does Kashvi Gautam have a good one?
Played uppishly, safe. Taking a few chances. They're still... now you can see that they're tired. The timing is not really there. This is an area where the Indian bowlers can really look forward to. Anything pitched up, they want to clear the infield.
Tried to use a lot of the bottom hand, did Brits on that occasion. Miscued it slightly, was up in the air for a fairly long, 3 fielders converging. This time around, lofted again, and it's a dropped catch. Dropped by the skipper, Harmanpreet Kaur.
Oh,
Tasman
no.
Brits given a lifeline on 66. How costly is that going to prove for India as they still look for that first breakthrough? 18 gone South Africa and 104 without losing a wicket.
Well, just to try and show you how good South African batting has been, with the partnership of 243 being their best, and this pair are quite used to long partnerships and big partnerships, and that's exactly what we see here. As I say, good afternoon, Esther.
Good afternoon, Roshan. It's been a fabulous performance by South Africa so far. 276 looked like a big total, but with the start they've gotten, particularly Brits and how she's battered, they're certainly in with a shot to go all the way today.
Yeah, for sure. Still a lot of cricket left in the game, no doubt. Rana continues. I've been impressed with her, I must say. Not just against Sri Lanka. Now this is the drop catch we're talking about. Hit pretty hard. Should have taken it. Burst through the hands, but should have taken it.
Another straightforward opportunity going a begging in this game. We saw a couple of missed opportunities in the first innings as well from the South African fielders. But Harmanpreet Kaur will be really disappointed with that, because, as you said, it was pretty straightforward.
Love the loop. Really well bowled. She's been impressive, Rana. Even on this track, she's getting a little bit of turn. Not dangerous, but little bit. She's getting a bit of grip as well. Nice loop. And she's not been easy to score runs off.
And not afraid to flight the ball up, is she? She's given the batters the opportunity also to try and go after her. But at the same time, not given away too many easy singles or easy boundary balls.
Well bowled. 19 done. 106 without loss.
So South Africa needing another 171 runs to win in 31 overs. It's not going to be easy by any means, but they've got the perfect start. 106 for no loss of 19 overs to set batters at the crease.
Well, the asking rate also is not frightening. It's less than a runner ball. So with wickets in hand, less than a runner ball on a good surface, the batting side should be backing themselves. Here comes Gautam. She was the unfortunate one. Should have had the wicket in the last over. With the skipper putting down that chance. It was hit hard. It burst through her hands. As you did see, she was trying to go for it. Managed to get both hands, but yeah, as you say, I mean, every catch matters. And especially on a good surface, half chances matter. A bit too short at that pace. Just allows the batter to get on the back foot and swing away on the onside.
Yeah, just on the opportunities, I think overall both sides bowlers have struggled to kind of create those chances, and when they do, they've not had the luck of the fielders taking them. So that's what they'll be most disappointed with.
Just look at the run up and action of Gautam. Very strong, nice rhythmic approach. Strong action, nice follow through. She'd love to add maybe a yard or so in pace, just to surprise the batter a little bit more. But still, looks quite effective. Swings the ball earlier on. Runs here. Good fielding. But what you see here from the South African openers are that they are scoring runs quite easily. We know how important it is to play risk-free cricket, because it conveys a message to the opponents, and that's exactly what these two openers are doing.
Yeah, we spoke about the roles that the two Indian openers played, how one of them was going after the attack while the other was playing that second fiddle, and I think South Africa have done that well as well. It has been Brits right from the word go, looked to be the aggressor, while Woolward has just kept the scoreboard ticking, has rotated the strike really well.
Yeah, now 70 to Brits, Woolward 34. She's played second fiddle. Hit hard, good fielding, really good fielding. Rodriguez or Rodrigues?
Yeah, Jemima Rodrigues, once again, we spoke so much about her fielding in that first game. The opportunity she created here again, just gets a hand on it and restricts it to just one run. So that's the over. 20 overs done. South Africa 110 for no loss. So these are the highest successful chasers for South Africa in ODI cricket. The top two coming against India in 2022 and 2021. So they've chased 275 in Christchurch against India. If I'm not mistaken, that was at the World Cup. So if they manage to be successful today, that will be their highest run chase in ODI cricket.
They certainly seem to be very serious about that effort, with the way they are setting themselves up to climb the mountain, climb Everest, because it's a kind of an Everest, because it's not easy, it's quite steep. Rana has been very good. If you look at the field, she's got 5 on the leg side, 4 on the off, and she's got those mid-wicket and long on areas covered. So she has to be very, very tight with her line. She can't afford to bowl straight. Why I say that is anything that is straight can be swept behind square leg. So you've got to make sure that even if a batter wants to go on the leg side, she's got to fetch it from a place where at best she could only hit it to mid-wicket and long on. So that's why I believe she's bowled a very fine spell so far. Field has changed, square leg goes out to the boundary. But this is a good little face as far as Rana is concerned with the ball in hand.
Yeah, in both games so far, she has looked like the most threatening option in the Indian ranks. Interesting considering she hasn't really played ODI cricket in the last 16 months or so, so has made a brilliant comeback to this side.
See, the point you made, I mean, I heard it even during the last game, and it surprises me how that she didn't play in the last 11 months or so. That has to be purely on the requirement of a combination than anything else. Yes, there have been many times. Now this is runs down to backward point. There have been many times that you've seen quality players having been benched simply because teams want their combination right, the balance right, so they are reluctantly forced to leave out good players. So I think it's one of those cases with Sneh Rana.
Whatever the reason that she was left out for that period of time, now she has the opportunity to get herself into that World Cup squad. World Cup not so far away, just a couple of series after this to come for India. So she's made a great start in kind of making her way into that lineup.
Good over. She's completed 5 and conceded only 20. South Africa 115 without loss.
Limbu, please, limbu, limbu.
Well, the breeze is quite strong up there still. So if you look at the flags on the scoreboard, so it tells you it's a cross breeze. And cricket played, well, not at a hectic pace because South Africa having it well under control. The first 50 quite quick, the second 50 it's more consolidation.
Yes, they're still on pace to get to that total, not allowing that required run rate to get beyond them.
बॉटल का ढक्कन कहाँ है?
13 fours and 2 sixers in the innings so far. And largely it's been Brits, who has made 72 of 69. Ulvard has played a good supporting role, and this is how you complement each other. Right now, change of bowling. Would you put it down to a sign of desperation on the part of the Indian camp to get the off-spinner Raval on, because she bowled a solitary over against Sri Lanka and immediately finds the edge, and the batter will get a boundary.
This is the third or the fourth time that Tasmin Brits has found the edge and found the boundary. So riding her luck a little bit. Pratika Raval, not really a front-line spinner, but was used in the last game as well by Harmanpreet Kaur. Wants to keep as many options as possible in her bag.
Where is the slip? She would have been hoping that she had a slip always. Smart after the event. She saw the shot, delivering, her eyes lit up. She was looking to thump it on the offside and could have easily nicked it to the keeper.
There you go, Raval's performances with the ball so far in her career. Not bowled that much, just 10 overs in her 7 games. Certainly her performances have come with the bat, as we mentioned before. The fastest woman to 500 ODI runs in the history of the game.
Well, it's time now for Raval to try and show how good she is as a bowler. You do know her credentials as a batter. She's done brilliantly, as you said, 5 consecutive half centuries, but that's all the history. In the present, India desperately needing a wicket here.
It's Woolward's record against India, 693 runs at an average of 38.5. Has been relatively good against them in the recent past.
So Raval has conceded 7. That included the boundary of the 5 deliveries she's bowled. So she's not been able to create that pressure. Manages to bowl a dot, but still 7 runs in that over. 22 done. South Africa 122 without loss. Well, this pair has been known for their partnerships, and look at Woolward, the captain, involving herself in 2 partnerships. In fact 3 of them, first, second and third. So she's been seriously good at building partnerships. 243 still remains the highest, and that is between this pair of batters. So they have scaled those heights before, so they got a record and a history of being able to do that. And quite a few big stands, 179, 177, 224 for the 4th wicket, and then 142 for the 6th. So South Africa has the definite credentials and pedigree in terms of those partnerships and building innings. Charani continues.
Charani has really impressed in her 2 games so far. She's got 21 of 4 overs so far today. No wickets, but she certainly looked threatening with her left arm spin.
India at the moment needs dots. I won't say no, but they need wickets more than that. South Africa, on their part, when you look at their firepower at their disposal, they could afford to play a few dots and hold wickets back. These are the returns of Charani in this game. None for 22 into the 5th over. She's tried hard. Full marks for trying. And she's looked to bowl those good areas which are around the off stump. Like the pace she bowls. Not loopy through the air, but she tends to push it through a little bit. So there is a lot of variety and ability in this package as a left arm spinner.
Yeah, and she's able to get the odd one to turn away from the batter, isn't she? So adds that little bit of variation that you need. Just on South Africa and how they've gone about things. They do have, as you mentioned, the firepower in the batting lineup later on to come. They've got Dirksen, they've got de Klerk, who can clear the boundary quite comfortably. So they won't be too worried with the required run rate, even if it goes slightly beyond 6, because they've got those players who can clear the boundaries.
1 ball to go in the over. It's a very impressive start for South Africa. 125 without loss. Only a single, but South Africa will take it. 126 without loss, 23 overs completed.
South Africa needing 151 to win in 27 overs. It has been Brits on 80 not out so far. She has 200s and 150 in her ODI career. So she is someone who generally seems to convert when she gets past that 50-run mark.
Well, this would be an ideal moment from a South African point of view. Not just to convert, but to make it big.
Pratika Raval has not been bad so far despite her part-time reputation. Got that edge of Brits' bat. It's well played, down to the deep, cut off at the boundary. South Africa back for 2, as I was saying. Has bowled well so far. Got that edge of the first delivery, has gone for runs, but simply because of that one boundary.
See, ideally for Harmanpreet Kaur, she will be hoping that Pratika Rawal would do the trick, and that's a wicket. She's bowled some really good deliveries too, like that last one, hurried the batter. I'm not sure whether she will want to bowl too many overs with Pratika Rawal. This is purely a change, it's a change up to try and see what she could get. Maybe another over, at best another 4 overs maybe. But she needs to bring her main bowlers back. But having said that, Pratika Rawal is managing to keep asking questions from these batters.
Yeah, and the problem for Harmanpreet would be that her fast bowlers haven't really looked threatening today. They bowled brilliantly against Sri Lanka in that first game. But today, with the batters taking them on a little bit, struggle to really find their lines and lengths. So that's the end of the 24th over. South Africa rollicking around at 130 for no loss.
इसको फंसाना पड़ेगा नहीं तो नहीं होगा फंस गई हाँ चलो
Silver Cup for Women's Tri-Nation One Day International Series 2025, match number 2. And South Africa with a spirited reply after 24 overs, 130 without loss, chasing 277 for victory. Coming the spinners, I think, would hold the key, and using them in the right format is a major story, as we get a cloud build up over the scoreboard area. I don't think it's going to be very threatening, but it's put a little bit of gloom as far as the evening light condition concerned. He goes aerial. I thought long off could have had a better sight of that high ball. Diol was running in from long off. Take a look at this.
Yeah,
Tight shot once again.
Definitely an opportunity. It was in the air for a very, very long time. Yep. Luckily for Brits, just fell in between those two fielders. Yeah, the clouds, well, we don't want that, do we? We are having a terrific game of cricket at the moment, and this is definitely going to go down to the wire. All depends on how these two will bat in the next 10 overs. Quicker. Yeah, I think for me, Haritha Charani is the one. To me, obviously India will be looking to have 10 overs from her.
Deepti Sharma, 3 overs 15. There was a missed opportunity of her own bowling. Powerful shot from Brits on that occasion.
Once again, nicely bowled. Beaten for flight. Yeah, it will be a hard task for Harmanpreet because her two paces have come for a bit of a stick, haven't they? 6 for 27, 3 for 27 for Reddy. So at this stage of the innings, you need to figure out who's going to bowl the full quarter of overs, and I can assure you that Charoni is going to be one. One off the last ball of the 25th halfway mark. South Africa 132 for no loss. Current run rate is 5.32. Required run rate is 5.76. As long as it's under 6, which is runner ball, South Africans will be favourites to win this match here on end. And like I mentioned, the bowlers that will come into play here for any one day 50 over team, Haritha, you need at least 3 bowlers to bowl the full quarter of overs. So before you come into the match, you pretty much know that these players will have to take that responsibility. And Rana, Charoni and maybe Deepti Sharma, those are the 3 that Harmanpreet will look for to bowl 10 overs each. Because the fast bowlers have come into a bit of a stick, and well, if she can get another 5 to 6 overs from them, Raval bowled 2 overs. So because the wicket column is empty at the moment, it's a lot of thinking to be done.
Yeah, I think just coming back into that clouds build up and the mild weather, it would also serve the South African batters at the moment. They are quite tired at the moment, and any little bit of respite is well received. There it is. There's a significant build up, not dangerous, and I don't think it would be the rain. It may be the light condition that would eventually come, and if it comes after 45 overs, then this match will be very much in the balance of being decided either way.
India got off to a great start, similar to South Africa. 276 for 6 in their allotted 50 overs. Raval 78, Kaur and Rodrigues 41 apiece. 2 for 55 from Labba. But in reply, South Africa at the halfway mark. What a terrific reply. 133 for no loss. Brits, a remarkable batting really. 85 of 87. Boulevard 41. Brits was dropped by Harmanpreet about a couple of overs ago, so how costly that's going to be, well, only time will tell. And South Africa right now need 144 to win in 25 overs.
See, the skipper Laura Wolfart has played a very important second fiddle role in this opening partnership, and she's actually guiding her much more adventurous opening partner towards greater heights. And at 85, despite living a charmed life, she's put the ball in the air on a few occasions. It has fallen between 2 or 3 players, but having said that, she's batted with purpose and with intent, and with a lot of responsibility in giving her side the start they needed to chase this total.
Yeah, that was a chance from Harmanpreet. This, you could say, a half chance really. Both fielders could have converged on that one, but not to be. And also I can see, Haritha, you spoke about the cloud and the way some of these players' t-shirts, so have a look at that. And the wind has picked up as well. So whether that will play a part for these spinners to get some drift maybe. Starts with the full toss after the break.
Deepti Sharma is a very experienced campaigner, very successful bowler for India over a period of time. It's how she manages the pressure under these circumstances that would make a big difference.
There you are from the flags, Haritha. Definitely, there was hardly any breeze to speak of in the afternoon. It was very hot and muggy and humid conditions, and yeah, change of weather. Can India change things here? They need a wicket, that's for sure. That nearly got them. Whoa, how did that miss?
See, this is what I mean. If you manage the bowlers very well, get the combinations right, and this is where the Indian skipper plays a major role. Deepti Sharma, I told you she's very experienced. Great flight. Didn't use the feet. Okay, just get over it. I'm sure they would have had a good chat during that drinks break. Stem the flow of runs.
I know India got a very healthy score on the board, but because of the start that South Africa got at the moment, you cannot have any fielding errors or lapses. They need to try and make this total bigger and bigger by supporting the bowlers. South Africa would have been very disappointed in the dressing room with their fielding effort, but India, well, they'll have to do the same thing. This one driven once again with the shot. Because of the way that these girls are timing the ball, Harita, all the fielders on the offside, they are at the edge of the circle, which allows the batters, depending on the speed that they operate, to get through for another single. And chopping and changing here, the Indian skipper, when it comes to the field.
Anything quicker through there, the South African batters are very comfortable to deal with them. 26 overs completed. South Africa in reply, 136 without loss.
I still play occasionally. Very bad. Feature. Next spin. It either bounces 4 times or 0 times. Nowhere in between.
So you know the no ball thing, right?
Oh yeah. Very well.
As far as India is concerned, this is their second game, but for South African ladies, this is a tremendous impact on their first outing. Just give credit to them. They came back strong against India. I like that.
Yeah, I've mentioned this during this innings. To me, Charani is the one.
Yeah. Beaten in flight. That's the next best thing. Get them out of the crease. Good response on the part of Tasmin Brits.
Yeah, it's quite strange for the two batters. There's different kinds of fields. When Brits is on strike, mid off and mid on the boundary line, long off, long on. But they come into the ring for Laura. That's pitched outside the leg stump. She's starting to generate a bit of turn.
Yeah, it's in 7th over. Take a look at this. Almost a premeditated hit, and she almost played it onto her face. That's the protocol now because of being hit on the helmet. Physio running in to make sure that the player is comfortable. See that 51 and 67, 2 drop catches. One was a really stiff return catch, the first one. Deepti Sharma couldn't hold on to it. But the one that went to the Indian captain, Kaur, usually a safe pair of hands.
How many players?
Well, you got to feel for them. These two South African batters, they hit the ball very hard. And both those catchers were travelling.
You're smiling too. Now I think you're
Wolfhard and Brits both have this knack of building big partnerships. There's some of these shots from these batters that went all the way. There were some nice shots on the offside. That was the one that was travelling at speed. Some innovation from both batters. Back live. Missed out on that one. Mid on, up in the ring. Short delivery. Laura just couldn't get the gap.
A good flight.
अच्छा बॉल है, अच्छा बॉल है.
They're not trying to hit over the top yet. Good thinking on the part of the South African batters, the skipper in particular. She's playing a very important support role to Tasmin Brits.
So they are dealing in singles at the moment. Laura and Brits, 139 after 27.
How would they proceed from now on, the batters in conversation? The Indian skipper needing to make important changes. Oh, this is very intelligent cricket. Just teasing the bowlers and the fielders. The approach has somewhat made the Indian fielders run around more than what they would have probably expected at this stage of the game. And I still feel that these spinners, they can get their act together, still make this game a very interesting one, find who comes on top.
As you can see, Haritha, extra cover is pretty straight, mid-off, mid-wicket, short mid-wicket is pretty straight. So they are trying to bowl straight at Laura. Whereas when it comes to Brits, she's a very strong back foot player, so she knows how to locate the gaps, maneuver to both sides, and that's another good delivery. She's bowling to her field, Deepthi.
Brits went up to her skipper and probably had a change, few words to inspire her to hit the gaps. Again, another brilliant delivery. Yes, Deepthi Sharma, I always maintained, was all experience, and finally, with a straighter delivery, she has delivered for India.
Yeah, good tactics from India. After 3 dot balls, she made the mistake. She was looking to play square, as you can see, because the two fielders in front, they were pretty straight. So she was looking to break her wrist onto the onside to look for that single. She was a bit too late on it and had to play around it. So that's the first breakthrough. My goodness gracious me, didn't India want that? 43 of 75 for the skipper. South Africa 140 for 1.
Now they have effected the first breakthrough. They would be confident enough to make inroads and get the initiative back in their favour. Kaur looking up to Deepthi Sharma and the experienced bowler, delivering the faith bestowed on her. Good thinking. Change of pace, kept in line. She had dried up the runs for the South African skipper, and finally playing across, departed.
So another door open for India. Well, all this time it has been all South Africa. They've got an opportunity. As you can see, there's a slip in play straight away for Lara. Lara Goodall, the new batter, left-hander. Mid off, mid on in the ring. So successful over for Deepti Sharma. 1 for 19 or 5. South Africa still remain on 140 for 1. As you can see from the bottom of the screen, run rate has crept above 6, so it's more than run a ball, just a tick, mind you. As you heard over the stump mic, it's a jaldi jaldi, so that now that the wicket has fallen, India looking to get few overs in as quick as possible. It's all tactical moves you need in one-day cricket, of white ball cricket for that matter, when it is T20 or 50 overs. Change. It's going to be Sneha. Brits gets off the strike with another single. Yep. So it's a very important period for both sides. South Africa, after a very good start, very good foundation and a platform, they are still in the game. It's not a huge rate that they are chasing, or a total now, because of the start they got. But India, they've got an opportunity now that they've picked up a wicket. There are more fielders inside the ring. Good captaincy from Harmanpreet. She's very experienced, very knowledgeable. She's looking to keep Lara on strike as much as possible. She's got how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fielders inside the ring.
One would get the feeling that Sneha would use the delivery outside of stump, well flighted. That was on leg stump. At least a couple here. Bowled the wrong line.
Yeah, inside edge. May have deliberately played as well, Haritha. Not only the field setting by Harmanpreet, I think the change in bowling as well. Soon as the left-hander comes into bat, because we had Deepti Sharma and the left-armer bowling from the other end, Charani. So now she can afford to bowl the two off-spinners in tandem from both ends, and because there's a left hand in place.
So Brits has gone down. I wonder whether there are any cramps as far as she's concerned. She's been involved in this match out in the middle ever since it commenced. The full 50 overs, and now as opener. Slight hold up in play.
Yeah, not only hitting the ball or bowling with the ball in hand, Haritha, in these parts of the world, it's a challenge to play cricket, and once you're out there for a very long time, and especially as a batter, when it can have a big effect, and yeah, definitely it's a cramp. She's been treated, and need a lot of liquids and all kinds of things these days, and it's part of the challenge, let alone handling the bowlers and batters.
See that tremendous strike rate of 96 plus, and almost a run a ball, 91 for her. So they would want her to be comfortable as much as possible. I don't think she's too badly affected with that. She took a precautionary break and got the first aid going for herself. With all the preparations, they've not been here for more than a week, the most, maybe less than that. So the change of weather on the body and the struggle out in the middle. she can be happy that it's only a mild evening at Ketarama here today. As I said earlier, cloud build up but not too dangerous.
Yeah, both the openers have done a tremendous job to keep South Africa in these run chase. The Indian bowlers have been pretty disciplined as well. 7 extra so far. What an innings it has been from Brits. Well, as far as the bowling card is concerned, this is a concern for Harmanpreet. Who do you trust to bowl the full quarter of overs? Gautam and Reddy, 6 overs and 3 overs respectively. Reddy has gone for 27 in her 3. Raval have already filled in with 2 overs, so 6 bowlers used so far, but may have to go and find another one in order to find these 50 overs from somewhere. Flighted delivery, nicely bowled.
Sneh Rahana. Again flighted. I like it. I like it. She's quite tall. She uses the crease a lot. So Laura will have to be careful.
Yeah,
we don't push back. Push back too long on. Yeah.
There was a lot of risk involved in that shot. She plan nearly paid off. Lara from outside the eye line, breaking her wrist against the turn, picks up 1. 144 for 1.
इसको भी थोड़ा लालच दो ना, इसको बैट जैसा आ रहा है ना, मुझे लगा लालच दो, मारा जाए में ना, ये वाली लालच होता है ना।
Yeah, you got to keep a close eye on this run rate, the required run rate, that is. Nearly 6.5. But one thing in their favour when it comes to South Africa, they still got 9 wickets in hand. So but this is a time sometimes the think tank or the brain trust will look to send someone to do a bit of pinch hitting. But the Lara has given the license to play freely here. That's another slog against the turn. And it's also another vital part because Bridge she's in 90, so she must be having that 100 corner of her eye. So whether she will change the way she has been playing. Still very close to a runner ball, just a tick under it. 14 fours and 2 sixes in this innings. That's Amanjot on the field, so someone is not in the field.
Will judge single. Leaking runs. This is frustrating the bowler. Left hand, right hand combination would also work in their favour for the batting side. India need wickets. To be in this game, they need wickets. As you very correctly predicted, Tasmin Brits playing towards what appears to be another 3-figure score for her. Went right through the batter.
Yeah, I think she was going to play on the back foot and suddenly realized that was a full delivery, a bit of turn, very nicely bowled. But any given day, that could come your way and could have picked up a wicket. But after 30 overs, 147 for 1, a near miss.
India were 148 for 1 at this stage.
बहुत ज़्यादा बाउंस था हाँ दीपू इधर से आ रही है ये वाला लाइन
Swept away. Can it bisect the fielder? It does. Laura Goodall picks up a boundary. Was picked up as a late call-up in place of Anneke Bosch, who had to sit out this tour because of an illness. And here she is, adding insult to injury as far as India's woes are concerned in this defense of 276. Thick edge, but this time the fielder at short third with cut it. I'm Anisha Ghosh in the commentary box, joined by Estelle Vasudevan. What do you make of this chase so far from South Africa, Estelle?
They started really well, didn't they? Yeah! And she's bowled her Sneerana with the breakthrough once again. She's bowled so well today. Picks up her first wicket of the game. That's a big one for India. The pressure mounts on South Africa. Goodall is gone for 9.
Flighted and castled. Short stay from Laura Goodall. Didn't read the turn whatsoever. And that would be the 4th wicket in 2 matches for Sneerana. Goodall departs for 9 with just 1 4 to her name. South Africa 151 for 2. The players will break for a bit of a drinks right now. The conditions are really sapping here this afternoon in Colombo. Wolfart and Brits really pushed India on the back foot with that early show of intent from the get-go pretty much. A chase of 277 pretty much being made short work of until came that breakthrough from Deepti Sharma, sending Wolfart back to the hut for 43. Goodall played a few shots, a few misses in that mix, 1 boundary. And then comes the second off spinner into the mix, Sneerana. Pick of the bowlers in the first game, took a 3 for. And here too, she's putting her hand up for her side in real times of distress because the game seemed to be slipping from India's hands. 1 brings 2, as they say. And now India are well poised to claw their way back into this defense. Can they do it with aplomb is the question.
Yeah, in those first 20 overs, it looked like South Africa were going to run away with things the way Tasman Brits and Wolfart were batting. India have managed to really pull things back, and I think a lot of credit should go to the spinners, particularly Charani and Sneerana, who bowled really well during that short period of time. Now, it's a big challenge for South Africa. Will they have the debutante coming in next? She's slotted in to come in at number 4, May. So, will she come in? How much pressure will she be feeling if she does?
After a few drop chances, There was the wicket from Deepti Sharma, sending back the South Africa skipper. Sneh Rana followed in her footsteps. Castling, Lara Goodall, the left-hander. Tasmin Brits, however, continues to hold fort in the middle. She's going to be absolutely key in the remainder of the chase. The required run rate, 6.46 now. Current run rate, a little under 5. Things could turn around in favor of India very quickly should they be able to capitalize on this break prompted by 2 quick fall-off wickets.
Tasmin Brits has also seemingly been suffering with a bit of cramp. She's had treatment a couple of times already in this innings, and you have to say that's probably slowed her down quite a bit, because she was going at better than a runner ball for most of her innings, but it's just that last 20 to 30 runs where she's slowed down considerably. Now 92 not out of 98. She'll want to get to that big one, but also will know that at the back of her mind she'll be needed to go to bat as many overs as possible if South Africa are going to get over the line here.
Debutant Mesu on strike, 17-year-old, played a big role in South Africa reaching the knockouts of the Under-19 Women's T20 World Cup.
A massive moment in the game, isn't it? And she gets off the mark with a sweep to deep mid-wicket. It's a massive moment, I say, because this is a 17-year-old coming in with her team under a bit of pressure, the crucial number 4 position.
How Brits changes her approach, whether she does at all, is going to be interesting to see, because she's shown so much intent that really knocked the sails out of India's bowling attack early on. End of the 31st, South Africa 152 for 2.
Super girls! Doing great here, yeah. 1 break 2 here.
So South Africa needing 125 in 114 deliveries. Tasmin Brits out there on 92 of 99 deliveries. Carabao Meso just into the crease, 1 of 2. Of course, they've got Sune Loose, Annerik Dirksen and Dean de Klerk to come. Chloe Tryon as well. So a few who can clear the boundary, but they'll hope that much of the work is done by this pair.
Mesu handed her maiden international cap by the wicket keeper there. Sonalo Jafta with that big smile, welcoming the youngster into the mix.
A tricky situation for Jafta, I would think. It's her position that Meso is taking over, but I'm sure she'll be wanting her to succeed for the team.
There's also sort of a signal as to how the team culture is shifting under the leadership of their new head coach. He's spoken about how big he is on investing in young players. Drilled back to Deepti Sharma, will pick up a single off the misfield. Deepti should have intercepted that. Usually a good fielder of her own bowling. And what I also liked about the build-up to this series for South Africa is the coaching philosophy brought in by the new head coach is getting to know the players, their journeys, each other's biographies better. Out comes the big shot from Tasman Brits, and it clears the long on fielder with ease. That's a lusty stroke from Tasman Brits. 2 short now of her 3rd ODI century. Got all of it and enough for her 3rd maximum of the match.
Yeah, she's used her feet really, really well in this innings so far. As I said before, struggled a bit with cramp. She looks a lot better now.
She's really exhausted, you can tell from her body language. Tasman Brits has been out there. The South African dressing room, the dugout, will still be breathing easy because things look very much in control for them, don't they, Estelle?
Well, they certainly look calm. I wonder what they're feeling, because it's getting to a tricky stage in the innings, isn't it? And particularly with Laura Woolward back in the hut. We'll continue that conversation after the break. It's 32 overs done. South Africa 160 for 2.
The equation now for South Africa, 170 needed from 108 deliveries. Tasman Brits on 99 facing Charani. There is a fielder in a bit of an uncomfortable position for Brits, Smriti Mandhana, at short mid-off. Goes back and nurdles it towards deep point. That is going to be a 3rd international century for Tasman Brits. An innings built on grit and game sense. She raises her bat. The crowd acknowledges. So does the South African dressing room. This has been a fine knock from the opener. Weathered oppressive conditions here in Colombo, as also India's spin and pace attacks blunted them even with that early intent, pushed them on the back foot. And that is her 1st century against India across formats. Got her 1st ODI century against Bangladesh, followed it up with one against Sri Lanka, and this time around the 3rd one comes against a subcontinental side again.
What a fabulous knock from Tasman Brits. Just the way she started things off, she's put South Africa in a position where they could go for their highest run chase in ODI cricket. Cleared the boundary 3 times in that innings, and a simple single to take her to that 100.
Oh, that's a run of a misfield. The throw is towards the keeper's end. Brits was struggling. She's quite knackered, you can tell from her body language. But the throw wasn't really on target. She survives.
Misfield on that occasion. Tasman Brits just able to get back in the nick of time. I wonder if she will have a chat with Meso about those quick singles now, because she looks to be struggling a bit with those runs.
The switch hit comes out again and beats the fielder, the diving fielder at backward point. That is another boundary to the name of Tasman Brits. She's not looking to stop now. She's enjoying every single minute out there in the middle. Has motored on to 104 now at a pace of a runner ball. Extraordinary innings that is turning out to be.
Yes, the way she's maneuvered the field is so good to watch. That reverse sweep once again brings it out, finds the gap. And again, that's the difference between a good shot and a bad shot, isn't it? Just being able to find the gaps. Almost takes her eye off the ball as she hits it. But but manages to get past the fielder in the infield. And there is a change. She has forced India bring in another fielder, this time at short third.
Sweeps away, and that would be back-to-back force for Tasman Brits. She's making an absolute fist of this challenge that India are trying to throw her way. Plundering runs both sides of a wicket, got into position so early and swatted it with disdain.
You just got the fielder to move and then plays a conventional sweep to get to a boundary. 33 overs done. South Africa 170 for 2.
No worries, I'm really best. You want to go now? Aiden? Yeah, yeah, come on.
Tasman Brits seems to be walking away, by the way, as we look at her innings so far. 108 she scored already. Is she deciding to retire hurt? Because we see a new batter coming in real time as we look at her extraordinary knock. 108 unbeaten runs so far of 105 balls. And there she is walking off. Probably has had enough given the adversity of conditions she's had to face. Walks off to an applause from the dugout, the South African dugout. And the new batter in place of Tasman Brits would be another senior campaigner. Suneli is the former captain. Interesting moment this, Estelle. The set batter has decided to walk off because clearly she wasn't feeling too well, and it is a physical factor that has prompted her to leave the field at this juncture.
You're not ideal for South Africa, is it? 108 for Tasman Brits. She decides to retire. Sunelu's now at the crease, very experienced campaigner, and I'm sure she will do her best to guide Meso on the other end. But South Africa still have a ways to go in this game, need 107 of 101 deliveries. They've got some batting in the tank, but will need to be going at a certain pace if they want to get close to this target.
Sweeps away with aplomb. Shows just how good this youngster is with that shot. And Deepti Sharma is quietly getting her overs in. Can she find another wicket at this juncture for India? Because we are looking at a situation where Suneli's the new batter will have to get her eye in. Not the biggest of hitters of the ball. Is very ingenious though, can plunder the reverse V at will.
Oh, lovely.
Another important juncture in the game, isn't it? Because you've got a new batter in and you've got a very inexperienced batter on the other end. Just on Meso, from what we've seen so far, looks a real busy player, doesn't she? Just using those sweeps, using those cross-batted shots. Another dot ball from Deepti Sharma. So she's, as you said, piling up the pressure. And that would be the end of the 34th over.
And there's a look at Tasman Brits, who decided to retire hurt after scoring 108 runs. Clearly was cramping, probably down to dehydration, has lost a lot of fluids in the middle already. Fielded a full 50 overs inside the circle, on the outfield, and then started batting and giving it the Humpty. Clearly has taken a lot out of her, this knock. could well prove to be a match-winning knock if the remainder of the lineup of South Africa can put their hand up and say, hey, Captain Wolfart and fellow opener of hers, Brits, we've got your back. You're back in the hut, but we'll get the job done in the middle now. Rocks back and plays it to the fielder towards point. Deepti Sharma doing the tidying up at deep point. Mesu, as you rightly said, the 17-year-old has tried to keep the scoreboard ticking, but we've not seen a big shot from her yet.
Yeah, I don't think she needs to go for anything extravagant at this point of time. It's a good shot from Sune Loose. Has she found the gap? Yes, she has. So boundary for South Africa brings that required rate down slightly to nearly a runner ball now.
Suneli's got down on a knee and carted it through the covers. Lots of vacant spaces outside the circle in the offside. Expertly plundered by Lees, the new batter.
Shot on that occasion from Pratika Raval, who's back for her third over. Wasn't too bad in her first couple of overs. Was able to find the edge of Tasman Brits a couple of times. Unlucky not to pick out a wicket.
A nice little lap, but straight to Sri Charani. A short fine leg. There was a little conference ahead of this over between Captain Smriti, Vice Captain Smriti Madan and Captain Harmanpreet Kaur as to who should bowl the next over. Harmanpreet said it should be Pratika, a better option. And a loud, raucous appeal towards Deepti Sharma from Richa Ghosh, the wicketkeeper, to throw the ball to keep the second run from being completed.
Yeah, that was really good fielding from Deepti Sharma in the deep. Looked like it would be an easy two for the South African pair, but not able to get back. India just want to quietly build up these dots as they have done in these last 10 overs. So that's the end of the 35th over. South Africa 177 for 2.
Deepti Sharma to continue from the far end. 100 now needed from 90 balls. The required run rate now starting to creep up towards 7. That's something both the batters in the middle, Lees and Mesu, would want to keep an eye out on. Full ball from Deepti Sharma to Suneli's.
Sharma has been excellent so far, hasn't she? 3 for 31 in 8.1 overs. Has not given anything away to the South African batters. Managed to build that pressure. And you have to say, India has also fielded really well. The ground fielding has been good. They've put a couple of catches down. But apart from that, they've put pressure on the South Africans by their close infielders.
Pushed back, polite inquiries from Deepti Sharma. A little smile in response from Anna Harris, the on-field umpire. Not giving anything away as Deepti Sharma, just a single off the 4th delivery of her 9th over. Being utterly frugal, picking up 3 wickets. The other off-spinner, Sneh Rana, took a 3-4 in the first game. This time around, it's Deepti Sharma's turn. Off-spin to win. Is that the mantra for India on this assignment of theirs?
Yeah, they've both been excellent today as well. But you wonder when India will need to bring in at least one of those fast bowlers. And that's the opportunity that South Africa will be waiting for. Because they'll know that the ball will come onto the bat a lot easier.
Shuffles across and sweeps it. There is Harleen Diol patrolling the deep mid-wicket region. End of Deepti Sharma's 9th and South Africa's 36th. South Africa 179 for 2. All right, is this the time to inject some pace back into the mix? That should be the ploy. A lot of spin deployed already to great effect on the part of Harmanpreet Kaur, the India skipper, Rana, Deepti, and of course N. Sri Charani. And that marks the return of Arundhati Reddy, the right arm pacer, into the attack.
Yeah, Reddy going for plenty early on, 27 off her 3 overs. That's when Tasmin Brits was able to get a couple of boundaries, a couple of lucky ones, but nevertheless, it's the runs that count. As I mentioned before, now would be what South Africa has been waiting for, just a little bit of pace on the ball.
Full into the stumps, dug out by youngster Mesu. Good running between the wickets so far, on view from these two batters, Lees and Mesu. Amul Mazumdar, the India head coach, alongside Avishkar Salvi, keeping a close eye on the proceedings. A lot of questions might have cropped up from India's batting and bowling innings so far. Notes taken on both.
Yeah, certainly more questions than we saw in the first game. They've been put under pressure, particularly with the ball in this game early on. Saw they were able to bowl as they pleased in that first ODI against Sri Lanka. The opening bowlers, long spells for them. Not the case today. Tasmin Brits, of course, taking on the bowling, putting them under pressure, and as a result, forcing India to make some changes early on in the game.
Spot on, Estelle. Questions regarding maybe their intent with the bat early on. Flicked into the leg side. There is a fielder herring in from the deep. That's Pratika Rawal, keeps it to a single. Fielding is going to be absolutely crucial in the death overs as we segue from the middle overs. It's sort of hung in the balance, the game, at this juncture. And speaking of questions, India do not have a leg spinner in their squad. Could that be a differentiator over this series? And that's a wicket. The breakthrough comes from Arundhati Reddy once again. Brought back into the attack by Harmanpreet Kaur. She takes out the youngster Mesu for 7 runs. Took the top of middle and off. And that is the aggression. That is the breakthrough India were looking for. Oh, she would be disappointed, Mesu, wouldn't she?
Yeah, she's nicked it on right to her middle stump, so not the ideal way to go. Disappointing from the youngster, but 7 of 17. South Africa still a couple of experienced heads to come. I believe Chloe Tryon is coming in next. Just on the questions that you were talking about, Anisha, the intent by the batter, certainly, if this result does not go India's way, there will certainly be questions about what was happening in the middle and the pace at which the top order was scoring.
Whether the security of accumulation is something that took a toll on them as far as not aiming for a higher score. Is 276 really a safe target? 5 months out from the start of a home World Cup. But to be fair, a series like this is there to help answer questions like these. And they are taking copious notes on every single concern that might crop up through the course of this 3-team assignment. the first Tri-Nation series in Sri Lanka.
Yes, and hindsight is 2020, isn't it? Much clearer when you're looking back at things instead of when you're playing things. And in India's defense, the ball really wasn't coming onto the bat as easily as you would think in that first innings. That's Chloe Tryon's record, 25 average in 86 games. That strike rate is the one I think we have to keep an eye on, 99.52, pretty high in the women's game.
Defended. Arundhati Reddy's wicket taking over is done, and South Africa are 181 for 3. Change in commentary.
South Africa 181 for 3 after 37 overs. 13 more overs to go. 96 runs needed. We're in for a very close finish from the look of things. We try on the new batter who walked out to middle in the previous over. Lose and try on. A lot to do for them here in the upcoming few overs. Roshan, we'll come back to the com box. We're in for a very close finish, I believe.
Thank you, Laksisi. I think India now, momentum, initiative with India. This is Deepti Sharma teasing the batter with that flight. Over the top it goes for 4. South African batters looking to take the initiative, but I said India because there are 2 new batters. This is a very good shot, and this is a little phase that India could ill afford to lose. If they lose this phase, then I think match will be South Africa's.
She knew exactly what she was doing. There was no long off. And went for the right option, loose. Once again, not the best of deliveries, but very, very lucky to get away without conceding another boundary there, Deepti Sharma. Very loose delivery. Now loose. Get away this time. Another good stroke. Good placement from loose. They get back for 2. So loose just making sure the scoreboard keeps on moving.
I think the fact that Tasmin Bridge decided to retire just gave India the little sneak they wanted. They had the opportunity of bowling to two new batters. See, this is why I believe that this phase is important. So Tran hasn't faced a ball. Loose has made 13 of 18. We talk about 138 for 8.
Makes your hand go dead.
So Arundhati ready. Continue loose. Now once again, another single taken. Now South Africa, they have 7 wickets left in their tank, and Tasmin Bridge, she can come back as well, Roshan. But you mentioned the important fact when we were talking about this before we came into the stint. She has to restart in a sort of way, although she scored 100.
Yeah, it's definitely a restart for her, no doubt about it. You talk about rhythms that batters are in. Another quick single. South Africa showing desperation here with their running. and their asking rate is over 7 runs. But at this stage, you wouldn't want to be looking at runs per over. You rather look at balls versus runs and wickets in hand. So it's not out of South Africa's reach. This is the desperation, just pushing and running, and very nearly as a deflection. Had that hit the stumps, I feel the batter would have got in, but still. So just getting back to Brits, I know it's a very demanding kind of scenario out there. The conditions are extremely tough. We've spoken about from where South Africa is coming off of winter and then straight away coming to this high pressure in terms of temperatures and humidity. So it takes a lot out of you. But she unfortunately retired at a time when she had a very new partner. So for a fielding side, that's the perfect recipe. If you want to come back, have 2 new batters and try to build pressure. So India has the opportunity of doing it now. That you could see their fielders looking to stop the single, but they need to seize the opportunity now.
And also Roshan, one of the 2 new batters who were out there in the middle when she left, she was a debutant. So that adds to that pressure, playing her first game, and the batsman in the batter in the other end also very new to the crease. A big chase to get done. So now dealing in singles at the moment, and you mentioned about the gap between the number of runs required and the balls remaining. It's 20 at the moment, 87 or 67.
Is it? It's 19 now. 19.
Yes.
So that's what South Africa will have to be watchful. They can't let that gap widen. What they would want instead is to try and reduce that gap as they go deeper into the game. 192 for 3.
So higher successful run chases for South Africa in women's ODIs. So against the same opposition, they did manage to chase down 275 at the World Cup in the 2022 at Christchurch, and then against the same opposition in there at Lucknow in 2021, they managed to chase down 269 after losing just 3 wickets. It was then in that series that South Africa managed to beat India for 1, and then against England at Centurion in 2016, chasing down 265, and then 260 against New Zealand at Auckland, and then against New Zealand 257 for 3 at Peter Maritzburg in 2023. So there are 2 highest chases coming against the same opposition. Can make it 3 if they do get this successfully.
Chloe, left arm round and through.
So India now, the captain, she has a dilemma. She needs to mix her bowlers. She needs to mix and match them. She needs to make sure that she doesn't go into the last 5 overs with a non-bowler or a part-timer. So Sri Charani, she's got to decide how she uses and utilizes her bowlers, and if she needs to use a part-time at what point, and she's got to be absolutely discreet about how she hides the part-timer, because going into the last 5 overs, if South Africa needs, shall we say, a runner ball with 3 or 4 wickets to get, you would want your best bowlers bowling at that stage and wicket takers.
So we saw Pratika Rawal bowling earlier. Prashan 3 overs, none for 17. I think the skipper will probably try to fill the remaining 5 overs of Arundhati Reddy. Maybe, I think by using those 2, she will try to cover up 10 overs. And I think we can expect to see Sri Charani finish a spell, and then Sneh Rana and Kashri Gautam to bowl that in as well.
Yeah, Sneh Rana has 3 overs. She's going to be critical. She's going to be very, very important. So Gautam has 3. Reddy has Gautam 4. In fact, Reddy has 5. Sneh Rana has 3. So that's what? 4, 9 and 12 overs there. So how much is India searching for? India is searching for 11, 10 after this. So now the options are good. They don't need to go to part-timers. So what they need to do is to try and build pressure, push that rate up, the gap widen, especially at the time the key ones, the main bowlers come on to bowl. So it's always a mind game, Laksisi, and It's about looking to challenge the plans of your opponents. At the moment, India seem to be going according to the script.
It's up to these two batters, Loose and Tryon, to put some pressure back on India here. Otherwise, things just going exactly the way that India wants. Sri Charani. Again a single on the leg side. Thought about the second Tryon, but decided against it at the last moment. So required run rate just over 8 now. So 40 overs done. We're into the last 10 overs. South Africa, they need 81 more runs to win this encounter. So Arundhati ready, bowling a 6th over now. The most expensive bowl out of the lot from the Indians today. But still, she's been trusted to bowl in the last 10 by the skipper. So Roshan, when do you think they will try to accelerate here, these two? Right now, they have decided that they will get the singles, but when will they try to go for those big strokes, as you think?
See, the modern game with T20 cricket is you see teams wanting to bat deep, bat long. They just try and drag the innings long. And I feel that they might go to the 45th over and then just look at runs versus balls, and maybe if they could drag it and push it maybe another 2 overs where you just try and avoid risks but manage the run rate. Now this is over the top, might run away to the boundary. That's what South Africa wants, and they get it. The 200 is up. I was about to say, if India was not getting wickets, what they would have wanted are non-boundary deliveries. Singles are okay, but not boundaries. At that moment, the pressure gets released with that shot.
That record rate of just over 8 in this day and age, Roshan, very, very gettable. So if they can get this one boundary per over, maybe, I think South Africa, they'll feel a lot of confident in this chase. This time it's a dot to follow up that boundary. And the next question is, if a wicket falls here, will Tasmin Brits come out?
Well, that will be a very interesting question, which we will find out only if a wicket falls, but that's an important one. I'm not absolutely sure how fit she is at the moment, because she was definitely struggling. Oh, was that? It was a chance. It would have been an outstanding catch had that been taken. Looking to work it away on the onside. Could have easily, lose 23 of 29, could have easily hit it down the throat of the bowler.
If Arundhati Reddy did manage to hold on to that, that would have been a huge wicket for India, because Loose, as Roshan mentioned, she's on 23 and they're still trying to settle in. So that would have been a big breakthrough.
And also what India needs is to get rid of set batters. Get in the new batter. They don't mind having 2 new batters, but not the set batter. So Loose will be the target. But she's doing it very sensibly. I think she's got a plan to try and bat long. 203 for 3 in 41.
इसका कितना है? हाँ? लास्ट या 2? ये लास्ट
So that gap between the number of runs required and the number of balls remaining still 20. So they're making sure that it doesn't go above that. Oh, this is brilliant. Loose. Goes offside. Absolutely brilliant. One bounce. Oh, the ropes for a boundary. Exactly what they needed. They got a boundary in that previous over, Roshan, and they got one very early in this over as well.
Yeah, good start to the over from a batting point of view, and they are searching for one big over. They need one big over, South Africa, just to try and get back to little over a run a ball or run a ball. At the moment, 8.5 runs and over, not difficult, but element of risk involved. So will this be that big over thereafter? Well, misses out for the second time. She finds that fielder at short fine leg. Earlier she missed out on a full toss, and now ball outside the leg stump. She finds the fielder.
And the last over of the youngster Sri Sharani, playing in just a second game. Oh, they don't go for the single. Sri Sharani almost gave away a run there. So 2-dot deliveries after that boundary.
See, this is what the Indian bowlers have done well. They've always managed to pull it back with a dot or two. So the impact of the boundary reduces. And this is high. This is huge. Will this be taken? Yes. Well, that was the wicket thereafter, and that's what they get. Loose is the batter. Taken in the deep. She was going after the bowling, the slog sweep, finding the lone fielder at deep mid wicket.
Amanjot Kaur, substitute fielder, coming into the rescue for India. And they remove the set batter. Loose departs for 28. South Africa 207 for 4.
Girls, be back to the field fast. चलो जल्दी करेंगे फील्डर्स.
So Henry Dirksen, the new batter for South Africa.
I think she's got some work to do after the way she bowled. Doesn't seem to have great credentials as a batter because the strike rate is rather low and the average just under 20 in fact into her fourth innings. She's got a big role here. She needs some big hits. Now Charani has been brilliant. Boundary and then the wicket and dots. And this is a look at that catch.
Yeah, Manjot Kaur just to perfection. Deep. Oh, that's allowed appeal. I think that was an outside edge. They will get back for 2. It's another good delivery from Sri Charani. As Roshan mentioned, a brilliant comeback from the youngster after conceding a boundary to begin the over. So end of another. South Africa 209 for 4 after 42.
ऐसे मार पड़ेगा ना, ऐसा बॉल डालेंगे आउट होके बाहर जाए. आठ ओवर है ना अपना. टाइम 38 मिनट्स है.
So South Africa try on. She's still on 5. Henry Dirksen, she's on 2. Arundhati ready to bowl her 7th over. 1 for 40 the figures at the moment. This game going right down the wire here. 8 overs to go. 68 to get. Required rate of 8.50. 8.5 runs per over. That's the requirement for South Africa. They started off well in that previous over, but unfortunately, after that boundary, things just didn't go South Africa's way.
This is a great comeback by India. I'll tell you, great support from the medium pace bowler Reddy, backing up the left arm spinner who got the wicket. She bowled a lot of dots at the other end, and now Reddy starting off with a dot. Swings and swings high and doesn't split the gap. Only a couple of runs. The intent running not great. They're not showing that intent. They're rather slow taking that first run, so there was no pressure on the field as such. Good effort in the deep.
Kashu Gautam, the fielder, very well done. Now try on. They need to make a move here now. Now that they're ready. Trying to go big once again, but doesn't find the connection she was looking for. Just a single. So this is a seventh over, Roshan. And the skipper Harmanpreet Kaur, Sneh Rana has 3 overs remaining. Kashu Gautam has 4 more overs remaining. So what do you think? Will we see how they ready continue after this?
I think so. She might be, and I'll certainly see Sneh Rana to me coming on at the other end. And this over has been excellent. And what South Africa needs, if they are to get to this target, is boundaries. Singles are not going to help them. They need boundaries, and they need them to come quickly. And also, otherwise, they need one really good over, maybe 15 runs, 20 runs over, just to try and pull it back. So now 64 of 44, 20 runs is the gap. But when the number of balls reduces and the gap remains, that's a worry. With the balls remaining, the gap should reduce proportionately. So that we are not seeing here.
Now the gap was 20 and they had 10 overs remaining, but it's still 20. As Roshan mentioned, need to make sure that they get that gap down a little bit. Make sure that they get a good over.
So Lakshashi, how do you do that? The only way you can do it is by getting at least 10 or 12 runs in an over. So then it's you feel you're within striking range. But at the moment, with wickets lost, boundaries not coming, it's becoming a little bit tough. Though, having said that, that's a brilliant effort. That is wonderful. Rodriguez on the boundary. She has been an absolute panther. 43 overs completed, 216 for 4. So we are down to the last 7. 61 runs is what they need.
She is going out.
Tejal.
61 runs to win in 42 balls. One big over for South Africa, or 2 good overs for India. That's what I feel is the equation.
That's like, yeah.
3 overs remaining for Rana. Deepti Sharma has completed. Sri Charani has completed. Gautam has 4. 2 out of that, probably. What do you play? You play a T10 or a T20?
Yeah, 22 runs, the difference between the runs required and balls in hand. So it's 22 runs means what, 5 boundaries. The tactics are pretty simple here. It's pretty obvious. Coming from round the wicket, looking to send it across the right hander.
That's an area where it was good. 4 runs. Brilliant strike from Tryon. Advanced and made room for herself at the same time. Well.
Yeah, I told you 5 boundaries, so there is 1. They need 4 more boundaries. Then it becomes runner ball. So now the fielder on the offside comes back into the ring. Similar
Same shot. Picking the spot over the bowler, said that's very safe to hit in the air. Gautam preventing the ball from reaching the boundary on that second occasion.
At least a couple here. Once again, brilliantly done. She's on the field because Halim Diol is not on the field, so that's why. And she's known to be a very good fielder. Amancho took a brilliant catch. Certainly saved a couple. Otherwise, that would have been the second boundary of this over. So far, 7 off in this over, Haritha. So that's Yastika Bhatia. She's in the field as well. So a couple have left. 2 substitutes in the field. Yeah, she'll be very disappointed with that. 2 dot balls. That's a good finish for Rana. What South Africa can't afford to do is to play dot balls in this situation. Every dot ball, the run rate goes up, the required rate, that is. 2, 2, 3 for 4. 54 required of 36.
He'll probably bet another over, and there's Nadine de Klerk who could hit the ball hard. Experienced player.
See, if South Africa go on to lose this match, the difference will be fielding. Now have a look at this. That was the first one was Jamima, and this was Amanjot. So saved 4 between them. Whereas South Africa, when they were on the field, there were so many fumbles and misfields and drop chances too. This one straight to deep square leg. Just the one. This is the stage that where these two needs at least a boundary and another 4. So required rate is 9. They need 1 good over, 14-15 run over to bring this run rate down, required rate down to around 8.
Interesting change this to bring in Gautam. Her first 6 overs 27, so that was within the 5-run average. She's expected to do the same in this very crucial over.
Yeah, I think from here on in, Harmanpreet will be looking to operate spin and pace, because Sharoni has finished her quota, so is Sharma. The two off-spinner, the off-spinner and the left-arm orthodox have finished. Obviously, Sneha going to, she's got 2 more overs. Very bold. Slower delivery. So she got to find another 2 overs from somewhere.
I think the way they are going, they'll use up Gautam, one of them.
Yeah, even if she does bowl till the end, from this end, because she's got 3 after this, but Sneha only got 2 from the other end, so she'll have to look for another bowler.
Take a chance with Reddy.
Yeah, they need boundaries. Dot ball is as good as anything at this stage. Run rate nearly 9.56 the required rate. Oh, that she got hold of. That is a good hit. Well, that is the boundary she wanted. What a hit. The length, exactly the length she wanted. Power and the elevation. It was only about 5 yards to the right of Deepthi Sharma.
But wasn't it travelling? It was. She was hit for plenty in that first long over. Oh, that was a slower delivery gone all awry. 10 runs in 2 balls.
I'll tell you what, that would have been very close to a waist high no ball as well. So just dipping. 2 deliveries, suddenly they are back in it. 2 big hits from Dirksen. Well, well. Hop on the seesaw, mate. This is going one side to the other. So 236 for 4 after 45. So 13 runs coming off that over, Haritha. Suddenly it's 41 off 30. So the difference between runs and deliveries is 11. So that's 3 boundaries really. So you got 30 balls to do that.
So Emery Dirksen has overtaken Chloe Tryon. That was the big one. And followed up with this slower delivery. They put on 31 runs so far for this 5th wicket. It's looking very predictable and very comfortable now for the batters.
Yeah, great for this Tri-Nation series, Haritha, after a one-sided affair, that first game between Sri Lanka and India. Incidentally, these 2 sides are sitting 3rd and 4th in world ranking, so there's not much in it.
Everybody thinks run a ball is not adequate, but it's much better than a dot ball. It takes the momentum into the next over.
Will she go offside?
Catch it! Catch it!
Gone.
Yes!
Rana takes 2.
It's really funny. I don't know whether she meant to do that. She was just looking to chip it. She hit it too well. Now have a look at this. There you are, just a flick. But had too much on it. Second catch. Farman George, she's safe as a house, isn't she? When it comes to catches.
That's why she's there. No size on Brits yet. Yeah, I was talking about Nadine de Klerk. She could make a difference. She could hit the ball.
Yeah, so far it's been a terrific over. 4 singles and a wicket. It's a hard task for the batters who are coming in. There's no time to settle down really. You had to go for it from the start. What a fantastic over. After conceding 10 runs off the last 2 balls of the previous over. Sneha has come out with a ripping over. 4 runs and a wicket. .240 for 5.
उधर कौन है
37 runs,
एक बार अमन को
24
check करियो।
balls. This is the equation. Will this go to the last over? Will it end before that?
Yeah, Amanpreet is chopping and making all the changes. Amanjot has come to long on from offside. Oh, that was an edge. Definitely an edge. There were 2 noises in that one. Yeah, she got up too early. That would have been huge. There you are. Had the gloves in the correct place too.
So Arundhati Reddy, she would have made a difference, as I mentioned earlier.
That's in the gap, and he hit with immense power.
See, Kamini, the success of that shot, it didn't rise much, but see how well she plays. She was all bent up, saw it very well, timed it and placed it. It's not easy to play a shot of that nature.
Once again, the attempted slower delivery came out all wrong, dragged the length. She had enough time to hit it anywhere, really, to pick any gap she wanted. Still 11 the difference between runs and deliveries. That's the line she needs to operate, because at the moment Dirksen is eyeing to that onside. Any length, she's going to go for it. These are highest successful chases South Africa in ODIs. 275 and 269 against India. Yeah.
This would be the biggest if they are successful. Dot ball again. Despite that considered boundary, Arundhati Reddy dropped catch, 2 dot balls. Oh, second boundary. All of a sudden it looks good.
Yeah, you're allowed to have 4 fielders outside the ring, Harita. You got long off on the offside, the solitary boundary rider, and 3 on the onside. Might not be a bad idea to have your other fielder on the onside as well, by bringing the fielder at long off to into the ring. But having said that, then you are going to create some gaps on the offside as well. This is a vital ball. Last ball of the over. Another boundary here will bring the difference between runs and balls to single digit.
She will keep strike. She's been striking very well. Amory Dirksen. End of 47, 249 for 5, South Africa in reply. What a game.
.28 of 18. 10's the difference. It's amazing, Haritha, these days, you know, a lot of men's and women's play these white ball situations, and they are pretty much used to these situations. India just coming off the WPL, and you know, the coaches often tell you when you're chasing runs, keep an eye on the difference. So here it's 10. 10 means 2 shots, 2 hits. 2 hits and you wipe out the difference. So you have 18 balls to have 2 hits. You are back on run a ball. So you have to keep your good mindset, the awareness, the presence of mind to chase totals like this. don't look at the required rate as much.
Last over for Rana.
Yeah, that's the other important thing. Once she finishes, they might go for ready and then one more over from someone.
Three for Rana. Oh, vital.
They picked the wrong length and the wrong option from de Klerk. I think all she had to do, yeah, there you are. All she had to do was to get Dirksen back on strike. An ideal length to go towards mid-off, mid-on for a straight single, but not to be. She has failed to trouble the scorers. Nadine de Klerk, 250 for 6. It's still on.
India have the momentum going for them at the moment. Bowlers are picking wickets. Yes, there are some fielding lapses. But that said, as you said earlier, very experienced in these sort of situations to keep their nerve, to handle the pressure, to do the right thing. To do the right thing at the right moment. That's what is important.
Right arm over, you got 4.
So Brits come back to the middle. Well, one thing, the form that she was in before she left, she is not going to play any dot ball. So now you got two strikers from either end. One good over and they're back in it. Will she go for a big one?
Got it!
Out caught. She went for a big one, all right, but didn't have the power. Caught a deep square leg. Diol is the catcher. Rana picks up her 4th wicket. What a comeback for her after a couple of years in the wilderness, and she's back in the side. Picked up 3 wickets. She was very unlucky not to be judged player of the match that last time around, but I think today she is making another case for herself. This is her 4th wicket. A day that batters have dominated. I think you got to consider the effort from her, don't you?
Oh. Arlene Diol was off the field for a while. I get the feeling the entire unit is now on the field, pushing for this wonderful, wonderful finale in this game. Well, Amari Dirksen, 20 ball 30, provided the late flourish for South Africa. Whether it's adequate, we'll have to wait and see.
Right arm over, 2 left.
It's class.
That shows how hard the surface is at Premadasa Stadium. Just a short arm jab bounced over the bowler's head. What would Brits do here? Final ball of this over. Will she get the strike back? Wow, my goodness. Oh, what a catch. What a catch.
Pfeiffer.
Last ball of her spell. And she gets her maiden 5-wicket haul, and what a time to get that too. And the player in form, that will be it for South Africa. I reckon that was travelling. This is one of those ones that where the ball catches the fielder.
I'll I'll tell you, 3 wickets in that last over. What a big story. I always maintain the spinners would make the difference in this match, and how well Harmanpreet Kaur would be handling the spinners, Harmanpreet Kaur rather, and she's done that. South African batters have played straight into their hands.
दोनों के लिए पीछे से करूंगी ना हैरी दी दोनों के लिए पीछे से कर रही हूँ ना तू हेलमेट भेज दो
Well, having some hope, it has disappeared to absolutely a miracle for the South Africans. Brits. And the thing point is, when Brits was batting so well, she had to go off the field, Haritha, because of the cramps, and that was a vital moment also, where India had 2 batters, new batters, and they suddenly pegged everything back and came back into the team. Suddenly they are in with a huge chance to turn this result in their favour and go 2 from 2. This is ready. She's got protection on the onside, 3 of them in fact.
If the South African late order decides to go for the win,
Let's have a look at those 5 wickets. Now, these 3 came in the last over. That was the first. This was the 4th one, and the second one in the over. This is back live. Oh, chance for run out, out.
Okay. The finale is being rushed. Yes, no, yes. Thank you. Arundhati Reddy very quickly after delivery. Didn't rush. Very important. So class departs for 2.
What a turnaround. South Africa were, only about 3 down, but 6 overs ago. And wickets fallen in the cluster, and this is the last pair. Well, it's a huge task ahead. Appeal for a call behind. There was a noise, but I think the noise came from bat hitting the ground ever so slightly. Nevertheless, about the result, Haritha, this is a good game of cricket in this Servo Tri Nations. This was the last run out. Yes, no, and sorry.
So the dot ball scenario takes the game further away from the South African ladies. India, this is all about handling pressure. The last batter in, top score of 15, never mind all that. The formality of just completing this over for Arundhati Reddy. She'll be annoyed and disappointed with those figures. 59 runs.
I'll tell you what, they're all smiling now. There were some worried faces in that dugout only about half an hour ago. Edge, Harmanpreet, has she taken it? Yeah, I think the wicketkeeper says nahi hai, and that means no. No?
I thought you only knew the Afrikaner language.
Yeah, just to be on the safe side, I think the umpires have gone upstairs. Harmanpreet herself said, no, I'm not sure. Oh, they haven't. I think Harmanpreet considered that she has taken it on the bounce. So a good sportsmanship from her. So the final over, the final act. South Africa, who were in it for a very long way in this run chase, and at one point in time, they were pretty much favourites with so many wickets in hand and Brits and going so well. Gautam has been trusted to bowl the last over.
It's not over yet. Oh, that's huge.
Well, you need a 4 hits, and one is just out of the way, just like that. It's clean as a whistle. That was hit with some power. One out of the way, you need 3 more.
Oh, she's messing with the bowler's figures. Just reducing the margin of victory, I would imagine. But you never know, this is a funny game. Yeah, it's all over. Is it? Ah. 2 run-outs in the end. What a game. What a game. Good pick up. Saw the opportunity. Threw it very quickly.
Yeah, at the end, Haritha, I think having the experience of playing in these situations frequently, you've got to give credit to her as well, the skipper. I thought she handled her bowlers extremely well, set the correct fields for the correct batters, because South Africans, had a fair crack at it. This, Brits was outstanding, but like I said, the ability and the calmness and the composure of these Indian cricketers playing in these situations, I think, got them over the line.
They knew exactly where to put the pressure in to win by 15 runs. It was never easy, but very well executed. Batting of Pratika, the all-round ability of Jemima, and the absolute brilliance of Sneha, facilitating wonderful win under the astute leadership of Harmanpreet Kaur. They had their chances with that opening partnership, South Africa. Massive 140-run partnership, but the rest always struggled against an experienced Indian outfit.
Well, at the end of the day, it's a great game of cricket, and both sides should be congratulated for putting up a very even contest, and it went down to the wire. I'm sure the team discussion with South Africans, Haritha, they will talk about their fielding. This is the card of South Africa. They got a brilliant start thanks to their skipper Laura. There are some contributions between Lewis, Trion and Dirksen, kept them in the game, but Brits at the top of the piece was magnificent, played some delightful shots, and I think the turning point was that she had to go off the field because she got some cramps, and that halted the momentum for the South African run chase. And bowling card, well, at one point in time, Harmanpreet Kaur was looking everywhere to find the bowlers to contain these South African batters. At the end of the day, Gautam and Reddy bowled 16 overs between them. Reddy picking up a wicket. Charani bowled her full quota, 10 overs, 1 for 51. Sharma was economical, 1 for 40. But the star, once again, second match in a row, Sneha Rana, 5 for 43 off her 10 overs was the difference.
The last 6 wickets for South African ladies fell for just 21 runs. So they had to come and score at almost 5.5 runs and over. South Africa off to a great start, especially on the back of wonderful performance from Tasmin Blitz, who was well supported by skipper Laura Wolfart. They hit the ball to all parts of the ground, good timing in front of the wicket, behind the wicket. Yeah, the fourth wicket fell after
One over. Sneha, that was the second one in that over. And that was the most vital one. Brits came back to bat, and that was hit with some power, but she was out caught and bowled. It was the second last wicket, the run out. And last over, 24 needed. First ball went for 6. And this happened in the second ball. Going for the second run. Very good throw from Deepti Sharma. And Risha goes just the rest. India won the toss this morning, decided to bat first. Raval was tremendous with the bat, 78 of 91. Kaur and Rodrigues for 41 apiece. There's not much to write about as far as the South African bowlers are concerned. Mlaba 2 for 55. Brits and Volva, that was a terrific partnership. 109 for Brits, one of the best innings you will see. But Rana made the difference at the end. 5 for 43. India won by 15 runs.
this despite a 140-run opening partnership between Brits and skipper Wolfart. Don't take anything away India fielded much better despite 2 missed catches. So we've finished 2 games in this Servo Cup Women's Tri-Nation One Day International Series 2025. The next game on the 2nd of May between Sri Lanka and South Africa, very important game for the home team, who would be playing 2 games back to back. The second one against India on the 4th of May, and then in that second round the India-South Africa game on the 7th, followed by the last game in the preliminaries between Sri Lanka and South Africa on the 9th, to be followed by the all-important final. And there'll be a terrific fight between the 3 teams to be there on the 11th of May. If the weather stays fine and the venue stays good as we have seen today, and we have every reason to believe that it'll be so, we will get some fantastic cricket to talk and show you.
Yeah, match number 1 and match number 2 out of the way. India has set the pace for the other 2 countries. Sri Lanka and South Africa playing 1 each. South Africa obviously with a very healthy chase, although could not finish in the could not get the win that they wanted. So they, as far as the net run rate is concerned, they are lying in the 2nd spot. Sri Lanka played 1, lost 1. That net run rate is something that they need to look at, because that was a one-sided affair. But like I said, India 2 from 2, 4 points, and they've got a net run rate of 1 point plus, that is plus 1.255. So it will be a terrific battle between South Africa and Sri Lanka to get some points on board and try and get there for that last day. So well, India will have a rest. Arita, it will be South Africa and Sri Lanka up next in 3 days, and both sides looking for that elusive W in these Tri-Nations.
So all teams will be looking for much improved fielding performances, and I think we are now ready for the presentation ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, we just had a magnificent game of ODI cricket between 2 fantastic sides, and a big congratulations to Harmanpreet Kaur and her girls for beating South Africa. It was so close and yet so far for South Africa, but a brilliant effort by India, winning by 15 runs. Let me start off by thanking our sponsors. Lanka IOC, our official title sponsor and exclusive ground branding partner. We got the Papare, the official production partner and broadcaster in Sri Lanka. And we also got Fan Code, the official broadcaster for the territory of India, and a very big thank you to them. And I also welcome our presentation party. We got Mr. Lasantha Wickramasinghe, Honorary Assistant Treasurer of Sri Lanka Cricket. And we also have Mr. Amba Ahmed, Senior Vice President, Retail Sales and HR, Lanka IOC, title sponsor and exclusive ground branding partner. A warm welcome to you, gentlemen. Right, so let us start off with the presentation, and let me now call upon the South African captain first, Laura Wolfhard, for a quick word with us. Well, Laura, you must be absolutely disappointed to lose this game from where you were.
Yeah, definitely. I think Taz batted absolutely amazing, and the partnership that we had, I think, set it up quite well. Unfortunate that we lost our way a bit with the bat, but yeah, still a great effort. I think 277 was always going to be a tough chase, and yeah, good effort.
Did you at any time feel that 277 was within your grasp, especially with that opening partnership?
Definitely. I think the whole time throughout that opening partnership, and probably until about the last over, to be fair, we still had a lot of firepower in that lineup, and I kept believing that one of them would hit a few balls over the field. But yeah, felt just short, and very disappointing after such a long and good game.
I know it's a very challenging, conditions are very challenging, but do you think Brit's retirement or at that point was the defining moment of the game?
I guess so, but yeah, you know, what can you do about it? She had cramps and could barely get up the stairs, so yeah, it kind of had to happen, and she only got sort of fit to come back onto the field when she did. She couldn't really come back on any earlier, but yeah, she did a great job. I feel like her team should have sort of supported her throughout that middle phase a bit better.
Really great effort on your part. Bad luck today, but all the best.
Thank you.
Right, that's the South African captain. Unfortunately, the losing captain today, Laura Woolford, and today's player of the match for her outstanding bowling of 5 for 43. It's Sneh Rana. She will receive a prize money of US 500 from Mr. Amber Ahmed, Senior Vice President, Retail Sales, HR Lanka, Sales and HR Lanka IOC, and she will also receive a trophy from Mr. Lasantha Wickramasinghe, Honorary Assistant Secretary of Sri Lanka Cricket. Sneh Rana, that was a truly magnificent bowling spell. Tell us what was going through your mind, especially on that surface to bowl that way.
Thank you so much, first of all, and I was just thinking about my variations because pace of deliveries were really working so well. So I just thought of getting wickets for my team, and that worked out really well.
Yeah, how tough was it? Now, you bowled in the previous game on a surface that had a little bit in it, but today it looked very flat, but still we saw you getting a bit off the track. You were getting a bit of dip, you were getting some grip, and also some deliveries turn. What did you do?
Today in the second innings, definitely it was a little tougher than the first match we played. But like I said, we had a word with our captain and our management, and they told us to clearly took the pace off and use your variations well and use of crease well. I did that.
On a personal note, being out of the side, coming into the side, and bowling in tough conditions and situations, tell us what went through and what were you thinking?
I already said that whenever I will get the opportunity to play for my country, I will deliver my best, and there's always in my mind that I will never give up, and I won't give up. That's my only mantra.
Should not, because you're so good. Very well done. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Right, that's our player of the match, Sneh Rana, for 5 for 43. Outstanding effort. And now can I call the winning captain? Harmanpreet Kaur, a quick word. Harmanpreet, that was a topsy-turvy game. It was the pendulum was swinging. At what point did you really feel that India was in?
I think from the ball one, we were trying to give 100%, and I'm really proud the way we were fielding today. We saved so many runs. I think that is the only reason we were in the game. South African batter, they batted really well. They were, in the game till 20-25 overs. I think we were looking for the first wicket. The moment we got the first wicket, we knew now, the ball have started turning, and now we need to look for wickets.
When you look at your innings, for example, there were a few phases in your innings. There was a domination at the start, then the middle overs was a little bit slow, wickets lost, and then you went into the 40th over with wickets in hand. So were you happy with what you got finally?
Yeah, I think this pitch is, for like the way we are batting, we knew we can go close to 270, 280. I think maybe more 10-15 runs could have given us more, cushion. But I think still our batter managed well and try to get that decent total on the board.
How crucial was Brid's retirement with a new batter at the other end?
Yeah, I think when she went out, that was the time we all spoke that now we have to, look for dot balls, and in between if we get wicket, that will be a plus for us. And I think that time the partnership, bowling partnership really helped us to, win this game.
You must be very proud with the depth you have and the way your girls are really turning up in difficult situations.
Yeah, definitely. I'm really happy, even though they had a 100-run partnership for first wicket, still we were in the game. We never even thought, we have lost this game. Everybody was diving here and there and, giving that confidence to our bowler. That is something, which we really enjoyed today.
I think you're very modest. You batted brilliantly. You captained the side well, and very well done, and congratulations.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Right, that is the winning captain, Harmanpreet Kaur, and that concludes our post-match presentation, ladies and gentlemen.
So thank you very much, Roshan Abesinghe. Quick look at the match today. India electing to bat 276 for 6 with Rawal 78, Skipper Kaur 41 and Rodriguez 41. A very important innings in the middle of the innings for Jemimah. Mlava 2 for 55 was the pick of the South African bowlers. And when South Africa came back onto the field with that run chase, Tasmin Brits and Laura Wolfart gave them a 140-run opening partnership, but thereafter only Amory Dirksen with 30 played something very useful, as they were curtailed in their run chase by Sneh Rana. 5 for 43, a superb spell that produced 3 wickets in her last over, and a wicket caught and bowled of the last delivery she bowled. Overall, India fielded very well, and a 15-run victory gives them a 2 out of 2 win ratio in this three-nation tournament. The next game coming up is on the 2nd of May, live from Ketarama here. Sri Lanka versus South Africa. 2 teams that have tasted defeat at the hands of their opponents, India. Look forward to seeing you on that day, which promises to be another very, very closely contested game. Thank you very much for your partnership today, and on behalf of all of us here, we wish you a very pleasant evening and hope to see you on the 2nd of May.